I get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what you beg for it, if you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it, but I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but now I'm just sitting here without you. I'm in love, I'm in love, sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love, sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love, sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love, sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. This is not an early stream by any means, but it's earlier than it typically is, and we're going to get right to it because I made my wonderful, wonderful friend, Michael, wait for me because I'm clearly just amazing at time management. So I'm going to bring him in. I'm going to be a quick little convo, and then we will get to Erika Kirk, Candace Owens, who is apparently live to a million bazillion people. To so many people that there are people in my chat that think, oh, this was pre-recorded because she has like 321,000 people. It says 321,000 people have watched this. It's like, no, that's not the number of people that have watched it. That's the number of people watching it live, is my understanding. But we'll get to all of that after Michael comes in. Michael, you're live on air right now in front of lots of people. And you're muted.
What?
I know,
That's
crazy.
Crazy. I've been waiting for 5 hours to get in on this chat.
It's been 85 years. Yes. Can you actually say you're that surprised? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just asking if you're surprised that the antics of a streamer are that of somebody with horrible time management and scheduling issues.
No, I am not. I am not surprised, especially with it being you,
Of course.
that I was going to be delayed, but I'm happy to be here. And luckily, I got a couple work calls, so it worked out to keep me busy while waiting for you.
So really, you should be thanking me. It sounds, because it sounds like it all worked out for the best.
People, they're not paying clients; they're like people who like are asking me to help them on stuff. So maybe like I should resent you because had I not picked up the phone for them, I wouldn't have committed to helping them. So.
That is one way to look at it. The other way is that you should give me credit because my delay enabled you to do more pro bono work, is what it sounds like.
Oh, as you know, I love I'm a big fan of helping people, so it's not a big deal. I don't want this all to be recorded that I hate doing pro bono. I don't mind it, but you just added to my list by not being here on this call. So I think this is my first Twitch stream.
No, I don't think it is. I think you just don't have a good memory. I swear you went on. Didn't you go on Destiny stream? I don't know. I thought you went on a stream.
Yeah, a couple years ago. I don't like to. That one, I'm just kind of like whatever. Though
it was your stream debut.
God, I have learned so much about this space since we worked together 2 years ago, or a year ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I think 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So much. I was so oblivious to the whole entire space, and I now feel like a grown man in this world.
Oh, wait, really quick. There are people being like pro bono lawyer ? So the people are confused about who you are because I haven't let you introduce yourself because we just started
yapping.
It's just how
it's just how we right? are. Like, you're supposed to do that, right?
There's never supposed to be any dead air on the stream.
Right.
Ever.
So like no overthinking, just get right into it. So yeah. I was all like, as if you and I were just hanging out. I feel like we were like this in person too, though. Like we're very like this in person. We just banter and talk a lot of shit. So yeah.
Yeah. So you want to go for it though before we?
Oh yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Mike Ceraso. I work in the communications space for the last decade or so. I've done electoral work for the last 20 years. I look a lot younger than I am, and when I am talking about pro bono. Couple of things. One, working in the communication space, I specifically or often work with Black, Brown, and various emerging voices. So they may not always have a lot of money to be able to pay to get support work and earn meet or to have opportunities to meet creators or be on TV or talk to traditional print reporters. So sometimes they'll come to me for like a one-off support. So when I say pro bono, it'll be someone being like, hey, I got this big story coming out, but I have no money to give you, but I think this is an important story. Can you help? And if I think this story is important or worth telling, it won't be that hard for me to connect them to the right reporter and remove myself out of that conversation and get them to a reporter that would find what they are interested in telling, and then see if it leads to a story. It's essentially just networking people into opportunities.
So basically, he gets them hooked on his services, and then that's when he starts charging the big bucks because he worked his magic, and all of a sudden, everybody can see what you can do for them. Which is why you have a Wikipedia page, because you're a political strategist extraordinaire, which includes working on the Pete Buttigieg campaign.
Funny. Did we make these jokes together when I said I called myself Mr. Wikipedia when I finally got a Wikipedia page? Did I do that in front of you? Is this?
Oh yeah, 100%. Which is why I have to bring it up now.
Love that. Thank you. Your memory's sharp. Yes, I have a Wikipedia page. Not sure if this is gonna. I'm not looking at the comments or what people were saying, but yes, for like the first 6 months, I would go around telling everybody that I was Mr. Wikipedia because I think it's ridiculous in the best of ways and the worst of ways. Yeah, I do. I have a Wikipedia page, but yes, it is very much a strategy. If anybody's interested in comms, sometimes you will want to get a person be bought into your services, and there might be a little hesitant, or they don't really know what that looks like. I've done that quite a bit in my career where I will place folks into stories and then in return, they'll convert it into a paying contract. I did that with Ashley Bell actually 3 years ago. So Ashley Bell is now a bank owner in Utah. If anybody gets a chance to look at it, the name of the bank is Redemption. He worked with Dr. Bernice King to flip a white-owned bank into the hands of Black ownership. And it's now the only Black-owned bank west of Houston. And when he was in the process of buying this bank a few years ago, I really wanted to work with him because I really wanted to work in this space. So I lined up like 5 to 6 finance reporters for him. And within like 2 weeks, he hired me. And then within 3 weeks, he got a front page article on the Wall Street Journal.
And the next thing he knows, Black-owned bank. That is actually a crazy stat for you to pull out, that you said it's the only one west of Houston.
Yeah. There's a Black-owned bank in LA, but it's not. It was bought out, I believe, by white ownership. Like there's like, it's like, sorry, that's a mistake. I'm mistaken. The bank is in LA, but the ownership is from DC. So technically, it's not Black-owned west of, because the people who own the bank are living
actually
in
on the
DC.
other side. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But still, but then it would still only be like, what, the second one? Or like, it still would be a ridiculously low number of Black ownership of banks within the United States. The thing is that I'm like, but I'm going to preempt comments like this because my audience is of a more left persuasion, to put it lightly. And so there will be, which you are as well, you're progressive. And, but between the Pete Buttigieg, which is probably, big street cred in the DNC comms industry, it's probably more of a hit against you here. We have people that are doubting you because you're not doing the high hopes dance by memory as soon as that was said.
No.
But why do you see this as Black ownership of banking within the United States as a positive? Shouldn't these be the types of institutions that we should be seeking to dismantle and not just kind of move into the hands of, non-white individuals? Isn't that sort of like vacuous id poll?
There's gonna be smarter people out here who could probably challenge a lot about what I'm going to say, but I do think there are some thought leaders, especially in the Black and brown space, that the systems that we have in place can be repairable. And I think the Dr. Bernice King, who is the daughter of the legendary MLK, believes that using capitalism in your favor is the best way to go, because on that dismantling the system, you can have a whole argument about like, what does dismantling a system look like? And I think their thought process is that to go in there and take over. And so, and I don't mean this like take over, because, you know, obviously I gotta be thoughtful about how I say these things, but like take over, like they had to work through a whole process to purchase this bank. They had to work with locals. The area that they bought the bank is in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is a growing, you know, revenue stream. It continues to grow. It continues to be a big city. Many, many more folks are moving there. You know, quality of life there is considered to be high. A lot of billionaires where this bank is at. Now this bank is in a place where instead of being a Black-owned bank in an underserved community where they're not going to get any insurance, they're not going to get any support by the government to be able to lend a whole lot of money. Now they're in an area where they'll be able to get the kind of insurance to lend. They'll have a higher revenue stream, and not only will they be able to support the locals because it is a local bank, they can showcase that Black ownership can lead to supporting underserved communities in all parts of the country. So there's an argument to be made, and I think it's valid, and I think your audience is attuned to this, that there are ways to break into the system and take it over. And then there are those who are like, you know what, let's blow this shit up. Bernie Sanders was pretty much, I worked for him in 2015. I would argue that he was more about blowing this shit up, and Pete was more about what I just described. So I think I tried to have just a case by case of like looking at things and saying, you know, maybe this needs to be dismantled completely and this needs to be looked at and maybe can be restructured. And I think Ashley Bell, who I work for, I think he's looking at it as restructure because now they own a $66 million bank, and he's going to be able to funnel money into all kinds of opportunities for people that look like him. So, yeah.
And I think on what you said about like, what are we talking about when we say dismantle? Funnily enough, I don't think that these two things are mutually exclusive, because there is a place for activists that are more interested in these sorts of long-term ideological projects that work at exclusively and explicitly work outside and against the system to agitate the status quo. And I think that tension is always going to be necessary against what always exists, which is people that work within the status quo, people that work within the systems, and like both the electoral and social and political systems that we have now. Yeah. And, you know, capitalism is like an epical world order. So even if everybody was working, even if you had like, I'll even grant like 30% of the country totally like, hell yeah, let's get rid of it and usher in the new era of socialism, that would still only be 30% of the United States population, not even accounting for what the rest of the globe is going along with. So that would still take a considerable amount of time to realize. And so I don't view these things as mutually exclusive. And like in the interim, am I going to hear about, you know, more Black ownership of bank and of capital within the existing system, which is going to be capitalist for quite some time, as a negative thing? I personally don't, because I don't see that as like a substantive response to leverage the existing economic order against more vulnerable populations under the pretense of abolishing it. In the same way, I probably would not. I'm not going to be. I'm one of these boogeymen that the right is constantly talking about. The Democrats want open borders. There are 0 Democrats elected in any office that are advocating for open borders. I'm a Democratic voter in most instances. I guess I consider myself an independent, but I vote with Democrats almost exclusively, and I'm totally on board with open borders. But I wouldn't be saying, well, that's why we need to, you know, who cares about mass deportations, or who cares about, you know, we should keep immigrants out because there should be no borders, or, you know, this is dumb. Right. Like, I would not support that in that instance, just in this sort of like, I guess, nihilistic way of saying that, like, well, it doesn't really matter because it's a fundamentally unjust thing to have a border in the first place. So I'm just not really going to care about the way that it's enforced, and maybe co-sign some things that could be favorable to me in the short term, or I find to be like insignificant. So I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, that's really smart. Yeah. I always hate being around you because I always know how humble I always have to feel around you. You're so fucking smart. So I love it.
Well, only one of us has a Wikipedia page, so I'm trying to, with every stream, I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm worthy of one.
I did my first journalism school through Community Groundwork, which is a 501c nonprofit in LA. And so we trained 9 students. in the basics in journalism, because we need young people to get involved and like go out there, and if they want to be in the newsroom or do what you're doing, tell stories, look to seek out the truth. And so I'm a lover of journalism. I've always been, but I told my big lesson to them is just to always ask. Don't ever be afraid to ask for something, because I think in politics, which is the space I work in, a lot of people who give up they give so much. They're in politics because they want to serve. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me when someone's like, I don't feel comfortable asking someone for something, and I'm like, you're asking something from someone so you can go and serve your community, so you can get a job, so you can help the person who doesn't have a voice, or maybe the family that's overwhelmed with duties and responsibilities. You have every right to ask. All you're asking for is to be in the room, to show up for other human beings. And everybody looked at me like 21-year-olds, like, this was the most profound, which of course I love the sound of my own voice, so I felt really inspiring. But like, to me, it's just ask. So like my whole entire career, I have just become more and more comfortable asking, because I'm all like, case in point is in 2017, I'm sitting down with the South Carolina Democratic chair, Jamie Harrison, who later on runs against Lindsey Graham for U.S. Senate, and then later on becomes the DNC chairman, as you well know, under the Biden administration. I used to think like he used to come out and talk to me when I was at the South Carolina office, and I was volunteering pro bono for all these South Carolina races, because at that time South Carolina didn't have any money. It was in the red. It was broke. So I was doing all these races. And I remember being like, oh my God, he's coming out and talking to me. Like, I'm so special. And I'm the one sleeping on the fucking cot, knocking on doors in Saluda County and Aiken County, giving myself up for this. And I'm like, at that time, I really thought, oh my God, he's coming out. He's talking to me. He's making me feel special. And I just saw him recently, and I was like, you should be thanking me. Like, I'm the one sleeping on a fucking cot, knocking on doors and believing in this. Like, and he's like, you're right. Like,
it's a uniquely American thing that we feel that we should be thanking our employers or the people that we're connected to and doing labor on behalf of for the opportunity to be able to work for them or speak to them or talk to them.
Yeah, no. And it's like, in politics, especially the gatekeeping, for all of you who are watching, the gatekeeping is like my biggest pet peeve. I know there's so many institutional things, but gatekeeping is such a big thing in politics. Like, people holding on to like email lists, or being protective about stupid shit, or being insecure. And I'm just like, what are you insecure about? Like, if you give me a phone number to a reporter, if the reporter likes you, they're going to talk to both of us. Like, why are you being weird about sharing phone numbers to like the...
it's this era of like, it's like resource guarding and exclusivity. And like, funnily enough, there is like a parallel to be drawn between what you're kind of seeing right now. I don't know how closely you follow this end of like online politics and comms, but this huge kind of what is being dubbed the MAGA civil war between all of these very, very large right-wing commentators, up to and including Candace Owens, Erika Kirk, obviously the widow of Charlie Kirk, like Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, the PBD podcast, like all of these people that previously seemed to kind of be generally pushing in a direction that was pro-Trump, pro-MAGA. They liked to collab. They didn't, to the extent that they punched right, it was in very specific ways. It was very cordial. And now there's, I guess, I don't know if it's uncertainty surrounding like the future of the party post-Trump, especially since he's starting to exhibit very, very clear signs of dementia and aging. And after all, he's not immortal. He is a very, very old president. That it's causing all of them to like panic. And now they went from being very, very cooperative to you're seeing infighting between them that you typically only see within the left. That's just watching them tear each other down because they don't like there's kind of this, I would say this more like neocon-esque, like old guard type commentators, and that like the Mark Levins of the world. And then you have the more like kind of weird populist, like I call them the Toll cells, or like these people liked Tulsi Gabbard. Some of them liked Bernie, but they were just kind of generally like,
love Tulsi.
I know, which was so surprising to me.
I think she's gonna run for president. She's my sleeper.
I can see that happening, like as a Republican for sure. I mean, she's done all of this for what other reason?
online world gets it, and I think I need to, as a comms person, do a better job of like listening in, because I think sometimes, not always, but like the online world is ahead. I think like people know that Tulsi is a viable, but like the establishment and sort of the, I don't want to say mainstream, but like the, like the ABCs and the NBCs, like a lot of those reporters, those editors and producers, like, oh no, Tulsi, no. But then like the smart reporters will be like, no, like Tulsi is, she is loved by Trump. She's respected by a lot of folks. She
And she's
survived.
already run.
Yeah,
I
and
think she
survived.
ran unsuccessfully and then made an aggressive pivot to where she thought she could be successful. It's like something that she's clearly always aspired to is higher office.
Yeah. And what's crazy, and I'm not a Tulsi expert, so please, I'm not going to pretend I know everything about Tulsi, but I do think like she was a DNC vice chair.
Yeah.
She ran for president as a Democrat, fell from grace, essentially, arguably, within the Democratic Party, rebounded, and then found her way. Now she's in a top tier position. And I'm thinking to myself, these are the type of folks that people really are drawn to, these sort of comeback stories, the odds, against the odds type stuff. And I'm like looking at the field in the Democratic Party, and I'm like, you run against her, she ain't gonna care what you say. She's responded
Yeah.
courageously, even if you disagree with literally everything she's saying. Like,
Yeah.
you can argue that like she had no fear, because a lot of folks in her position, when the Clintons shunned her, would have been like, you know what, I'm going to go in hiding. And she was like,
Or I'm going to
yeah.
double down on trying to like make it work within the party when she's always been an agitator. Like, one, she's from an area of the country that people don't have a lot of preconceptions about, which is Hawaii. So I think she has a lot of room to kind of define herself without ever having any sort of people to her left or right that she's going to be compared to, when, as opposed to when you're a senator from California or New York, they're going to be constantly comparing you to your predecessors, or, Kristen Sinema, the disgraced senator, like McCain used to have that seat. Now, blah, blah, like these sorts of comparisons, she doesn't have to worry about that. When she was on the debate stage in the primaries, she was punching left and right and trying to stand out and show I'm different from all of these people, and not in the type of way that every candidate seeks to differentiate themselves. Because there were I felt Bernie held way too many punches in 2020. She was not the type to do that. She wanted to be outspoken about her criticisms and show I'm not like those people. I'm not going to do a better version of what they're saying. I'm going to do something entirely different. Yeah. And then she makes a switch, and then it's like Fox News commentator. Now she is where she is. And the most I think the thing that like definitely lends credence to your theory that like she's going to try to run. And oh man, if she is the first female president, I mean, I've always thought that the first female president in this country is going to come from the right. But that aside, during it was like when Trump was greenlighting the Iran strikes that Israel was launching earlier this year, she maintained and testified that Iran didn't have there was no evidence that Iran was like was trying to acquire a nuke. And that intelligence that she stated before Congress was an issue for her, and she very like carefully navigated it. But I'm like, see, this is someone like, she has literally no incentive to state that. She has no incentive to write it down. The admin has proven time and time again they're comfortable with lying. They're comfortable with fabricating official documents. They've lied to court. She could have lied on this. Who's going to fact check her? Or Billy, who's going to like? No one can actually. There's no one above her. She is in charge. And I think that's because she has an eye on what the party is going to look like after Trump is gone. And there are some of these people that are like, trying to put feathers in their cap to show that like, even under immense scrutiny and pressure, like I simultaneously was faithful to the president, but I also did not lie, even though obviously she's told lots of lies. But these are things that like she could point to where it's like, that foreign policy blunder, that's not on me, like.
Good. She's astute. All I got to add to that is she's an astute political mind, and I think she picked up on what Trump was selling in some ways. In 2017, Trump's mastery is that he has shown all of us that consequences in politics are self-imposed. That most of the time, if you don't have these sort of unspoken rules, you can break most of them and you can survive in politics. You can essentially do almost anything nowadays, I feel like. I would even argue, with the Epstein stuff, that when it came to like human trafficking and things that we would have thought maybe at one point, like, oh my God, you would be completely destroyed. Now I'm just like, I don't even think that kind of stuff can like torpedo a person in power,
Right.
where it's just like, yeah, I'm just like, what can actually take a person down other than like accountability by the electorate?
There's a Watergate level scandal weekly.
Yeah,
The things that used to bring down entire presidencies, or like what was the name of that guy who went like and and it like ended his primary run? Howard Dean, right? I think it's Howard Dean.
Oh yeah, when he just that's God. Okay, yeah, I forgot about
these
that.
sorts of just like small moments that just instantly tanked credibility, or like McGovern chose the wrong running mate, and I was like crossing my fingers hoping like, okay, see, JD Vance has low favorability, like he was going on this awkward media tours at the donut shop. I was like, maybe we could see a repeat of that Trump was doing well, and then he tanked it because he brought on somebody who's just not good. The same thing happened with McCain. But it's like, no, when you have enough of a cult of personality or unyielding base, their enthusiasm can carry you all the way to the White House, for better or for worse. And, I would argue it's probably for worse. Like, I would rather have probably more of these standards imposed, because Donald Trump's behavior doesn't just allow for standards to be degraded for the right, but it also allows there to be a lack of accountability for every single leader, because they can always back up and point to, well, this doesn't rise to the level of corruption that we see from MAGA, where they kind of try to redirect everybody's attention to the right, and it makes it difficult for Democrats, liberals, progressives, people further left to actually demand accountability from their own leaders. Because if you're constantly going to be able to appeal to the relative standards of the GOP, yes, you pass the flying colors because you are not the GOP. If we're appealing to what you ran on and what we actually want as constituents, the report card's probably not going to be as favorable.
Right. It's so like, I work with so many, I was just thinking while you were saying that, I work with so many smart people who really understand like politics. Like, I'm not going to be the perfect guest if you're like, tell me what so-and-so, like, you're so smart. And there's so many smart people that I work with who will know so much of the nuance. And I remember when I was debating with Destiny a couple years ago, that time, and I was like, dang, Destiny obviously is a certain type, and his brain moves so quickly and so fast. And like the folks who were with us, all very, very smart. The emotional component of politics is what I've always been drawn to, right? Like, I know the historical facts are all that stuff that feeds that is important. The knowledge that we accumulate to get that to arrive to our emotional conclusions. But for me, I'm such an instinctive writer. I'm such an emotional, sort of storyteller for my comms people and, the people I work for in comms. And I find like a lot of the people I work with, especially like the consulting class, they get so heady about like strategy, right? They get so like, they're like, so-and-so, did this, or so-and-so does that. And then I'm like, okay, that's really great information. But like, what are human beings feeling right now? Like, what is the emotional, like, if I'm working in New York 21 right now, which is the northern part of New York. And, constantly I'm surrounded by really smart folks, and they're consistently talking about really great stuff. But I'm always like, I hope that what I bring to the group is like the emotional lens. Like, what is the neighbor saying? Like, is the neighbor bought into, this independent voter, the so-called independent voter, the person who voted for Obama 2 times and voted for Trump twice? And like, what are they thinking? What are they feeling? And, and then you see the contradictory stuff that's in that human being. They're like, I really hate tariffs, and tariffs are really bad, but I really like Trump. And you're like, huh?
But yeah, the voter's mind at this point, especially undecided, it's a black box. Because you are never going to be able to, with even a good degree of certainty, know what issue is going to be the thing, or like what combination of, issues or a platform is going to be the thing that actually motivates them, not just to check yes on a poll that they like or approve of something that you say that you might commit to, but actually go to the polls and vote for you or support you or be willing to, wear your merchandise and actually give money to your campaign. And I think increasingly, like, do you know who Mark Nellis is?
Yeah, I know who Mark Nellis is.
Yeah, he was a former like Kamala advisor. I don't believe he was an advisor in like a significant role all the way. No. then
No, I was thinking of someone else, another Nellis, but I'm looking him up to make sure. Keep going, though. I'm listening.
So he had a conversation with David Pakman that was titled "Former Kamala Advisor Explains What Happened." And there came a point, because he also has his own comms firm, where he was saying a really big issue he's identified among aspiring Democratic candidates is something that you're speaking to, where I think it's a little bit of this like guy who has an idea and he's like, for a product or a service, and they're kind of thinking about the things that are less important about like, how are we gonna, market this nationwide before it's like, wait, have you even secured like any funding? Kind of like let's look at the primary steps before we kind of start like, shining the banisters on what could potentially be the Titanic if you don't work out these initial kinks. And he was saying what he's noticing is this sort of paralysis among Democratic candidates where they want to run and they want to, but like they almost don't believe anything, or they come off that way because it's unclear to him why exactly they want to run, because he's kind of like, well, what do you stand for? And they haven't such a difficulty articulating exactly what they want. He was pointing to, success stories of candidates. Like, I think he does mention Mamdani as examples of people that can very quickly and are eager to tell you what they believe, what they oppose, what they want to do, and why you should put your trust in them. Right. And then he contrasted that against Colin Allred, who recently dropped out and just stumbled in interviews to, I think it's in an attempt to not alienate anybody, but in doing so, he just sounds so unwilling to take a position. It comes off as pandering and authentic. And it's like, well, why are you even running? Because it sounds like, it's so vague what you're saying. And not vague in the sense that Obama is vague when he runs on like hope and change, but it's in a way that seems aspirational and there's momentum behind it. And he wants to be a transformation president. There's these types that they come off as uninspiring and boring, not only because they don't articulate anything, but you can't even project anything exciting onto it.
Yeah, and it's like, the thing that drives me nuts about folks now is like, some of these candidates who run, they are so worried about like the online reaction. And you're like, dude, bro, like the online reaction is going to fade like in a day. It has to be something like crazy for it to go on for weeks, right?
You need to, with today's media landscape, you'd need to kill somebody for it to be in the news for like repeatedly.
I've already forgotten about the Rob Reiner shit. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I think it's terrible. It's a tragedy. But I've already been inundated with like 50 other things since Rob. And I'm like, if it was back when I was growing up and the news was like a Matthew Perry death or a Rob Reiner death in the 90s or 80s, you would see it recycled day in and day out for days, weeks, potentially months. And that would be the thing you and your neighbors and your friends would talk about. But now, like, just the way I work and the way I move through the world, you're like, bro, like, why is Colin is a good guy, by the way. I've met Colin. He is a fabulous human being and like a sweetie pie. Like, what are you doing trying to be the modern day politician? Like, or trying to be a politician from 30 years ago where you're buttoned up? Like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah,
just be yourself. And if you can't be yourself, if you're overthinking everything you're saying, like, I don't want to work with you. Like, I just don't have the energy. Like, the 3 candidates I'm working for right now for 2026, they're all just being themselves. I'm working for Callie Barr in Michigan 1, and she's just a shit talker. She's wonderful. She ran in 2024. She lost. It's a heavy Republican district. I think it's like an R15, R20. The guy there, his name's Congressman Bergman or whatever. He lives in Louisiana. He doesn't even hang out in his own district. He's been a congressman for 5 or 6 or 7 or I don't even know how many terms. And she just says what goes on in her mind. She's like straightforward. She's just herself. And I'm like, oh my God, her and I working together, it's like breezy. Same as a couple other candidates I work with too. They're just trying to be themselves. So the big struggle sometimes is that, are they, sometimes in the internal conversations, like, are you being too much of yourself? But then I'm like, what is too much of yourself? Like, what is too much?
Ron DeSantis.
Yes, he's too much of himself. That guy's.
Well, because he like fired after too many like PR mishaps, which got clearly scapegoated onto the comms thing. The next one came in and he did this kind of like, we're going to let the candidate be the candidate. And I'm like, when you have this track record, that is not a candidate who you can just let be the candidate and think that's going to work out well. When you have the type that like what you're talking about, which is that They're highly motivated to win just the race that they're in. They're passionate about like local or statewide politics, and they're not yet thinking about, I want to be the president, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to be a congressional representative, then senator, then this, and then I take the White House. They come off as more passionate, but like, Ron DeSantis can't do that because he's just constantly angling for like what's going to situate me to propel me upwards, and his attention is always focused on something else.
And then you argue like someone like Colin potentially, had greater aspirations and might have been, like, to your point, thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead. And I'm just like, yourself. And Colin, has ran in the past, and he was a congressman. And he comes from that sort of Obama world. And the Obama world, many of us, we learned. I was an Obama guy in 08 and 12. Mad respect for a lot of those people. I grew up, essentially. I grew up under Obama. Like, I was 23, 24. I became like who I am today because of that campaign, and I'm so grateful for it in so many ways of my own growth. And Obama ran the first time. My mom had just passed away, and it kind of like gave me like a sense of purpose. And having a generational leader, even of the Trump people who supported Trump, they probably see him the same ways a lot of the Obama supporters saw Obama, which was like, you just get inspired by someone and you're like, I like the way they talk. I like the way they move through the world. I was a big West Wing guy. So I'm like, oh my God, Obama.
Of course you were.
It's like, yeah, Obama's the Josiah Bartlett of our time, In the Obama world, a lot of these folks who are now in office or running for office, or, they're in my age group now, they're 40, 45, 50. They have a way of seeing the world, and it's a little bit removed from what maybe potentially is expected from these candidates, especially in the online space. In the younger space, younger meaning, like, I still think like young is like 35, 30, 25.
Anyone under 45, I mean, anybody like young.
Thank you for including me on that, as I'm 44. But there is this sort of these various, like, the segments of groups. You got the Obama sort of core folks. Many of them are in office now. A lot of folks that I've worked with now are either running for office or have held office, or a combination of both. They see the world through the lens of Obama, like Cricket Media and all them, and how they talk about the world. And I'm just like, I don't know if you're a representation of like a whole lot besides this small segment that often feels insulated and
they're talking to one another.
Yeah,
that's it. Like the audience is like, yeah, the same person that's consuming Ezra Klein is then turning around and watching the Pod Save Boys, and they turn around and watch some people on the Bulwark. But it's like, are we reaching new people? Is this kind of like, it's the same group of people going from one to the next, to the next, to the next, and getting a slightly different perspective on it. And within, their little ecosystem, I'm sure it feels like, oh, this disagreement that, he and I had over this issue just felt like huge, but it's still marginal in the grand scheme of things, as far as like where the Overton window actually is and where people want it to be. And, like you're saying, it's definitely, it seems almost like strange that like there are still people being paid for their opinions. Like, why is the New York Times paying anybody for an opinion? There's like no shortage of people that are just starting up a Substack or, like just putting their voice out there. The idea that like Ross Douthat is like on the payroll, or like Barry Weiss was on the payroll for the New York Times to like, because we need someone to give their opinions. It's like there's there's so much supply now and not enough demand for that anymore.
I agree, and I think that's another astute point. And my thought to that is, I don't listen to the Favreaus or the Kleins at all for their opinions. I would listen to them. I listen to them more if they come up with a fun fact that I wouldn't know about, like history telling. Like when John's talking about how he wrote Obama with his convention speech in 2004, where he had one or two, like met him for the first time, or what it was like to work on a speech at the White House after a shooting, or the details of like real life examples that they endured. Like that stuff is important because that goes to a lot of what we talk about as we pull from history and we analyze it. What I don't find interesting, my defining moment with I Dan Pfeiffer, he goes in his book, and I read half of his book. It was many years ago. In the opening, he goes, took a huge risk. Just got out of college, and he's middle class family. They have money. He goes, I packed up my stuff and I drove to work. I think it was for Al Gore. I'm thinking it's for Al Gore, if I'm not confused. He's like, I made a huge chance. I drove up to Al Gore's office and no one knew me, and I volunteered, and for months I volunteered without being paid. Okay, on the surface, that's a cute story. I'm thinking to myself, not a lot of folks who want to do service can just get in a car, drive up for 3 months, work for free. Volunteering your time without taking in money is a hardship for a lot of folks if you're not coming from some type of like safety net background. Maybe you have family support. And sometimes, like, obviously people have put money away and they go, I'm going to go volunteer for this thing. I'm going to work and then I'll put money.
Yeah, but the logistics alone, it is already a remarkable thing, as mundane as it sounds, to open a book and hear somebody that could it just seems like, oh, I just decided to just up and move, which is, really expensive. And I didn't have a job lined up. I just kind of went to go see if that would work out. Like, people don't do this, and understandably so, because like they not only do they not have the resources to enable them to sort of take that approach to finding a career path that interests them, but do they even want it? Even if they did, it's like, no, that's a highly, highly volatile situation to put myself in. Should I just jump in a car and head to DC and see if I do work for free long enough, somebody's gonna pull me out of that volunteer crew and give me a full-time job? Or should I take that money and put it towards my master's degree, which I know is going to, lead to a career path that I can be successful at? Like, most people are understandably choosing the more, secure path over what he's talking about. But yeah, it just, or like the same way that when you, obviously January 6th, I'm just speaking to the fact that it's zoom out a little bit. It's the middle of the week, and it's it's a Wednesday at 11 a.m. Okay, on a Wednesday at 11 a.m., most Americans that are that age are at work. Or if they're not at work, they're at home with their kids. Or they're taking care of a family member. But that's what most people are doing. But these people, they seem to have some sort of lifestyle that enables them to just kind of up and head to the Capitol, and that's what they're doing for that day. And I guess I don't picture these people as calling in sick. I'm no, I assume you own a business or something that allows you to do this. Or there's obviously it's going to attract some antisocial people, but it was a lot of upper middle class people that were at January 6th because they have that. Because how else could you be there at that time?
Right. And I think, and to pivot back to my point, Dan Pfeiffer can speak to an audience. His audience is most likely the folks who can pack up and go volunteer on the other side of the world, and they find his story to be compelling. So it's no me throwing shade on Dan for having that story. It's not like I'm blaming him for being born in this middle class space where it gave him an opportunity to do that. But to me, I've always been more interested in the person who wants to volunteer, who wants to give back, but they're born into a situation where they're taking care of two parents, or they're taking care of a brother or sister, or they're balancing. I have this student who, her father passed away the last couple of years. She's 19. She's involved in her student government. She's working. She's a full-time student at a 2-year college, and she's taking care of her mom, who literally essentially had an emotional break because, her husband just suddenly passed, and it gave her a lot of, it's obvious to the audience what that would look like. And so I find that story of that young woman and how she's emerging to not only support her mom and then potentially, take on some caretaking duties, but also going to full-time school, doing the student government stuff, and balancing all that, and where she get, her emotional sort of space. That to me is a more compelling, interesting story, because I think that's more common than the Dan Pfeiffer story.
Right.
The same way as when you're thinking about all those folks who just, those January folks, you're okay, guys, you're not the class challenges or I just don't think those things are necessarily working against you. I just feel you're just bored. You watch too much content. And
it's a suburban anxiety. The reason why you're into this is because you have too much time on your hands and money that enables you to just sit online, doom scroll, and obsess about this content and become immersed in like a completely different world that like that has led you to this. It's not a factor of your material circumstances in the sense that like, oh, like poverty has radicalized you. It's like, no, you're the like life's comforts and what your money has granted you has been used to to make you like a useful idiot for somebody else's agenda. You know, that's what you're dedicating your life to.
How do you address that, like, as a society, you know, where you're like, people are consuming or they get bored and restless? It's very fascinating to me, my own struggles with technology, about how you go, God, there's all this information, there's all this content out there. It feels overwhelming, and then I feel like we do instinctively as humans, we just narrow it, because I'm just like, how can you be bored? Like, ever be bored? Like, how can a human being be bored? Like, I don't understand that. Like, personally, like, yeah, sometimes I'm restless, but I very rarely go, oh, I'm so bored.
Or like, there's nothing to do. There's always something to do.
And there's always, and then so I get it, and then I see people, I'm so restless, I don't know what to do, and I'm like, from content watching to walking outside to hanging out with people, whatever. And I mean, it's different for everyone, but I guess my point is, like, these folks who are just like, and you see this in liberal politics too. It's like, sometimes I'm just like, are you just like, I don't know if I should say this because I work in politics. Are you just like bored because you're not like getting any loving at home, or you're not getting laid? And so you go into some committee meeting and you're like, I'm just going to be progressive today because I'm frustrated because I didn't get laid.
Yeah. No, it's so funny that you say that, because
one-sided. It's not one gender, because it's like, all the people from all backgrounds, I can see, like, I'm just like,
it's a hobby.
I'll go to political events and I'm like, people are getting like plastered, and I'm like, that's fine, you should have a great time, like, if you're single with friends, of course. But then it's like the next day they're like, oh, I'm so tired, and I'm like, then don't get plastered. Your job is to serve democracy. Like, don't, like, no one, why like, or God, this is so hard, or blah blah blah. And I'm just like, it's just, if that makes any sense. That was a little bit of a ramble, but
no, that, like, it's you've independently arrived at something I heard Sam Cedar say in response to Ezra Klein, which is that he put out this opinion that, you know, probably got him a lot of clicks for his Substack and for his podcast episode with Ta-Nehisi Coates, and he had like penned this article like talking about like Charlie Kirk doing politics the right way, even though he didn't seem to know much about Charlie Kirk, because notably not a word of that opinion was actually dedicated to the things that Charlie Kirk actually said. It was sort of just this very, very low resolution view of like, should a man be killed for expressing opinions? Well, no. But like, you know, Ta-Nehisi Coates wanted to ask those secondary and tertiary questions, and was like, you cannot speak honestly and frankly about this if we're not asking, okay, but who was this man? And was he just a random person? And like, what did he do? Well, what did he talk about? And that was his rebuttal. And when they go to hash it out, it led to Ezra Klein saying that, like, you know, Dems need to win. And he didn't say at all costs, but be more aggressive about wanting to win. They need to be more intentional. And that might even mean, you know, deciding to run pro-life candidates.
He's so fucking annoying to me. Sorry.
No, go off. I want to hear you on this.
It's so, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just like, you're making me mad just thinking about him, because it's like, it's this sort of, it's not him personally. Like, I think I've talked to Ezra a couple times. Like, he's never been rude or mean to me, so I want to, you know, preface that. But like, this elite shit, like, Democrats have to win at all costs, so we're trying to find a middle ground. Like, Charlie Kirk said some terrible, terrible shit. Hard stop.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's like, no context that's going to mitigate that. It's the context is him saying it for longer, or like expanding upon said controversial point, but it doesn't really negate the spirit of what he was saying. He just said a lot of hateful things, and that's something that, like, you can believe that and also still recognize he shouldn't have been killed. Right. And it's not contradictory at all. You don't have to whitewash it. You can just say he was bad. I don't
kill anybody who says terrible shit. Like, it's not in my DNA. Like, I don't know why people need to pat themselves on the back to say, I hate murder. Like, this is going back to our earlier point where it's like, like, what is the standards that we're living in now? Like, fuck, of course I don't want fucking some 32-year-old kid to kill a director. They're actually the son who's, being alleged of killing his own father. Like, I don't want that as much as I don't want to see. I was in the fucking gym just getting done working out and feeling really good. And then all of a sudden one of the trainers comes up to me and goes, "Here's Charlie Cook." And I saw, in not real time, but I saw the video of Kirk, and saw it. And I'm like, I don't want what? This is terrible. This is outrageous. And I am by no means paid any fucking attention to Charlie Cook while he was live. Like, other than like what I would get feed on my algorithm.
Lucky you. You didn't miss anything. Like his wife is going around, you would think to like honor his memory, but like again, what is absent consistently from what in all of these interviews, whether it be with Glenn Beck or whether it be on Fox News, she never actually talks about what he believed as far as the political opinions. There's this sort of myth making surrounding he cared about people and he loved Jesus Christ and he was always motivated by this, but they never actually discuss like, no, what things did he believe? What did he advocate for? What did he care about? It doesn't even matter because he's just really like this. He could have been swapped out for anybody else. He's just this martyr for MAGA in the moment, and he's whatever they need him to be.
I think that's the key. The challenge that we have, it's like working for Obama in sort of the days where you like for 8 years you had this celebrity within our party. It was Obama every day, all day. He was the Democratic Party, for good or for bad. Everything ran through him, right? Like you can argue the DNC and offshoots that came from his team and whether they were helpful or not to long-term Democratic gains, which they obviously were not. But he was like the movie star. Like he was the Cary Grant. He was, he's the guy that we all looked up to and wanted to watch and listen to. Now it's just like we go through these characters. You have your recycled human beings, but like, that folks look into, like the Owens and obviously the Kirks or whoever. But I'm just like, we shall pass. This is going to move on, and another person is going to emerge. Another creator is going to emerge and get a lot of followings and then kind of like, go up and down. And going to your other point about the opinion stuff, I think it's just so important now. And what we were trying to do in our journalism school is like, opinions are good. Like, this is fun. Like, we should be talking, hanging out, and just having a good time. But like, at the end of the day, like, I want people out there, if we're going to have conversations, like if I say something, you're like, fuck, dude, like you got this wrong. Like, I want you to call me out for it, and vice versa. Like, we should be holding each other accountable and being like truth tellers and providing information to people, giving them an opportunity to come up with like, getting real information and coming up. And that just takes a lot of responsibility because it's easy for people to sound really cool and have hook lines and clickbait lines. And then you click it and you're like, cool, they got a bunch of viewerships and then now they can get advertisement and sponsorships and stuff. But they said nothing. And I'm not even saying we're saying anything. I don't know what your followers
No, we
are saying.
definitely, this is the most important conversation that's currently happening live on Twitch as far as I'm concerned. But,
That's great.
unlike Ezra Klein, it's not getting hundreds of thousands of clicks or any of
New
that.
York
And
Times,
it's
New
just
York Times folks, yeah.
it's just crazy to me because it's like Ta-Nehisi Coates is like pushing back on this, like, but that's an issue that, is actually good for Democrats. That's not something that they should be looking to drop. That should actually be something they center and bring to voters' attentions more. And it just seemed like when he was trying to drill down on like, wait, why do you support this strategy? Like, you don't really have the empirical case for it. If you're broadly saying Democrats should, be willing to embrace unorthodox strategies to win, that's an agreeable premise, right? But then if you're taking it down to they should be pro-life in certain areas and you're not outlining exactly why, like he kept, it was like the Mon Valley, like he was pressed on that and then he would retreat to, I'm just saying they need to be willing to make concessions, if they want to win elections. But like everybody agrees with that. But like what concessions do you want? And Ta-Nehisi Coates was saying that like, there's political realities that politicians have to contend with. Like, I'm not surprised at like what FDR had to do to get certain social services and Social Security off the ground was exclude Black people. But am I ever going to say to Black Americans, be quiet about that or take what you can get, or like, can't you understand the position? He's like, no, that's not the role I assume in this country. I'm there to criticize that and call it out and fight for something better. Because I'm like, I'm not going to, like, they have their obligations and duties, and that makes sense for them, and I have mine. And it's, you know, you do need that tension. And I see increasingly the Dems that, like, the Ezra Klein types, I call them the abundocrats because they really like this abundance agenda shit.
Yeah.
You know, they are increasingly, to me, they see their role not as being the most honest or being critical or thoughtful about their commentary. It's like, I think first and foremost, it's like, what's the best thing for the Dems right now? And then I'm going to orient my conversation, my analysis around that before they're even asking, like, wait, is what I'm saying true? Is it helping people? You know, like, if you just care about winning, then join MAGA.
That's the
If you just want to win at all costs and you have no principles, or like, okay, you got somebody with a D next to their name, but if they vote like Henry Cuellar, then, like, is that really a win? Because he votes like a Republican. So
that's the thing. This is why I'm such an emotional person about who I get behind in politics and how they just make me feel more than policy. And so, like, if your crowd is like, damn, he worked for Bernie and Pete. I think when I worked for Bernie, I, at that moment, felt like Hillary Clinton needed to have competition. Like, I thought, dear God, Democrats, you have literally now just said, hey, we're going to all move out of the way and not challenge, have a competitive Democratic primary to have a conversation about real issues. Lovely. This is great. We are so smart. I mean, I think, to me, again, I love President Obama, but I think that was one of the, strategically was not one of the best moves to just say, hey, everybody get out of the way. My Secretary of State is going to run, and then we got O'Malley, and O'Malley's a cool guy, if you hang out with him, but he couldn't translate what he did as governor.
Martin O'Malley is like, that's like a politician for a bygone era. Like you're saying, like the same way Colin Allred might have been successful like 20, 30 years ago, but like in 2016, no, Martin O'Malley was not going to be that guy.
He's mad genius, mad smart guy, a nice guy. And, if he was hanging out with you, you'd probably like him. But like when Bernie ran, I was like, okay, I'm going to go work on this campaign because Clinton needed to be challenged. And all my friends went to go work for Hillary, the secretary. Like they were all there. So it was like I was in New Hampshire working for Bernie, and I was like on the outside of people I had worked with in 2008 and 2012. It was kind of made me sad because I was like, these are people I love. And, they were like, why are you working for Bernie? Like blah, 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 blah. And like, or they would pretend that they were happy that I was working for Bernie because they were trying to show party unity, and those were the good ones when they try to do that. But like for me, I'm such an emotional person. Like after I worked for Bernie, I was like, I'll never work for Bernie again. Like I didn't feel that same way in 2019. And then when Pete spoke, he made me feel better about things because he was intelligent, and the way he would lock in on language made me feel nostalgic for President Obama, but also in the era of Trump, one would argue that facts obviously never matter. They still don't matter. But in that time period, it was kind of new. I feel like now we're just all used to it. But I'm such an emotional person. I don't really, to your point, I think why I'm really good at my job isn't because I'm always going to know all the details about all the little nuance, or historical stuff. It's just like I go with my gut, and I think my clients really like it that I speak from gut. And I just grew up that way. Like my whole entire life has been about, if I feel right about something, how do I communicate that? And I do that for my clients. And so the human beings I'm working this cycle, it's actually, I feel like some of the best people I've ever worked with, because I'm working for a dairy farmer in New York 21, and him and his wife are like just the nicest people, and they just really care about other human beings. He's not flashy, he's not sexy, but he's really good talking to people and really good at caring, and he fumbles like the rest of us, and he every morning is up at 3 a.m. doing his farm, and then he's campaigning, and he's being a husband, and he's being a father, and he's being a son, and you're like, cool, he's the perfect person to run. Or Callie Barr, or my candidate for running for U.S. Senate in Arkansas. Like they're just all good humans, and they're trying to just serve. And so I don't want to work for people who are not in this to serve, if they're not showing up every morning trying to think of how they can improve someone's life. But you can call bullshit when they're being just candidate campaign oriented versus like, oh my God, I know this human being will actually fucking run into a fire
and help me if they see it. And like, those are the people I want to run for office.
This was something that, like I said, in response to, this is probably like a more controversial take for my community, I suppose. I'm reacting to the final Democratic or debates between, the final mayoral debates between Curtis Sliwa, Mamdani, and Andrew Cuomo. And Mamdani, when asked, he said that candidates, the ranking that should be for him, and then for Curtis Sliwa, and then not rank or put Cuomo last. And people were shocked. He's like, why are you saying that, like, you know, you should vote for a Republican potentially, or like prioritize that above Cuomo? And it's like, I mean, do you guys see John Fetterman? Like, there's a reason, like, if the candidate's insincere, then it's of little comfort that on their website somewhere, it says they have a nominally better platform. If they're scandal-laden, they're prone to lying, and they don't take accountability. Like, on paper, they might be, like, I agree with Cuomo's stated agenda more than Curtis Sliwa's. But Curtis Sliwa seemed like he actually likes his city. Curtis Sliwa actually earned the nomination of his party. And he was not backed by a bunch of billionaires from out of state. Andrew Cuomo didn't get the sense, I didn't get the sense that he had to move back to New York City so he could participate. He was like he put his daughter's residence as his so he can qualify. He's being astroturfed left and right by like the Bloombergs, and he's getting donations from like Netflix. He had like 10 different billionaires like donated to his campaign. It's not clear like why exactly he wants to run. He resigned in disgrace and then doubled down on like he resigned, but he didn't do anything wrong. So, you know, like I have like between seeing the Fetterman and the cinema types, it's like, you know, it's not a good idea to throw your weight behind a candidate just because they have a D next to their name if they have proven themselves to be a liar. Because that actually does harm, even to, if you care about the party, that does harm to the party, and they're not actually going to deliver on what they say they're going to. So you're wish casting at that point. You have a better chance of getting Curtis Sliwa to listen to you than you do Andrew Cuomo, unless you have a big check to hand to him, it seems. You know?
Yeah, I don't. That's the part about like when you're talking to strategists and you go, when you're thinking about like Andrew Cuomo and like the fact that he got X amount of votes, like he should have arguably, based on his moral compass, not received that number of votes.
Yeah,
and
no.
That institutional support that he received, I think it's just so simple why, and I think it's just people know who he is and are just comfortable with him. It's like going back to an ex and being like, yeah, it's really hard to be out in the market and find something, you know, better because I'm going to probably have to be vulnerable and maybe even like be let down at times by,
it's the devil
dating.
You do know.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Like, I equate everything to like family and relationships. Like I do that a lot when I'm talking about politics. I'm just like, you know, Cuomo's the abusive, you know, boyfriend, you know, partner that you go back to because you saw some redeeming qualities, and then you're like, oh, I'm really comfortable because I know what to expect, and then going to, you know, devil in the details kind of thing. And, you know, the mayor-elect is like, who is this guy? He's charismatic. Is he who he says he is? Oh, this is scary. Oh my God. You know, and you're just like, all right, this is just how humanity works. This is how people are. And, you know, you just got to find the people to get behind the person who's the better person, who's the more ethical person, who's the more honest person, who's, you know, and he's a generational leader. So anybody who's just fucking being like, we need more Zorons, like, stop, because there isn't the same as there's no other Trump, no other Obama, no other even Hillary Clinton. There is no other Zoran. Like, he is one of a kind. This is like, you know, MSNBC and those programs at times get things right, where they talked about, you know, the Jersey race and the Virginia race, like the women who won there, the amazing women, they won because they reflected the moment and they spoke to
their constituents' needs.
And then people resonated. So I think we did this with Bernie a lot. It's like, we need more, you know, we need this type. It's like, just be yourself. You don't need to be like fucking Bernie Sanders or President Obama or Secretary Clinton.
If you are going to be the next Mamdani, that will emerge organically and not as a function of you intentionally trying to cultivate that sort of attitude. Then the more that you try to do that, the further away you get from those comparisons, because those politicians succeeded because not only did they have world-class charisma and other factors beyond their control, but also because they were trying to define themselves, and they were focused on their own lane, and they were not trying, like Obama, if this was what he did, it was never clear that Obama was trying to be Al Gore. Obama was trying to be like somebody else, or MLK or something like that.
When he was running for president, he spoke the same way as when he was doing speeches at rallies when he was a kid, like younger, as a college kid. Like Obama has always just been his own personality. And, for me in this space, I think only like maybe the last 5 years have I gotten super comfortable being in my own skin, because I think people for so long would say, you got to be a certain way. Your hair has to be a certain way. You have to communicate a certain way. Your humor sometimes is awkward and off-putting. And then as I've gotten older, I'm like, well, that off-putting humor that you all told me about is working just fine for me, because people love it. And some people might not. And sometimes I might frustrate people. Sometimes I might say the wrong thing. But like everybody knows, hopefully when I'm hanging out, that I am being as authentic. I hate that fucking word. I am just being Mike Ceraso. And I think, but I was taught early on I needed to be a certain way, and like this sort of intellectual bravado shit that young white men are taught. Like you need to, mediocrity is a real thing. Like you can move up being mediocre. Consultants my age, someone today was like, I was like, oh, you're a consultant. I was like, I'm not a fucking consultant. I'm literally, when you hire me for 30, 35 hours, I'm literally on the phone. I'm calling people. I'm doing my newsroom calls for the listeners, like newsroom calls. If you have an event, you call the newsrooms, which is boring because you got to make sure the event is on the calendar for that local station. I do all that stuff. Like, I'm not just sitting around being like, this is what you should do, young man or young woman or whatever. I'm like doing the actual work because I actually really enjoy it, because I think there's a lot to sponge up in information, and there's wonderfully intelligent people out there that you can come across. But a lot of the consultants will be like, oh, I'm just the ideas person. I'm getting paid to be
I delegate.
Ideas. And I'm just like...
Yeah, they're going to be over there with the tablet in their hand, and they have all the data, and they're the ones like telling everybody else what to do or whatever.
But then they don't see how, when you try to execute that in real time, like the challenges, like the personalities, or all the various things. And not like universal. Obviously, there's some really...
this happens in other industries as well. Like, a lot of my family works in public education. They're teachers, they're admin, and trend that's popping up is there are people like there are a lot of up and coming administrators that every single administrator in a lot of school districts, and this was especially the case in Texas, before you can be a head of school or a principal, or even sometimes a vice principal, you have to have a certain number of years in the classroom before they allow you to occupy those positions. But there are, like the way that somebody came into being a principal was like, they were a teacher for 10 years, they saved up for a master's, then they wanted to move up, and they became an admin at some point. Now it's like people go out of college and then it's straight to the master's program, and they get in and out with the 2 years so they can be a head of school immediately. And they really, really struggle because they had such a limited experience within the classroom and trying to understand, like they were so caught up in trying to be like, I want to be the one tabulating and telling and delegating and with my ideas or whatever, that they're met with the reality of like, oh, all of the concepts and stuff like that, it is not as simple as just executing them, because they didn't even think of all of these logistical hurdles because they don't have that experience informing their guidance any longer.
And I think in politics, and we've worked together doing some stuff with Progressive Victory and such, you can tell the person who's the consultant who might have had one or two campaigns that they worked on, and then they end up being like a general consultant, and they're probably sometimes really smart, really book smart, really understand, the historical lay of the land, but there's an emotional disconnect often that I see if you don't have embedded experience in communities that you're trying to serve. For me, when I worked with you all at when I worked at PV, I had to learn very quickly. There's things I understood, like the earned media side, but you all guided me on understanding the creator space. Like I had to shut up and just listen and figure it out. And like for 6 months, I felt like, this space was so foreign to me and I didn't understand it. And I asked it I hope I did, asked a lot of questions. And still to this day, I don't, and I think that's what I take the most pride on, even working in like the creator gaming space or working in rural areas or working with brown and Asian and Pacific Islanders. Like now I'm getting clients in the Latino and Asian and Pacific Islander space and they trust me. And it's like the biggest honor to be trusted because like it's not like these folks are like, oh my God, I'm opening the door for everyone to work with us. But I'm all like, okay, I got to listen. They trust me because I got to listen. I got to listen because I don't know. I don't know what all rural voters want. I don't know how a Korean in Newark is going to see the world differently than a Korean in Orange County, or a black minister sees the world in Miami differently than a black minister in Kentucky. And so there's no way I can universalize any of this knowledge. People in Kentucky are going to, Kentucky is one of the poorest states in the country, like they're going to see the world completely differently than a hotbed, fun city like Miami,
And I'm
It's
sure,
like,
and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I have to assume that like, and you don't have to name names, obviously, but like the worst consultants that you have worked with have been the people that are paid and assisting campaigns and saying, I know how to fix this. I have a strategy for that, but they don't have any actual experience, like particular experience. They have universal experience that's been broadly, when you look at their averages, they can point to like, I've had X number of successful campaigns and I've worked with this person and I've been trusted with this and that. And that's carried them forward.
They're looked at fixers, and then like candidates who are struggling see that and they just say the right thing and the candidate is charmed by that person. And that's, that happens a lot across all industries, but it's something to check. But like, don't get excited about, if someone's like, I was talking to a client that I picked up. I was like, you're hiring me to get you on national TV, but I'm not going to promise you that I'm going to get you on national TV in 2 or 3 weeks. Like national TV is getting harder and harder. The slots are thinner, right? There's not as many programming slots as there used to be. I know the producers, I've a decade of experience, but I'm not, if you hire me, I'm going to work really hard and you're going to have to trust that I'm going to work hard. And a lot of it is just follow up. A lot of it is like, excuse my French, but it's like wherever I'm at during the day, if like I think of a producer, it's about following up, just following up, because a producer is doing 100,000 things. They might have got a pitch that they really liked from you, but then breaking news happens and they forgot about that pitch. And you're like, okay, I got to follow up.
And maybe if you can't get, and this is not always the case, but maybe if you can't get on national TV, maybe you don't need to be on national TV. Are you actually newsworthy? Because first and foremost, like, even if you can get the slot, did anybody want to watch you? Did anybody care about what you had to say? Because maybe your issue or your race or whatever it is that you wanted to bring forward is not actually organically newsworthy. It's not generated enough interest for there to be a time slot for it. And that's not actually the worst thing, that, the market is kind of gatekeeping you out of it. And like, once you have, news will respond to it. So if you need to be national news, you will become national news.
Yeah, no. And like, that is correct. And my job is like, if I have a good human being that I want to amplify, my job is to make sure the producers know they exist. So when that news peg comes, that they're like, oh, I know this really good human being that people should hear from because they're going to frame it in a way that our audience loves. That's when I do my job. But that takes time. And gatekeeping, this goes back to gatekeeping and consultants and like consulting class. I think, if the Democratic Party is serious about the consultants and how they spend donor money, like really evaluate how many consultants you have on a campaign, regardless of how much money you have. Like really evaluate, like, who's actually doing work versus talking, and really just be like, you don't need pay a bunch of people just to hang out.
Yeah, like do you need to pay like a third, like Harvard grad consultant, or should you probably just put that money towards a door knocking operation for like 2 weekends? You'd probably get more of a return there. Or hosting local events and going out and speaking to constituents.
Why the hell is the door knocker getting paid less than me? Like, that's the thing. Like, my average is like 3, 4, 5,000 a month. Like, anybody who's volunteering or organizing 40 hours a week should be getting paid the same amount as me. Yes, me getting you media hits is important, but the person on the ground who's like working in cold weather, who's organizing communities, who knows all the names of the people that you're mobilizing to support should be getting paid as much as a consultant. I am not going to say that I have turned down money, by the way, to your audience, to be that kind of nobility. Like, I think that's like really challenging and everybody's got their agenda. But I think if someone is looking at the campaign budget and they're going, wait, why is the consultant who only on a call for 2 hours a week is getting paid $10,000, but the young lady who is actually implementing all those ideas is getting paid 1/4 of that? And I've seen that so many times. I worked on the mayor race in New York as well for a candidate. And, I saw, some of the ideas people getting paid 2, 3, 4 times more than the person who's executing. And I never understood that. Like, I never understood how they have this mindset. And I guess it's just a form of elitism that happens across the board. And you're like, this is stupid. Like, this is just stupid. So
I think it's a combination of like, people that are consultants, they tend to be of a higher economic strata class. They have education and they know not only how to negotiate for themselves, and they also have impressive credentials. But that price tag carries with it the assumption, whether it's right or wrong, from the campaigns that they must charge that much because if you hire them, they have the secret thing. And then you hire them, and it's not until after the fact that like the secret thing is actually the thing you already knew and you didn't want to hear, which is that, yeah, there's no way around it. Like, if you need more people knocking on doors, you have to go do that. Or like they paid them for basically an obvious solution, or and then only after that do they realize like, oh, we probably could have like skipped it. But then they move on to their next campaign where they make that same mistake. And I feel like there's a whole, like, there has to be an entire class of consultants that just coasts off of the ignorance of everybody's first campaign and being like, I can negotiate for this salary. Should they be, when I look at their budget, is that the best way to do it? Like, if I was a consultant on this team, I would be telling them, don't hire me. But since I'm not, I'm going to join it, take the money, give them the advice to win, but then only let them arrive independently at the conclusion that, oh, I didn't need to hire that person. I kind of already knew to do that. Because, like, again, if you, just because, like, did Colin Allred going on, like, Jimmy Fallon, for example, that's not going to make up the margins in Texas.
This Colin guy is the bane of our existence, this Colin guy.
Oh, actually, funnily enough, I wanted to get your opinion on Jasmine Crockett and Talarico.
Oh, Jasmine. I saw her at a Prop 50 rally the weekend before the election day, on the Tuesday election day.
Yeah, she campaigned for, I think it was for Spanberger, and she also helped with Newsom's like the Proposition Initiative. So like she's done a lot of activism outside of just her district and in Texas, outside Texas.
Yeah. And I love her because when I was able to have like 5 minutes with her, I helped DNC Vice Chair Shasti Conrad a lot, and we were doing an event with Jasmine. And the thing I will say to your audience about Jasmine, I only have one thing to say about her, is that when she was campaigning Prop 50, we were in a back room together, and for like 5 minutes we talked. And the whole time we talked, she goes, and it wasn't bullshit, she was giving shout outs to people we know who have helped her career. Like the Collective PAC, which is like one of the first sort of Black, organizations focused on electing Black candidates, and being able to raise a good amount of money to support that helped Jasmine early on when she ran, I believe for her state race, and then eventually went on to run for Congress. And she was so fucking humble and kind and funny, all in like a single sentence. You know what I mean? Like, it was all there. And it's, to me, win or lose Texas, she's gonna be just fine. Like, Jasmine is, going to our point about Zoran, she is a unique, she's not, well, unique, she's just herself.
Yeah.
And that's all you can ask for. So I don't know, some people have asked me, some commentators have asked me, like, or reporters have asked me, do you feel like she can win? Do you think she can beat what's his name? And I'm like, I have no idea. I'm not a fucking Texas political genius here. But I do think, like, I love that she's running. I love that she decided to run. I love that she decided to run against a candidate that a lot of people feel is really kind of trending upward and is popular and people really like him.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that she doesn't give two shits, that she's just like, I'm going to do this because this is what I feel like I'm going to do. And oh, by the way, I'm going to give up my congressional seat to do this, essentially, even though there's some stories about that and, you know, whatever. But
gerrymandering, some other considerations that went into it. That's why she waited so long to even enter into the race, because by your own stated admission, she was like, we didn't know how the maps were going to shake out. You know, and like, you know, if the map is going to make it impossible for you to win, you may, like, I can see the calculation being, may as well go out with a bang, like try to capture this seat or not. Perfectly. And like, yep. I realize that like I am not a fan of Jasmine Crockett's politics personally. I'm closer to Talarico's politics. As far as like what lane you can occupy within Texas and still end up having success. I know that to be the case, but I'm also trying not to make too many judgments about like what I think is going to happen, because you can never know how like I can make predictions, and I am very skeptical because I said she seems like a candidate that does fantastic in the primary, but then does abysmally in the general. But one, I don't want that to be the case, because I want whoever captures the nomination to beat Cornyn or Paxton or whichever Republican ghoul ends up, you know, winning. I want to see Texas turn blue. And also, you know, it's not a bad thing to be polarizing. And I see her as very, very polarizing. And, you know, is that enough for me to throw my support behind her solely because, oh, she's genuine and she's outspoken? Because I also see that sort of, I see Talarico is more genuine as well. But it's something that definitely makes me want to watch her and not just write her off. And even when I look into like the most controversial things that she said, even if it's like, I wouldn't go on, if I were in her position, I wouldn't go on TV and do that. But like, that's because it wouldn't be authentic for me to say it. When I look at the sound bites that are probably going to be the most controversial, like for example, there was a clip of her. I just saw the clip of like, she was saying like, apparently her pitch for pro-immigration, it was like, Black people are done picking cotton. And so I watched the clip and I was like, this is actually not as bad as I thought it would be. And here was why. I don't think it's still not, it's not a new strategy, but she was saying, when you look at what work Americans are gravitating towards, and she's speaking to African-American constituents, we are not gravitating towards agriculture, and immigrants are. And so they fulfill a necessary role within the economy. So she was like, unless, you know, Black people in this room are about to come up and tell me, hey, we want to get into agriculture, we want to pick cotton, I don't see that happening. You know, we should make space in this country to accommodate immigrants, like we've always been. That was what I understood her to be saying.
I didn't even think it was a big deal, and I thought she was kind of being like funny in a little bit, because it's like,
yes. And so I was like, oh, this is like not as bad as I thought it was going to be at all. I don't like that messaging, because I feel like what it ends up being is like immigrants can be this economic underclass is like the vibe that it has to it or whatever. But I'm thinking like, or I saw like, what was it? Another one that was like, she said, the only people that are afraid of DEI are like mediocre white boys or whatever. And then I saw the clip and I was like, okay, is she wrong? Like these are, to me, the question about like what message is going to be successful in politics, unfortunately, for better or for worse, doesn't actually come down to whether it's true. It comes down to whether or not you can sell it to a public. And I'm like, I mean, I do think that there is a cohort of voters that exists that are interested in hearing a counter argument to all the fear mongering surrounding DEI. Are they in Texas is the big question mark. Are like, will, you know, Democratic voters and particularly Black voters come out against her or like to vote for her? We'll see. We'll see. I'm not convinced. Like people are like, I saw another commentator saying that like, you're going to see record numbers of Hispanics and the Latino voters mobilize against her because of comments like this. And I'm like, no, they're not, because you're assuming that Hispanics in Texas care about illegal immigration. A lot of them don't. Because they're Americans. They don't care about illegal immigrants, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I don't have much to add to that. I think I agree with you on almost all of that. I think Jasmine can do whatever the fuck she wants. She's earned it. And like, she wants to run. I respect that she wants to run. She doesn't win the Senate race. She's going to go be a spokesperson, you know, and be, you know, a commentator. She's going to, you know, be out there. Her voice is going to be out there for a generation. And I think I said this, I think, in a Fox News quote. I was like, it's brilliant regardless. And it's brilliant that if she ends up winning, like, she's going to run for president.
You think so?
she becomes U.S. senator and wins in Texas.
Okay, that's true. That's true. It wouldn't just be like the race she's winning. She would be the first blue senator from Texas.
Yeah, run for president right away. Like I don't care. Like, yeah, your constituents might be a little mad that they sent you there, and like 6 months later, you just go, "I'm gonna run for president," but you do that right away. Like whoever's with her is like, Senate is boring. Like Senate is hard to do anything. Things take a long time in the Senate. You go and win, and like you can go, and then you can be the first woman elected president. Like, of course she's got. I don't think she's thinking that like every day. Like, I'm not in her head, and
no, it's one race at a time. But it is the type of thing that like it's glaringly obvious that like if she were to do that, which would be unprecedented, then the next step naturally is to like continue with that.
I won in the South. Now you take that from Andy Bashar, right? Like you're like, Andy's like, I win in Kentucky. I'm a D, +5, +7, and it's blah, blah, blah. And you're like, cool. Well, guess what? Fucking Jasmine Crockett just won in the second largest state in the freaking nation. So what do you say to that? Andy, go step down right away. I have to go eat.
You do. And I have to go fight with my chat over Jasmine Crockett because I'm not becoming like a stan. It's someone that I'm like, is a lot of the hesitation a factor of people not liking her politics, not liking what she's saying, or is it a function of you're imagining what other people aren't going to like? And you're scared because of that. And I readily admit, because I was talking about it last night, that a lot of my fear is not actually coming only from me, but I'm like, what will the white voters of Texas think? And I'm like, well, I don't know what the white voters of Texas will like. I guess I have to see before I really make that assessment.
This goes to your earlier point. If you want good people to run, they should throw electability, in my mind, and maybe your audience might disagree with this, electability out of the conversation for their desire to run. Because I know people who are running in R10s, R15s, R20s that a Democrat hasn't won in a generation, and they're running and they're good humans. So to me, if Jasmine feels that she needs to do this because it's for the sake of public, for the sake of service, I'm with it. The same as like, and look, AOC, people thought they projected onto her too, and we can use AOC comparisons. It took me a long time to warm up to AOC because I think I had the same challenge a little bit where I was like, I was used to a certain type of leadership and under Obama. So like, even though she came, post-Obama, and she ran against a guy who did not show up at all in his district. And so instead of looking at it from that perspective, like she's running against a guy who had been in office for a long time and did not seem to care about constituency services. Plain and simple, she said, I am running. I am a waitress. It is hard for me. Where's my elected official? And she won. And I think for that, it's like we all can get caught up in that. But I should have seen it more about why she was running versus more about her personality or electability or whatever. And then when
like you're saying, it's like, you went to Bernie, even though on paper he's probably a disastrous candidate to go up against Clinton, because it's like you're telling me the old white guy, the old Jewish socialist, the independent from Vermont, that guy's gonna be Clinton? No, he's not. Don't waste your time, right? But it's not enough to look at it on paper. And like Jasmine Crockett, in her speech where she's talking about launching her bid, she went into her electoral history of like how she won a race, one of her first race by like 60 votes. And the reason she won by 60 votes is because she energizes people around her to go out and knock doors for her and volunteer for her. And I'm like, even though, again, I don't like her politics, because I think in a lot of ways, she people associate her with AOC. And I think that's a function of like, it's misogyny and it's racism and just being like, oh, young, like loud, non-white woman, they can all be thrown in the same basket. Even though when you look at her politics, they're pretty moderate and like very, very significant ways, very pro-Israel, etc. But if she can inspire people or whatever, then if nothing else, she is a very talented politician, and the Democratic Party is lacking in just talented politicians right now. There's like no shortage of politicians that on paper, I like their agenda, but if you can't reach a public with it, then it's almost like, what's the point of having the agenda? And it's not like a function, and I'm not saying moderate the thing, but it's like, but you might not be the person that can sell that agenda to people. you know, because I don't want to compromise on the agenda, but I also don't want it to go red.
It's the messenger. It's the type of messenger one. And I think to your argument, if a good human being wants to run for office, regardless of how hard it is, they should do it. And to me, when she announced, I was just like, another reason why I like her. Just like, you do you. And the commentators are going to come out and say a bunch of stuff, and everybody's going to like try to make a buck off analyzing you. But if you want to go help human beings out, do you. And I think that's how I saw her announcement. It was at the DNC winter meetings when I had her. Maybe I'm lying to your audience. I feel like I heard that in the DNC winter meeting. Audience, if I got this wrong, please do not call me. I'm not fire. I think I was at the DNC meeting last week. She announced last week, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like the last 10 days, something like that.
Yeah. So I think it was at the winter meeting, or maybe I was here before I went to the winter. Anyways, not important. Point being is I remember Paul Steinhauser, who's a writer at Fox, reaching out to me and asking me for a quote. And I said, that's fucking cool. I just thought that was my initial. I'm very big on just giving reporters my initial like gut check versus trying to overthink quotes when they ask me for quotes. But I'm all like, that's just cool. Like, good for her. Like, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go eat.
You go do that. Go eat. You want to shout yourself out before you do so? So everyone can know where to find you.
Actually, I was gonna ask, am I allowed to give a shout out to my favorite wrestler?
Yeah, of course.
You sure?
Yes, promise.
So we didn't talk about this, but so I am now I want to do PR for professional wrestlers. Like,
of course you do.
Why are you laughing at me? Why is that funny?
It's hilarious. What part of it isn't funny, Michael?
I think
you would again, Obama staffer turned Bernie staffer turned Pete turned pro wrestling comms guy. I love it.
Okay, I appreciate you. Here's my attitude, and for the audience, do I put something in the chat or where do I do it?
If you send it to me in Discord, I will put it in the chat on your behalf and send people to go look.
I think she's the best, and she's from my hometown. Her name's Johnny Robbie, and she's just fabulous, a fabulous human being. We're from the same neck of the woods. So if you guys, any of you like, I don't know if people are in the chat right now, but if anybody likes professional wrestling, please follow her on Instagram. She's the best. I am doing professional wrestling PR. I'm going to tell this to your audience, and then I got to go meet my friend because I stayed with you longer.
Sorry.
You were running.
But thank you. I was running late. I really appreciate you being accommodating. But
you're really good at this. I want to come on every day instead of working in the community.
And just talk about working until you run yourself out of a job and there's nothing left for you to talk about. Then you can go back.
I have two things. And because I have one question for you before I go. Professional wrestling. So I was in Chicago last week because I went to go see her wrestle in Chicago. And I've been wanting to work with her for the last month. And I'm doing wrestling boot camp in Carson for 12 weeks. So I'm doing beginner's course. So I'll be learning the basics of wrestling. Like I will be actually in the ring. And I'm going to be doing bumps. I'm probably going to be broken. So to your audience, look out for a GoFundMe page to help me repair myself and my body. But I met her a couple months ago while I was doing like a 2-day training to see if I could actually handle it. And I was impressed. And then when I got to hang out with her and learn her story, I was impressed again. But the thing that I was most impressed for your audience to understand is that when I was in Chicago and the audience, the fans who were engaging her, and I was talking to the fans, many of these fans are the people we talk about in our day-to-day analysis of like people who are struggling each and every day or looking for hope, who are creating community to bring people together to feel better about things. And I found that the wrestling community in Chicago, which has a lot of independent wrestling scenes there, promotions, we're all about building community for a lot of folks who are working 2 or 3 jobs, who are taking care of their family, who are just like using wrestling as a way to escape. Just like we all have our various things that we use to escape. And I find this space to be a nice link to the work that I do because I'm coming across really interesting humans. Like when this one wrestling fan, his name is Sean Lennon, he's trying to do his own digital like storytelling for wrestling, and it's really cute. And he was kind of like this nice little nerd guy. So hopefully if he sees this, he doesn't hear that as disrespectful. But like I'm sitting with him because he was one of the guests that I brought to meet Johnny, and he's just talking about how he's taking care of his dad who's 86, who's like he was had the same job for a long time, and how he's changing his job because he wants to do wrestling and make money being like a commentator and like creating footage and stuff, and just kind of just like walking through the whole thing. And I was like, dude, this is like the most human thing in the world, is like this guy is like deriving inspiration from this space. So to the fans, wrestling does reflect a lot of the wrestling fan does reflect a lot of those we're trying to engage to get them into the process to vote, get them to believe in the system. Because I think a lot of them just go, how is this shit working for me when I have to work so hard and I can barely get by?
I mean, Trump did it with MMA. So would love to see
He hung out with the Undertaker. He hung out with the Undertaker in a podcast. And it was the only time I listened to Trump. I'm going to say this on Twitch. This is exclusive to your audience.
Wow.
It was like, oh my God, I kind of like him.
And you get it for like there are moments where it's like he went on Theo Von, and he was like so fascinated, Theo Von telling him about like his different like excursions with cocaine, and he was just fascinated. I was like, for a moment, I'm like, I get it. I see what people like in this person.
Yeah, and I think like honestly, like if more Democrats or more people running for office across the board would just reveal like, dude, you've done some weird shit in your life. We all have. Like, it's okay to be human, and like you smoke that cigarette, or maybe for me, I used to go to the cigar bar all the time and have, whiskeys and hang out, and the porn stars would come into the cigar bar and sit down and talk to all these different people, and I'd sit and have hours long conversation. Like, why wouldn't I want the world to know that about me, about those conversations I've had with the owners and the porn stars and all these various human beings, and how it informs my politicking instead of being ashamed of it or whatever. I got other stories, but I don't think I should put that on air.
Next time you come on, we can do it then. You can do the
You're
tell-all.
fabulous. Are you having fun? I feel
tons.
like I'm having fun doing. You're so good at this. Like,
Thank you.
how's the experience been so far for you? I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this to you. Ask this in front of your audience. I don't know how this works. I'm scared. So.
Wait, ask me what? Or did you just ask it?
Are you having fun doing the
yeah, I'm
stuff?
having tons. I actually don't do too many like conversations. To the extent that I do conversations, are usually more adversarial, or they're debates. It is nice every now and then to break up the pace with just a chat with somebody and not fighting.
The audience stay on? Did we lose people? Like, what happened?
Oh yeah, they actually did get pretty good. I was expecting the numbers to be bad because these days I go live at like midnight. I mean, you see how difficult I am with time management. Is that really a surprise? I go live at like 3 hours later, like anywhere from like 9:30 to like midnight. So for it being an early stream and me not even getting into all the Erika Kirk, Candace Owens stuff yet, which is what people want to see me react to, I'm happy.
Oh, that's great. And I can share your stuff on my socials, right?
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
I'm not gonna stop you from shouting me out, of course.
I'm gonna give you a shout out. Are you on Instagram? Like, what do you like? Is that like a thing you do? Or
I am
like,
on Instagram, but like I want people to come to the YouTube page and to the Twitch, so I'll link those for you.
Awesome.
And this bot, that way you can like show it. You can send it to all your consultant class friends, so they can watch you be on like different streams.
Well, I'd be promoting you, not me. I have a Wikipedia page. On that note, thank you, fans, for having me. Do I just log off now?
Yeah, you do.
God, I'm really doing the whole old man thing.
I know.
Hold on. Really,
I believe in you. You can just hit. You can hit the red. What?
This is the first Discord that I've done chat since we worked together.
I know. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. But not bad. I think it went really well.
All right. Bye, fans.
All right. Bye, Michael. What a lovely chat, you guys. He's a good guy. I know you guys are like. I saw very polarizing sentiments of like, he doesn't care about this. He's a shit lib or whatever. Believe me, Michael and I have had the debates that you're like. Everything that you guys are screaming from the sidelines, I have complained about too, Michael and more in person or whatever. I was like, how can you like Pete Buttigieg more than Bernie Sanders? I don't understand. He really takes it. He looks at politics through a lens that I can't possibly do because of his professional line of work, which is doing comms and the history that he has. And obviously, if he was like an Obama staffer and Bernie, there have been different points where he saw something in candidates that it wasn't always readily apparent, and then helped be part of the team that made it so those politicians could have a career on a national scale. So I always value his insight and the things that he has to say, even if our analysis isn't one-to-one, or even if his priorities are obviously different than mine at different points. But yeah, love Michael Ceraso. So thank you guys for humoring me and letting me chat with him and catch up with him, because it had been a minute since I'd spoken to him. But on that, and before I'm obviously really, really quick, I'm going to ask you guys to follow me on Twitch if you aren't already, subscribe to me on YouTube, like the stream if you're watching, that way you can push it out to more people, because people need to know that we are about to look at Erika Kirk and Candace Owens' feud after we look at this Intercept article that I want to look at really quick. Make that go away. Sassy Sasa in chat linked this to me. U.S. military willing to attack designated terrorist organizations within America, general says. This was reported today by The Intercept this morning. The commander of the arm of the U.S. military responsible for President Donald Trump's illegal military occupations of American cities said he's willing to conduct attacks on so-called designated terrorist orgs within the U.S. This startling admission comes after months of extrajudicial killings of alleged members of affiliates of DTOs in the waters near Venezuela, which experts and lawmakers say are outright murders. So great. They're looking to, only in light of all of the backlash and controversy and unpopularity of bombing random and bombing and killing random boats on the coast of Venezuela in the name of God knows what the fuck, they're going to be expanding that and bringing that home domestically. I guess that is commensurate with the America First agenda. Jesus. So General Gregory Gilliott of U.S. Northern Command, a four-star general who takes his orders from War Secretary Pete Hegseth, made clear his position in testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee last week. When asked about his willingness to attack DTOs within U.S. borders by Senator Jack Reed, a Democrat from Rhode Island, he replied, "If I had questions, I would elevate that to the chairman and the secretary. And if I had no concerns and I was confident in the lawful order, I would definitely execute that order." I'm going to go with Gilliott's. This is driving me crazy that I don't know how to say this. Openness about the potential for unprecedented military action within U.S. borders comes as the White House, Pentagon, and Justice Department continue to refuse to rule out summary executions of Americans on Trump's secret enemies list after weeks of requests for clarification from The Intercept. The military has carried out 25 known attacks in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific Ocean since September, killing at least 95 civilians whom it claims are narco-terrorists affiliated with DTOs. The most recent strikes, 3 on Monday in the Pacific Ocean against quote-unquote vessels operated by designated terrorist organizations, end quote, killed a total of 8 people, according to U.S. Southern Command. The questionable legal justification for these attacks makes Gillitt's response all the more concerning, said Elizabeth Gautier, a senior director of the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program. The problem with General Gillitt's answer is that it elides the concerns that have already been raised about the lawfulness of conducting military attacks against drug trafficking operations, she told The Intercept. When The Intercept asked if Gilliott would be willing to refuse orders if, after elevating his concerns to the chair and the secretary, he was still not confident in the legality of the orders, Teresa C. Meadows, the U.S. Northern Command Media and Plans Chief, replied, "Northcom does not designate terrorist organizations. That is one of the concerns with the administration asserting that the president essentially has a license to kill outside the law based on his own say-so," says Brian Finucane, a former State Department lawyer who's a specialist in counterterrorism issues and the laws of war. That prerogative might be wielded elsewhere, including inside the United States. After the military has conducted 95 summary executions of civilians in the Caribbean at the direction of Trump and Hegseth, it is not sufficient anymore for commanders to say to lawmakers that they will run any legal concerns up the chain, at the top of which are those who would be willing to give the order, said Sarah Harrison, who previously served as Associate General Counsel at the Pentagon's Office of General Counsel, International Affairs. Rather, to make clear they will uphold the rule of law, they should be definitive in saying that they will disobey patently unlawful orders, which include the scenario Senator Reed laid out for General Gilliott. This is fucking insane. This is so fucking crazy. I don't want to say it's unprecedented necessarily, but like the thing that's unfortunate is he's doing, like, again, summary execution of 95 civilians. Could you imagine if any other country were targeting American civilians and they had killed 95 American civilians simply and accused them of being part of a domestic terrorist organization with no evidence, not even anything found on those boats, remote strikes in some instances, like no due process, just nothing. And then on top of it, even as they're coming under some scrutiny from different bodies and some public backlash, they are only expanding this. Do you see the latest truth that is almost a declaration of war? No. Oh man. If you can link it to me, I'll take a look at it. It's like fighting terror with terror. I mean, like they're running the same. I mean, it's like, you know, boring to say this at this point, but like this is literally the same playbook that was run for the Iraq War. And we're in Afghanistan as well. And like, what's going to happen in response to this? Is anyone going to face any accountability? Is anyone going to get in trouble? Is anyone going to get fired? Is anyone going to be voted out of office? That would be like the nice thing. Not like, you know, in a just world, these people would be like tried at The Hague. But no. The other thing is like the legal questions that it raises about like, especially in light of those Democratic senators that were like encouraging infantry and people within the U.S. military that if they believe they are being asked to undertake unlawful orders, that to not take those unlawful orders. Like, how far does that go before you're just being accused, if you're like, you know, a lower rank within the U.S. military, before you're being accused of like insubordination and you can actually be held liable for not doing something, even when you had good reason to believe that it was unlawful? And that's something I have to look into. All right. Erika Kirk town hall. Erika Kirk town hall. Let's get into this shit. Extended a town hall with Erika Kirk. This is an hour long. Let's see how much of it I can stomach. Very fun.
Breaking news out of Utah Valley University.
There's an emergency response there, flooded by law enforcement.
The conservative activist Charlie Kirk has
Oh my God, there's a 4K option.
died after being shot during an event.
The latest horrible example of what appears to be a rising tide of political violence.
In the past year, we've seen assassinations and assassination attempts against a Republican presidential candidate, Democratic legislators, and a conservative activist.
One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved.
That's a different question.
Arguing and debating on campus. Fighting for the gospel.
Sea lining at campus. Only going up against college students and refusing to go up against anybody older than that. That might have a bit more media training and a bit more knowledge. Because, I mean, what is he, like, Charlie Kirk literally doesn't have any education that's higher than a high school diploma.
Too simple about this. You got to go deeper.
Truth. In front of a big crowd, and then he blinked. He blinked.
Don't waste bandwidth on that joker. It's not for me, it's for you guys, so you can see Erika Kirk fake cry in 4K.
And saw his savior in paradise.
Even as he had all of these positions, many of them seen as controversial on different issues, he had a huge galaxy of support on America's right.
When you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence.
CBS News presents A Town Hall with Erika Kirk.
Good evening. I'm Barry Weiss, editor-in-chief of CBS News.
Good evening. I'm an untalented opinion journalist with almost no experience in investigative journalism, and I was installed here because I have the correct ideological dispositions that my donors would like me to have. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let me tell you why we're here. If you're watching this or you're sitting here in this room with me, you know what I know, which is that we live in a very divided country, a country where many people feel that they can't speak across the political divide. Sometimes they feel they can't even speak across their own kitchen table. And one of the goals of the new CBS News is to change that. And this town hall is just the beginning.
Should the goal of a news station be to try to facilitate kitchen table conversation? Shouldn't it just be that you guys deliver facts straightforwardly and inform the public and then let them decide if they want to talk about this shit at dinner? Leave that to Americans to decide, not try to be the ones like curating them or telling them what to do.
This is going to be the first of many conversations and debates on CBS News about the things that matter most, which are often the hardest to talk about. I can make one promise to you, and it's this. You will not agree with everything you hear tonight.
You can watch these videos through NVIDIA to avoid giving them views. In light of all the Ethan Klein stuff, will that not potentially get me slapped with some lawsuit I can't dig my way out of if I do stuff like that?
Or in any of these other broadcasts. And that is exactly the point. Because the premise of a democracy is that we persuade each other with words and not violence. And that the only...
And I persuaded a donor to give me lots of money and put me in charge of CBS. That's democracy in action. Now I turn to my right, Erika Kirk, whose husband was killed, and he did the same thing.
The way to get to the truth is by talking to one another. And that brings me right to tonight's guest, Erika Kirk. 3 months ago, Erika Kirk's husband, Charlie, was assassinated on a college campus in Utah. To some, Charlie Kirk was controversial. To others, he was heroic. What is indisputable is that he transformed the American right in the 21st century. He did it through an organization called Turning Point USA, which he founded when he was only 18 years old. In the wake of Charlie...
And they'll leave out that he got a fuck ton of like seed money to be able to do that shit, of course.
Charlie's murder, Erika has now picked up his mantle. The mother of 2 young children, she is also now the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Now, Charlie's murder was not an isolated tragedy. And tonight in the audience, we have other victims of the political violence that's ripping through this.
It's so funny for them to mention that she's a mother that was left with Charlie's 2 kids in light of his untimely murder. When it's like, I mean, I don't see Erika raising these kids. I see Erika parading herself around, doing a media tour, and I see her, she doesn't bring the kids along, and she's now the CEO of Turning Point USA, which is a massive media conglomerate, as well as a political, I don't know if it's a political action committee, but it's obviously a massive political org. So nannies are raising those kids.
This country. We also have religious leaders, college students, young Christians, and others invited by CBS News. You're going to be hearing from some of them tonight. Okay, we have a lot to talk about. So Erika, let's get started. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I was very grateful when you had reached out.
A billionaire funder from the literal beginning up. It was co-founded like with the billionaire, and then that guy died because he contracted COVID, which was left out, of course, at like his memorial. He died of COVID, and now the other co-founder of Turning Point USA was killed because of gun violence.
Because it was an opportunity to be able to have a conversation that Charlie always enjoyed, being able to have dialogue on both sides so that people could really hear everything that's going on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for making the time. There's so many subjects I want to cover. I want to begin with the hours and days. There's
really
so many
quick.
subjects I want to cover. I want to begin.
She will do this multiple times throughout this interview, because I have seen clips where she's just answering and she can't help but like make her eyes really big in a way that I have to assume she's doing intentionally to try to like make her words or commentary or answers seem more impactful, but it just makes her look insane.
Begin with the hours and days after your husband was murdered.
Yes.
You got up in his podcast studio where he broadcasted from for many hours every day.
Yeah.
And you said this. You said, "You have no idea what you have just unleashed." What did you mean by that?
Let me give you a little background of that day. We get home. The team goes to dinner. I'm laying in my daughter's bed, and I can't sleep. It took me months to even walk into my bedroom. I'm laying in my daughter's bed. I can't sleep. I grab my phone, and I start typing out it. And those were my words. That morning, the team reached out to me and said, they think they got the guy. You should probably say thank you to the authorities and just make a statement. I said, okay. I wasn't afraid. They said...
When they say they got the guy doing a hell of a lot of work there, Kash Patel directed them to respond to a tip, and the guy like surrendered. They did not do any investigative work that uncovered his identity or anything like that. It was literally just because of happenstance that he ended up in custody.
Let's go to the office and let's discuss. We're at the office and they say, do you want to go live? Or we can easily, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can easily pre-record this. I said, absolutely not. My husband always went live. I have nothing to hide. We're fully transparent.
When she says, I have nothing to hide, I'm fully transparent, I have to assume that is like Candace Owens was like in a stretcher watching that, because this woman, even though she apparently has nothing to hide, and I believe that she doesn't have anything to hide, has been the shadiest and the weirdest woman to be in mainstream media in a long time, in my opinion.
you see is what you get. If I start breaking down on live TV, I break down on live TV. My husband was assassinated. He didn't die in a car accident. So we go live. I write all of my own speeches. And when I said that, that is the Holy Spirit that is unleashed. That is a revival that's unleashed. That's not meant for call to violence. That's meant for
That's me saying, we are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
People to understand that the Lord is moving in ways we have no idea. And God is going to use something so tragic to wake people up to realize that our life is short. He only lived 31 years. 31 years. And so, yes, you have no idea what has been unleashed. But I will promise until my last breath that I will let the Lord use me in ways that he only can to bring glory to him and to the kingdom. And it has been unbelievably powerful. And it's just the beginning.
Erika, one of the most alarming things about Charlie's murder was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online. It was
completely unforeseen and shocking that people online would make fun of a tragedy. This is something that's never occurred ever in the history of the internet. There has never been a time where people were mocking of something that was terrible that happened or had schadenfreude. Can you tell us more about that?
It was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this. They kind of justified it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed.
Okay, what things, Barry? Are you ever going to talk about those things? It's probably important to bring that up, right?
Were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
That's a pretty good Barry. Have I found my calling? Being able to imitate like soulless Zionist stooges that get installed to be heads of media companies when they don't deserve it. I wasn't even really trying to like imitate her. I was kind of just doing this like general stock like newsroom type voice.
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that? Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter. Excuse me. You want to watch?
Y'all didn't believe me when I still stand by it. I still think these tears are real. I just think that like what undercuts it is her comments in between.
And high res.
And there have been other times where I did not feel like her crying was necessarily sincere, or it seemed a bit more contrived and forced. This is not an example of that.
The video of my husband being murdered and laugh and say he deserves it. There's something very sick in your soul, and I pray that God saves you. I pray. Because that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has dehumanized us. My husband did something very simple. He talked to people. You're going to be murdered for talking to.
You know, like when she says he's a human being, he was a father, he was this, he was that. Like the thing that triggered me, and I mentioned this at the time of his passing, that he was a father thing, he was a brother, he was a this, he was a that. Bitch, we all have families. Everybody, like every single person that is locked up in a prison or a jail for murder, for some sort of criminal assault, for some sort of unspeakable act of abuse, they also had a family. They have a mother, and they have sisters and brothers and children and grandparents and aunts and uncles and, you know, partners and wives and husband. Like, they have people that love them. So that's not exceptional. And I realize they're trying to reach, like, I guess some point of empathy, or like really to shame these people so they get them to stop saying what they're saying. But that is just not gonna work for me, for one. I like, is it actually convincing to people? It's like, yeah, it's trivially obvious that he has those things. Erika, correct. Okay. But then when she's like, he's a human being. Okay. But the way he was being treated and still is being treated is like a martyr, is like a god, is like Jesus. He was being compared to Jesus Christ himself multiple times in multiple different speeches at his memorial, which was a political rally, because the people who spoke at it were a bunch of politicians from the administration he did propaganda for. And that tells me not that they all arrived at the same conclusion, but that they all typed the same lame prompt into ChatGPT, and it spit out basically different versions of the same insincere bullshit that they said about him, which could apply to literally most people that are alive. He was a nice person. He cared about people. He just had a message. He just wanted to have conversations. Blah blah blah. Like, it was never anything particular special to Charlie Kirk. So when you say he's a human being, it's like, yeah, people understood that. He's not a god, and he's not a martyr like you guys want him to be. He was nothing special. He did the bidding of capitalists day in and day out ever since he turned 18, when he co-founded TPUSA with some venture capitalist who later died of COVID. And he wasn't doing anything remarkable. Anybody can take a ridiculous check and say whatever the fuck they're being paid to say. What wouldn't you say for $300,000? What wouldn't you say for $50? Let's be real. For a lot of people who need money, okay? He didn't do anything special. He was just that. He was a human being. He was he was fallible, and this particular man was highly flawed and extremely hateful. And he would have been more than happy to sell your rights up the river if it meant getting $1 more or some sort of advantage in his career. Because he'd probably already be willing to do that shit for free. Let's be real. He just got the cherry on top was the fat check that he was cut for being a little bit ahead of the curve on how much you can mainstream hate in this country.
To people, he didn't go after people. He went after your ideas. And if you think it's okay to murder someone because you think they had it coming for them because they took the time to have people come to the front of the line if they didn't agree with you, and you think it's okay because you don't like...
I never followed him, but his talks at colleges seem pretty honest and respectful. Twitter is not that place, though. You have to be a prick for views. Okay, well, not only did I follow Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, so I could see the trajectory of the lies and the career that he was trying to... that he had. I spoke to Charlie Kirk myself, and Charlie Kirk was highly calculated, very, very measured, and was constantly optimizing for clips. And the clip that you saw on Twitter is not really reflective of an organic interaction between one human being and another person. Charlie Kirk is armed to the teeth with a bunch of Republican talking points, has media training, has millions of dollars behind him, and an entire ecosystem and architecture that he helped design and was already existed to help, boost voices like his. Because the ideas that he promotes are so repulsive to Americans that on their own, they don't succeed. So they have to put millions of dollars behind them to get them out into the mainstream public. And he enjoyed making a spectacle at college campuses, debating people, but you didn't actually see the interaction that he had, most likely. What you saw was a highly manicured selection of a small moment from one of hundreds of interactions he had that day. They just put the best ones, and they have been shown to edit out. I don't have a clip on hand, so I don't expect people to take me at my word, but it probably wouldn't be hard to find that if you compare, if they have a total live stream event of him debating people back and forth versus the final clips, when Charlie Kirk started to lose, TPUSA and his channels would edit out when he'd start to lose if it was very, very obvious that he'd made a conversational misstep. It was not, it was a debate in the most vulgar sense of the word, not the truest sense. He was not there to exchange ideas. He was there to berate people verbally that he knows have a difficult time giving it back to him because they don't have all of the media training and all of the different resources that he's been privy to.
What they say or how they say it, that they should be murdered, and you're enjoying it and you're rejoicing in
I don't disagree he was an aspiring politician. I saw no evidence that he was an aspiring politician. I saw that he was in the lane that he wanted to occupy for a long, long time. But I saw 150 videos in the months after he died, and I disagree with your view. Did you willingly subject yourself to 150 videos of Charlie Kirk? Because I only did that once I started streaming and people would watch me talk shit about him. But I will be real, I was not watching 150 videos of Charlie Kirk, even bite size, to see where the discourse was at.
Matt?
Did you talk to him in passing or in a debate setting? I talked to him in a debate setting for the Whatever podcast, and we debated on abortion briefly.
That is evil. Evil. Excuse me.
As you know, and as I know,
burden is on you to prove he was just doing it for money. I mean, what else do you call starting an organization, co-founding an organization with a right-wing billionaire called Turning Point USA at that age?
One of the ideas
like Turning Point USA could have been a true grassroots organization. There are not too many of them, but there exist grassroots conservative organizations. The reason why you don't know the names of them is because it's very, very hard to get those sorts of organizations off the ground. And like, you don't even need to do it in a grassroots sense because there's so much money on the right that's dedicated to pump, like, that they're willing to put into talk radio or into these sorts of groups to boost the public profiles of Republicans where they need them to be boosted.
Of traction among young people, especially in this country, Erika, and this leads them to this.
Also, the fact that, like, he has contradicted himself so many times over the span of his career, because when you're in a personality cult like MAGA and all of your politics are defined by your fealty to Donald Trump, you are bound to contradict yourself. And at that point, if you're standing in alignment with the president, even when he's contravening principles that you've previously staked out, he's not even adhering to his own stated principles to the extent that Donald Trump has them. Why else would you do that if not to maintain public credibility and money?
Kind of justification is the idea that words that
you aren't debating anything, you're just making claims against someone absent any evidence to prove your point. Oh, you're right, because I can't talk to Charlie Kirk himself now because he is in fact dead. Guess I'm not really debating, but you're here, and I'm going to drop a Discord link, and you can come talk to me and tell me what evidence that you have that Charlie Kirk was just doing this for the love of the game, which there's no evidence that he ever did, because from day one, he was always in bed with a fucking billionaire to get all of the money to do this. You're going to join that Discord, you're going to get in the waiting room, and you're going to come talk to me about it, because I'm willing to talk to you about it, since you want to simp for Charlie Kirk for free, because you're not getting paid to do this shit as far as I know. And if you don't, in the next 5 minutes, you're going to be banned.
Themselves are violence. And that brings us tonight to our first audience question. It comes from Angel.
It's on you to... I don't want to hear you in chat anymore. I want you to come join this Discord, get in my waiting room, and talk to me face to face and tell me what it is that you need to hear me give, as in what evidence you would accept that Charlie Kirk was just doing it for money. And if you type it out, I'm going to ignore it. I don't want to hear it in chat. I want you to come talk to me about it.
Angel Eduardo. Angel is a senior writer and editor for the civil libertarian group, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, and he writes passionately about issues of free speech. Angel.
Thank you, Barry. Excuse me.
I literally don't care. You're proving me right by banning me. You do care because you're in here talking to me about it. You could just drop it for one. Obviously, if like you're here talking about it, you care about it to some extent. And I'm banning you not because I disagree with your viewpoint, but because you won't actually come have the debate you say you want to have or you want to hear out.
Erika, my condolences. A recent survey that we took after Charlie's assassination found that 90% of undergraduates believe to some extent that words can be violence. Another FIRE survey that we took earlier also found that 1/3 of surveyed students believe that using violence to stop disfavored speech can be acceptable, at least in a rare case.
You made a claim you can't substantiate, back it up right now. Again, I'm going to drop it one more time. You can join that Discord or you can fuck off. Pick one. I have substantiated the claim. Either you accept it or you don't. It is true that to the extent that he ever engaged in political activism, it was always with big money behind him. There has never been an instance where he didn't do this. Since he turned 18, he was in bed with a really, really rich person to do it.
What's your response to those numbers? And what would you say to those students in particular?
Well, for the people who say that my husband might...
And on this guy who's like, there's a survey that says words are violence. What do you think of that?
Might have incited violence. I know that was not your question.
Get on there, cuz let's go. They'll never come on. They talk a bunch of shit from chat and they say that they have strong disagreements with me, or that the reason why they're not coming on is because of blah, blah, blah. The reality is that they don't want to have the conversation that they say they're dying to have.
But I'm going to put a squash on it before.
Or they actually, no. They try to pretend I don't even care about this. As they said, I don't care about this. I'm just spending time out of my day arguing with you over the internet about it, but I don't care about it.
Someone else can attach to that. My husband never incited violence. He never once said, Go after them because they're saying XYZ and they deserve to die. My husband never once said that, and he never would.
Okay, he never said this exact quote that she's talking about, but what the hell did Charlie Kirk have to say about the person that attacked Paul Pelosi? American patriot, he should be bailed out. If I put let's see, Charlie Kirk, like Paul Pelosi comments. IMDb was not what I was expecting. Okay, Rolling Stone article. Is this going to be paywalled? Wow, not paywalled. Charlie Kirk says a patriot should bail out alleged Paul Pelosi attacker. This was not reported after he died. This was reported October 31st, Halloween, spooky, 2022. Republicans usually tout a tough on crime stance, but right-wing commentator Charlie Kirk thinks a man who is set to be charged with attempted homicide should be allowed out on bail. Why has he not been bailed out? Kirk said Monday on his podcast of the man who allegedly beat House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, with a hammer last Friday. By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. With the smirk, he added, bail him out and then go ask him some questions. Early last Friday morning, Berkeley resident David DePape, 42, allegedly attacked Paul Pelosi, 82, at the San Francisco home he shares with the Speaker Pelosi. Unable to locate the latter, who was not on the property, DePape was heard to ask, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" Police officers said that as they arrived on the scene, they witnessed DePape beating Paul Pelosi with a hammer. Paul Pelosi is now recovering after emergency surgery for a skull fracture and other injuries. Because DePape had a history of blogging about far-right ideas and even dabbled in QAnon conspiracy theories, the GOP has scrambled to deny that this was an attempted assassination of a leading Democrat. Some have gone as far as peddling a conspiracy theory of their own, a quote-unquote opinion piece in the fake news publication that the Santa Monica Observer falsely claimed that DePape was a sex worker hired by Pelosi and the two had gotten into a physical dispute. The piece was amplified by, among others, Elon Musk, who later deleted his tweeted link without explanation or apology. Remember how much shit Stephen King got for taking Charlie Kirk out of context, apparently, even though I didn't think he took him out of context, with respect to some quote he had about the Bible, like how like he was like addressing Miss Rachel, and he was like, you can't cherry pick quotes. Like, the Bible also says to stone people. What does Miss Rachel think about that, or something like that? Those are crude comments in and of themselves. I don't know what context Stephen King thought was necessary, after giving it like a second thought that he needed to take it down and apologize. Compare that to Elon Musk, who again just puts out, literally spreads fake news and disinformation, just quietly deletes it and moves on. Like, literally probably the most followed man on all of Twitter. Kirk hinted on Monday that DePape, whom he called a gay schizophrenic nudist, would confirm that version of events when given the opportunity, if only someone bailed him out. In fact, DePape is being held without bail, which would seem a major impediment to such a stunt, and perhaps one reason Kirk has not attempted to orchestrate it himself. San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins expected to formally charge DePape this afternoon, on Sunday pushed back against misinformation about the violent break-in. She emphasized that, contrary to one rumor, there was no third individual present when police arrived. As to any pre-existing connection between DePape and Pelosi, she said, "We have nothing to suggest that these two men knew each other prior to this incident." Like, what does this sound like?
I mean, I'm looking at Politico.com. I'm looking at the New York Times. I'm looking at all these places, and there's a little bit of mention here. For example, Politico says top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. Of course you should reject any link. Why is the Republican Party, why is the conservative movement to blame for gay schizophrenic nudists that are hemp jewelry makers breaking into somebody's home, or maybe not breaking into somebody's home? Why are we to blame for that exactly?
You could ask literally the same question of why Democrats are responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Because the same question that he's asking, which is valid, why is there a collective responsibility when it comes down to, like, why is everybody else being made to answer for the actions of this one individual? Unbeknownst to him, after he was killed, that same gambit was run on not just Democrats, not just liberals, not just progressives, not just leftists, but literally anybody who didn't suck off Charlie Kirk in a satisfactory way to appease MAGA ghouls, to the point that there was even somebody who was held in prison, or sorry, not in prison, in jail, for posting a meme about Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump. What was his name? Larry Bishar or something like that? Charlie Kirk meme? Yeah, this guy. The absurd prosecution of a man who posted a Charlie Kirk meme. Larry Bishar Jr. Posted, I guess maybe Bushart Jr. posted trolling memes on a Facebook thread about a vigil for Kirk. He's been in a Tennessee jail ever since. This dude spent like 30 days in jail and missed the birth of like his grandchild because of a meme.
And why is he still in jail? Why has he not been bailed out? By the way, if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. I bet his bail's like $30,000 or $40,000. Bail him out and then go ask him some questions. I wonder what his bail is. They're going after him with attempted murder, political assassination, all this sort of stuff. I'm not qualifying it. I think it's awful. It's not right. But why is it that in Chicago, you're able to commit murder and be out the next day? Why is it that you're able to trespass, second-degree murder, arson, threat of public official, cashless bail? This happens all over San Francisco. But if you go after the Pelosi's, oh, you're let out immediately.
LMC Figs, thank you so much for subscribing. I really, really, really appreciate it. Back to Erika Kirk.
What did he say? Come to the front of the line. I'll put my mic down. Tell me why you believe that. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought of that. But have you thought of this? People heckling, laughing at them. Stop. It took a lot of courage for them to come up here. Stop doing that. He gave them a microphone. He didn't take away a moment for them to speak back. He gave them a microphone.
Wow, Charlie Kirk was so generous when he told the crowd to stop jeering at people that he was trying to farm for clips and telling them to stay in line so that that person didn't get scared off and didn't allow him to do his job of manufacturing rage bait clips for his conservative audience.
And what they do, they gave him a bullet in the neck. Totally different. But you have secular revolutionaries that want to come out and say, you can't say that, and I'm going to stop you from saying it. I'm going to... Why? You don't have a conversation. Something as simple as a conversation. And this is what is so fascinating to me.
So brave. Hey, it takes a lot of gumption to confidently lose to a bunch of college students that are not even media trained, because there exists thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of Charlie Kirk debating these people, and he does not come out on top every single time, even with all of the different advantages that he had.
My husband knew that something as simple as having a conversation could change the world. So simple. That is an ancient thing. Come and sit down and have coffee with me. Why do you believe what you believe? 80s and 90s, they were doing this in Congress, then going to have a Subway afterwards. Why don't we do that anymore? Instead,
a Subway? Oh my God. Okay. It must be noted that just yesterday, Cenk Uygur said on the Piers Morgan panel about the death of Rob Reiner that his favorite food is a sub. Okay. Put a pin in that. Very important to notice. Another thing we have to draw attention to is the fact that Cenk, after Charlie Kirk's assassination, went on a really awesome Twitter screed where he laid out rules for engagement following Charlie Kirk's death. And one of those rules included what exactly? Being able to get a beer afterwards, okay? He even talks about Charlie Kirk and him and Charlie Kirk getting a beer. See, this says, a while back, I put out these rules for the internet. 1, when we disagree, we fight. 2, we have a beer afterward. 3, when we agree, we unite. I got a lot of flack, surprisingly, for the line about the beer. People would ask, oh yeah, would you have a beer with Charlie Kirk? Well, I did, and I'm glad I did, because now I won't get to. Yes, Charlie and I disagreed a lot, and about really, really important things, but somehow we didn't lose our humanity. We were still fellow Americans. We can all choose to hate each other now. That's a normal human reaction. We can choose to blame each other, and I'm sure we will endlessly. Or we can defy the voices of division in the country and have a beer together, this time in grief. Okay, what's unspoken, he's talking about getting a beer. He lays out this rule, right? But he's hiding the fact that his favorite food is a sub, okay? But back to what Erika Kirk just said, afterwards you get a sandwich?
Could change the world.
Okay, the myth-making, right.
Ancient thing. Come and sit down and have coffee with me.
Sit down and have, okay, she says coffee very, very strategically. She does not say beer. Why doesn't she say beer, though? Because that was what he and Cenk did, right? Her now deceased husband.
Believe what you believe. 80s and 90s, they were doing this in Congress.
She could also be just misremembering like what the rules are. Like, oh, wait, it's not sit down and have a coffee. It's sit down and have a beer. And then she tries to correct it very, very subtly by saying the following.
We're going to have a Subway afterwards. Why don't we do that anymore?
Then going and having a Subway afterwards. That's where she was like internally like, fuck, I'm not adhering to the rules that Cenk Uygur set out after my husband's untimely death. And I need to correct this by saying, why don't we all just go out and get a Subway afterward?
Instead,
this is fantastic stuff. You know, everybody's doubting her like ability to, you know, pull off these interviews and the tears, and they're doubting her acting chops when what I just described, like that takes a lot of work to memorize and to be that subliminal and that calculating, you know, triangulating all of these things, like trying to remember Cenk Uygur's favorite food, having a sub, trying to remember the rules. Rule number 2, get a beer afterward. Okay, trying to address this person directly, trying to humanize a person like Charlie Kirk. These are a lot of things to balance.
Violence. Usually one-sided, I'm not going to go there. But you know what's so interesting about my husband's book, the last book he will ever write?
Which you can buy at Barnes & Noble and on Amazon right now. There's even signed copies.
It could have been about politics. It could have been about football. It could have been about anything. He was multidimensional.
Wow. A jack of all trades, truly. He was just so interesting that if Charlie Kirk wrote a book about football, people would buy it. Rubes would buy this book that Charlie Kirk wrote about football.
It literally says, stop in the name of God. Stop. Stop the violence. Stop the hate. Have a conversation. Stop. And what he knew in that book was not just so much stop that, take a minute to get off of your phone and realize that we are all human, operating on this broken planet, all sinful, no one's perfect, and we're not getting out of here alive. But what he knew in that book was the balance.
Why don't we have peaceful discourse anymore, says the non-peaceful hypocritical party. Says the non-party that again, jailed individuals for not showing enough fealty to this woman's husband lost their mind because there existed people on Blue Sky, an app that conservatives don't even go on, that were making fun of Charlie Kirk. Lost their minds because there's TikTok teens that took you seriously when you said comedy is legal now.
Balancing factor of communication. You cannot communicate with someone if you're not at peace with yourself. So he went on campus talking to a kid. They're screaming at him. Screaming. Does he scream back? Not once. He sits there. And you know what he's thinking? It's in that book. Maybe you need to take a few hours. Get off.
Wow. You know what he's thinking? Well, it's in the book. You know what you need to do? Buy the book. The only way you can know Charlie Kirk's last thoughts, which I guess you should ignore, that his last words were literally a dog whistle because he said counting or not counting gang violence and then he was fucking killed. You should ignore that and you should count this book as his last words, and you should sit down, take a few hours, and start off with getting your credit card out, going to checkout, buying an e-copy of the book, and then downloading it and reading it right away.
Off your phone. Go for a walk in nature. Go sit and have a coffee. Go and tell your mother you love her. Go do something that is beautiful and healing instead of trying to tear something down that you did not build. That's my thought on that.
We're going to talk about the book in a little bit, but I want to pick up on a theme that you've now hit.
We're going to get back to the shilling in a little bit, but really quick, I do have to pepper in some questions before I let you get to the infomercial, Erika.
On twice, which is the idea that the black squares that we all have in our pocket, our phones,
yes,
that they are doing something to us collectively, that they are dehumanizing us. Later, we'll talk about the conspiracies that are spreading right now on those platforms about who killed your husband.
And when someone's on the internet spreading conspiracy theories, spreading lies even, you can always count on people like Barry Weiss, Erika Kirk, and other MAGA dipshits to call it out, because that's what the right in this country is all about, is facts and logic and not spreading or purveying any misinformation or disinformation and just trying to help people know what's the truth, okay? That's what they care about.
What do you recommend to people sitting in this room? What are your practices to disconnect, to reconnect by disconnecting?
Well, like my husband, I took all of it off my phone.
All social media off your phone?
No, I don't have it on my phone. I have a team that helps run it.
Oh, you probably don't want to out that, because that would mean that when you film that bizarre video of you touching your husband's corpse after he was killed and then put it on like Instagram or wherever that went, that multiple people around you that you or your husband hired and trusted with your public facing image said, yes, that's a good idea. Do it. Public's definitely going to love you creepily touching your husband's mannequin hands after he's been embalmed, after he was killed in front of everybody. They're definitely not going to think you're weird. Go ahead and post that online. It's going to go do great. It'll do numbers.
Really,
so again, multiple people were behind that decision. She just confirmed that.
Has an opinion about me, I could care less. You know what I care about? I care about what my daughter says about me and her running up into my arms and loving on me. That's what I care about.
One of the things that has happened over the 3 months since Charlie was murdered is that people have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. He said more in 31 years than most people will say in a lifetime.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is the PBD line. This is literally the PBD line that Charlie Kirk was actually more influential than MLK, because he said a lot of words, and there's probably more footage of him speaking than there ever was or will be of MLK Jr. Therefore, he's more influential, and he also reached more people.
And I want to read a few that have captured the most.
Okay, yeah, people were like doubting me. I found the videos that she posted. So she posted that. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. I love you. God bless you. This image as well. And then this.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's just get all the way over here.
She said that this is to help quell rumors that anything weird happened to his body, or that like to show people that like the normal behind the scenes logistics that are necessary in light of somebody's untimely death were occurring. This was to help dispel conspiracy theories. She literally said this. I can't remember if it was in the Glenn Beck interview or if it was on Fox, but she said she had to put these things out here. She asked someone to record this. I mean, she asked somebody to record it, and she consulted multiple people because she says she doesn't have social media on her phone. So multiple people helped curate, record, took these photos, and said, in response, they're saying, should we put them online? Yes, put them online. And they were not working against her, apparently. They were people that she hired and paid for their opinions and their help. She has a whole team.
Most attention, especially on the political left, okay?
Yeah.
Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said. Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like...
Is this surreal for you given that you debated Charlie Kirk? No. What would have been more surreal is when I debated Charlie Kirk, he was at different points making like veiled comments and like judging the women on the whatever podcast, some of which are sex workers, OnlyFans models, etc. And I knew that Erika Kirk participated in these sorts of competitions, and she was watching because she sent in a donation, and I didn't do it, and I regret not doing it. I regretted not doing it before I even saw this. I regretted not doing it like immediately after. I wanted to ask him, okay, you're over here judging all of these women for the choices of the things that they've said and done online for clicks and views or whatever, and for being immodest in public. Yeah, well, your wife has done beauty pageants, and beauty pageants always have a bikini section. There's always a point where you put on a little bikini and you parade your ass around a stage for a bunch of judges, usually primarily men, to judge you and say who's the most attractive or whatever the fuck, okay? Is that very Christian to you? How is what your wife did meaningfully different than what these OF models are doing? That's no different than like Victoria's Secret model, like modeling underwear. But I never did it. So if I had done that, it probably would be a little bit more surreal for me, but I never did it. So, and now I never will be able to.
Boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was a mistake. Now, I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations that he had on his show.
Correct.
But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line, let's have a civil conversation. How do you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said.
So apparently, can anybody think of the context that would mitigate a statement like that? Because I sure as hell can't. And she's not even going to bother because she knows that there isn't. And really, when you're sending people to go watch it, you're just sending people to be inundated with more content of his and engage in an algorithm that's going to feed you even more Charlie Kirk content. And she's hoping that when you stumble onto it, you're either not repulsed enough to click away, or that it doesn't really matter because your algorithm is going to feed you more right-wing slop. There is no context that makes saying that MLK was not a hero and that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake better. There just isn't. There's only further explanation and detail as to why he believes that thing.
Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence.
If phones dehumanize people, why would you allow phones and recording during the funeral? To dispel the rumors. She had to do it. She had no choice.
He loved knowing that people, his favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what.
Oh my God. First, my brain is so cooked. When she said his favorite word was earn, she means EARN, like earning money, earning gratitude. I literally thought she meant earn like URN. Yes. Okay. I'm not the only one who thought this. I was like, what? The only thing that could have made that better is if he was literally cremated.
What they got. He worked so hard to build Turning Point USA. The first statement you meant about guns and shooting, I have no idea the context of that, and I have no idea that whole, there's a lot more there than just that one little sentence. My husband is not to be deteriorated to 2 sentences. He's not. He is I
wonder if that dude worked a real job ever. If you mean Charlie Kirk, the answer is no. I mean, again, he started his own right-wing welfare organization, effectively. Tell me what the difference is between like the Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, any of like the Heritage Foundation, any of these like right-wing think tanks or political action committees or organizations, and tell me that they aren't just right-wing welfare orgs that exist to prop up conservative fail sons that couldn't crack it in Hollywood and decided to blame wokeness, DEI, literally anybody but themselves, and were able to find a billionaire or millionaire stooge that would give them the money to create these organizations.
Thought leader, and he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing in perspective. But that's the problem.
Does it bother you that people are picking out those statements and drawing an entire picture of who he was?
Again, that's the problem. You're not having a conversation. You're having a 15-second.
Again, the stated purpose of this interview is to facilitate kitchen table conversations. And apparently people's kitchen table conversations need to include Erika Kirk's thoughts of her husband's murder, which have been expanded upon in lots of different places. This is not the first time that she's been public about this. This is not the first time she's answered questions. She's been oversharing on social media since the day he died. And probably a little bit before that if we do some digging. I haven't, though. And with that being the stated purpose, it is just so ridiculous to take the perspective that we ought to care what Charlie Kirk had to say about literally anything. Like,
clip out those
again, like, does it bother you that people are, you know, scrutinizing the claims that he made and the things that he said while he was alive and devoted his time and energy? Does it drive you like crazy? Like, her perspective, this is not somebody obvious. Like, it goes without saying if you know anything about Bari Weiss, but there have to be some people that watch this that are uninitiated, don't know who Bari Weiss is, don't realize how she got this position. And for her to take that angle and try to present it as anything other than propagandistic or anything other than a puff piece is just makes my head hurt.
Statements and drawing an entire picture of who he was. Again, that's the problem. You're not having a conversation. You're having a 15-second clip on the internet to define your thought of who someone is instead of taking the time to educate yourself on truly who that person is, what they thought, because why they challenged you.
Yeah, and Erika Kirk has never made a snap judgment of anyone for any reason. Anytime somebody has expressed an opinion or viewpoint she didn't like or she found displeasing, Erika Kirk took a step back, took a deep breath and said, you know, maybe they're not at their best. Maybe I should look more into what this person is saying. Maybe I should hear them out. Because that's the type of person that this lady is, right? And that's the kind of person that Charlie Kirk was. It's not like he dedicated his platform to castigating and spreading hate for anybody who he perceived to be different or an other, or who basically wasn't a white, straight, cisgender Christian guy in America. Yeah, these are definitely people that are intellectually curious. And when they are confronted with information that they didn't know about, which is, you know, most days because these people know next to nothing, they were curious and just kept exploring and just wanted to hear people out.
To think a little different. Again, my husband was an amazing man. We're human. But I do not once, for 1 second, think he was anything else than exceptional.
Erika, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot.
The
and he's
Staxium's
here tonight,
cameo.
and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erika, I want to tell you how much...
Like, Staxium's is not the type to ball out. Unfortunately, it would be so funny that, like, if he was just like, okay, to continue my point. So the last thing your husband said was counting or not counting gang violence when he interrupted me as I was trying to debunk his point. Let me just get back to that really, really quick, and then we can, like, that would be so baller, but he won't do it.
Much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flame.
This question was pre-approved by TPUSA BTW. Do we have verification on that, or you're just saying things? You're just assuming. I mean, like, I would have to assume that all of the people that are in these sorts of things have had their questions like pre-screened to some extent.
Of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of
Hunter said so on Pondering. Damn.
The aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to...
Wait, Hunter's just yapping. Hold on.
Calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified by the...
Oh my God, he's praising her?
Hi there.
Hunter, this is not the vibe we're going for here.
Erika, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified.
Who is this guy? He's the last person to ever talk to Charlie Kirk. And he's also a creator on like TikTok and social media. Sometimes his name is Staxium's.
By the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and
this leads me to say that we are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame.
Influential person on earth who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them. I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that turning point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence.
Being serious is this is the right move, okay? Not only to maintain decorum, but also if given all of the all the qualifiers that he just offered, the disavowal that she didn't even ask him for of the randos on TikTok and Blue Sky or whatever, if she cannot criticize what Trump reposted on that day, she will never criticize it.
I have and will continue.
And I mean, not that public sentiment is really on her side or anything like that. It is just always useful to lock these people into these positions and have them on camera irrefutably saying this sort of shit.
Continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political
Told
violence
you, he
must
gets
hold
a note.
both
I know I should have believed in the compliment sandwich, the compliment sub, even.
parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
I appreciate your question.
Oh, she hates him. She hates him so much.
You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people?
It's not what I asked. Okay, he needs to like lock into like Pisco mode. Yes or no, Erika? Yes or no?
This is so much deeper than just one. I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home.
The one person in question being the president of the United States that your husband was closely affiliated with.
Okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed that grows and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light. What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself. No, I will never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it. But what I'm trying to say here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror.
And your side did. The right largely did. I mean, she didn't disavow it. She found it within her heart to go on stage at his quote-unquote memorial and say, I forgive the killer. Okay, I forgive him. And, but that was all she said. Not a word or a peep about Jimmy Kimmel. Didn't hint or express any sort of negative sentiment towards her husband's memory being used to make attacks on the First Amendment. Nothing like that. She is being given an unambiguous opportunity to disavow all of that and just like a neat way, not even get into the specifics of any individual thing, just like disavow it entirely, and she won't do it.
When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit hole? I'm trying to go to Pilates class. You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad or look at your phone and go down that rabbit hole and see what you can learn from that instead of being a parent. So my call to action from that is, parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin? That's where we're at.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature?
Oh my God. And so they just that quickly, like, he doesn't get to ask any follow-up question because that wasn't pre-screened or what?
Down right now.
Instead of being a parent. So my call to action from that is, parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin?
The question was, do you disavow Donald Trump reposting hang them in light of your husband's murder? We're talking about how to raise our kids so they don't become an assassin, but instead become a thought leader. That's how she answered that. Where we started, where we ended, and then immediately moving on to, okay, back to Barry Weiss asking her another question, like another softball question.
That's where we're at.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down right now?
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that, and I'm doing my part. I'm not in control of other people.
Okay.
Soy boy or thought leader? Thought leader, daughter, or assassin son? Truly the Sophie's choice of our time.
A father whose daughter was murdered in cold blood because of who she was. He's here. Also, political violence.
This is literally like SNL tier cold open acting. if you just showed me this like a town hall with Erika Kirk, and I didn't unfortunately have the displeasure of knowing that Bari Weiss is a real human being that unfortunately commands a lot of power in this world, I would literally think that this is an opening, like a cold open for SNL or a bit.
And the conspiracy theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Stay with us.
In the next few years, political violence in the U.S. will, this is a CBS News and YouGov poll, increase, 68%, stay the same, 24% decrease. This is just an opinion poll, by the way. This is not actually like a stat based on empirical data. This is literally just asking people their opinions. Who is Bari Weiss? Oh, you sweet summer child. You know, there's your life before you know the answer to that question. There's your life after. Do you really want to know? But the TLDR is that she's a very untalented opinion columnist that has managed to fail upward because she's a young token Jewish lesbian that is willing to do the biddings of capitalists and repeat boomer era talking points that please her corporate overlords, that for some reason got her all the way to being the head of CBS News. Yeah, and live from New York, it's Saturday night!
Never before has conservatism, the ideas of freedom, liberty, American exceptionalism been so popular on these college campuses.
Welcome back to our CBS News Town Hall with Erika Kirk.
Okay, thank you. You probably shouldn't be thanking me, but just remember that if you've ever felt inadequate in any way, shape, or form, or like, oh, you know, like I'm not living up to my true potential, I feel mediocre, I feel like I'm not, you know, like I'm not cut out to succeed in this world, just remember that there are inspirational figures like Bari Weiss that are, despite being uncharismatic, unattractive, untalented, unfunny, can't really do anything but take money, they can fail upward. And maybe you can do that. People like this succeed in our world all the time.
Bob Milgram is the father of Sarah Milgram. Sarah was fatally shot last May outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., alongside Yaron Lashinsky, her boyfriend. Sarah was just 26 years old when she was killed. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Erika. Just as our family could not anticipate the pain we've been going through following the murder of our daughter, Sarah, there is no way I can understand the pain that you and your children are going through as a result of Charlie's tragic death. Our daughter was killed because of anti-Semitism.
Okay, Bari Weiss isn't unattractive. She's great. Are there ops in YouTube chat? Am I being fucked with? Does Bari Weiss have ops everywhere? Like literally in my, all the way in the YouTube chats of up and coming conservative streamers? That's crazy.
Hate against Jews and hate against the Jewish homeland.
That's Bari Weiss's alt.
Israel. We know about the growth of anti-Semitism on the left, including here in New York City, where the mayor-elect...
This dude's hair is blue. This dude's hair is straight up blue.
...still will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada.
Oh my God, how do people keep getting this wrong? How is this not an SNL bit? He literally said he can't get the word intifada correctly. Intifada.
What will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada. What I want
globalize the intifada
to address
globalize
is growing
intifada.
Anti-Semitism on the right, including Holocaust denial, anti-Zionism, and the normalizing of centuries-old conspiracy theories about Jews. Will you here condemn the individuals spreading that hate and speak out clearly enough against anti-Semitism so we can prevent another tragedy?
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, this fucking, again, these are pre-screened, hand-selected people to come up and help make Erika Kirk look great. And they're really going with, like, can you give this totally insincere and performative disavowal that will literally help no one? It won't even help Erika Kirk. It won't help. Does anyone for a second believe that this interaction is real this interaction is anything other than completely contrived, completely manufactured, and just one person asking the other to virtue signal and the other person gladly indulging it.
You and I are a part of a very...
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Kirk, for denouncing the intifada.
Small club. Painful. But you're in good company, and I will pray for you.
Her politics suck, but she's a hottie. Nah, Barry is fine. She isn't hideous or very attractive. Dude, YouTube chat is something crazy. Then you guys wonder why you're not on screen.
Sucks, doesn't
How
it?
am I supposed to memorialize comments like that in my YouTube VODs? Y'all are wildin'.
Sucks, doesn't it? Hate is hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel, Jewish people. It's awful.
Oh my God. Candace Owens has entered the chat. Losing her mind here, probably.
Awful. Anti-Semitism is... What healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general. Nothing. Nothing. Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it.
Wow. I think a lot of people were really moved when Charlie Kirk said Jew hate is brain rot. Epic, bro.
We've been to Israel twice together. And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked and see the Bible come to life in Technicolor. How could you hate that place? How could you hate the Jewish people? Why? Because you need to fulfill...
Again, Candace Owens and like 300,000 people were convinced that any day, had he just lived to see it, just any day now, Charlie Kirk, by this time in this year, would have definitely turned against Israel, would have definitely denounced Zionism, would have definitely been critical of Trump and his policies with respect to Israel. Yeah, that sounds like Charlie Kirk. Yep.
Conspiracy theory. I'm wrapped in... People say I'm a part of...
Jew hate was poo-poo pee-pee pants. She literally may as well say that. The thing is like, they have instructed and like propagandized their base to reject anybody talking about any bigotry that ends with an ism or ist, and to have this sort of innate revulsion to it anytime you hear things like that, and to disregard the person bringing attention to that as unserious. So they can't use the word anti-Semitism. So they have to come up with Jew hate to call out bigotry on the right, the left. So obviously they're not actually calling it out on the right. So I should just say for the left, but they don't want to sound soy. So that's where you get Jew hate was brain rot. That's where you get that fantastic, word of the year sentence. Jew hate was brain rot, because Charlie Kirk was trying to find a way to convey that anti-Semitism is bad to young people.
Conspiracy theories all the time. It's sick, and it needs to stop. We are human. No one is perfect. No.
Are you a Democrat? No. I consider myself to be like an independent, but have I ever voted for anyone except Democrats outside of like nonpartisan races for like school boards and stuff like that? No. So I feel like functionally I am, and I have canvassed and done work to help Democrats get elected. So do with that what you will.
No Christian is perfect. No Jew is perfect. No Muslim is perfect. We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior. And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender to the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate. And so, sir, I am so sorry what happened to your daughter. I pray that does not happen, and I pray that that is something that we can somehow extinguish in this world. But we are living in enemy-occupied territory. And every single day we need to guard ourselves, guard our minds, guard our heart. And the best way to do that is reading God's word. And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament. You cannot. You cannot.
Bob, do you want to ask a follow-up?
Is there anything specific that
Anyone to the left of center has to either vote Dem or not vote. I mean, it's hard out here being, just a traditional neocon, being a young conservative that doesn't agree with the MAGA movement. I have no choice but to, vote for Democrats and vote against what I see as the hostile takeover of the party that I used to know and loved, George Bush's GOP. Heavy as the head.
Turning Point can do to combat anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so we're all of our college campus and high school campuses, we have these conversations. And our students understand exactly my heart and Charlie's heart and the sentiment of everything I just said. We have Shabbat dinner happening.
Is this a sermon or news? This is an experience.
At AmFest. We have individuals in our chapters who are Jewish. We have
all of this seems like a highly curated fuck you, not only to Candace Owens, but to also rectify Charlie Kirk's relationship and impression with what seemed to be really, really important pro-Israel donors that gave a lot of money to Turning Point USA in light of the bullshit that Candace is spewing and the group chat leaks.
People that are going to be having booths. We have an exhibit hall at AmFest that are Jewish, that have Jewish organizations. The only way to combat evil, just like Charlie did, is with dialogue and not being afraid to do it. If you have these things that are being said, you need to counter it with the truth. And if you don't, there's a void and a vacuum.
Apparently Candace met with her and has backed off a little. Oh, we're going to get to that.
And so even though they're a small number, they get louder and louder. So we need to do our best, which we're doing our part. We're going to continue to do our part to make sure that the truth is always heard. We'll amplify it even more. And we're going to do the best we can, but we need the whole community. We need everyone in on that.
Bob, thank you so much. I want to talk about discernment.
Yes.
Okay, being able to separate truth from lies, reality from unreality. A 22-year-old man named Tyler Robinson has been arrested and charged with the murder of your husband. And yet there are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot, that are spreading right now online.
Oh my God. Why do they keep inserting these words into mainstream lexicon? Like they have any place in what are supposed to be serious sit-down interviews with people. Why the fuck are you saying brain rot in this interview? It doesn't matter that the person that you're talking to may as well be a fucking chat GPT bot. You still shouldn't even try to use words like that. You're supposed to be a serious fucking journalist. Or her whole thing is that she's supposed to be LARPing as one now that she's in charge of this.
About the actual story behind the reality. One, people say that Tyler Robinson was actually a MAGA Republican. Or two, some people say you were actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me and you were Charlie's handler and Israel killed.
Some of them even say that I'm a Mossad agent. I don't know what would give them that impression.
Charlie.
Right.
Other people say that a number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon t-shirts, and this signifies that his killing was an elite airborne operation, whatever that means. They say that the rings on your fingers, which are
my kids'
initials,
my wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement.
Oh my God, that's even more tacky. I didn't even realize that that's what they were. Notice.
My kids' initials, my wedding band.
You say that I'm not down to earth and out of touch, but let me show you my fucking all my ice. Yeah, these 24 karat fucking gold and pure diamonds all over my fingers, totally relatable or whatever. This is an homage to my kids. So really, when you attack my choice of jewelry and my clothing and my styling choices, what you're actually attacking is my decision to honor my children in this way. Okay? It's not that it could possibly be extremely tacky and gaudy and off-putting and also just ridiculously it just screams new money, man.
The Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also a new theory that...
I mean, maybe people are saying that, but all I've heard is that it's yeah, you're balling out with your, again, you're in mourning and you're not wearing inconspicuous jewelry and outfits. You're going around wearing leather pants, hugging JD Vance in ways that are seen as romantic or suggestive. These are not my criticisms. These are just what other people have said. And then I have criticized the jewelry because I think it's tacky as fuck. But I would have said that regardless of whether or not Charlie Kirk was dead. But the choice to wear that sort of jewelry in mourning, it was always going to draw negative attention for people.
Egyptian aircraft have been tracking you. What is going on? Why are there
under my drip
so many conspiracies spreading about what seems to be a pretty open and shut case?
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips. Something so evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around this. Egyptian planes.
Egyptian
planes.
Do you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think it is so hard for so
And I forgive him. Yes, I do.
Many people to believe that reality?
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not. I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen our case pulled together. I've been in constant contact with our lawyers, the prosecuting team. I've seen it all. And let me tell you this. Why in the world, why should we, prior to the trial, lay all of our hands and cards on the table for the defense team to see, to somehow then, I don't even know what they would do with it. But what I will say, and I want to get on the Egyptian plane thing, we'll take a flight on that for a second. What I will say is what I'm worried about, and I'm fascinated, just from a legal standpoint, to see how the United Healthcare trial pans out. And I say that because this is
oh my God. Why are you talking about this?
First time.
She brought this up on the Glenn Beck interview as well.
We are seeing the implications.
You're talking about Luigi Mangione.
Correct. I'd prefer never to say any of their names. They do not even deserve the ounce of oxygen and breath out of my body. But what I mean is it's fascinating to see how social media will impact that court case, just how it might impact mine.
Are you nervous he's not going to get a fair trial?
I'm nervous that there could be, they'll say we can't find a fair jury. Like they're going to taint the jury pool. And in that case,
I mean, why did Barry phrase it that way? She doesn't give a fuck about Tyler Robinson. She already thinks he's guilty. She's not worried about his due process rights being violated or him not being given a fair trial. To the extent that she is, it's because she doesn't want it to end in a mistrial and they can't convict the guy that she suspects killed her husband.
That's how widespread you think.
Her face will never be as small as his. I mean, those were, I guess in this case, like what? Like, not like tiny shoes to fill? Large shoes to fill. That was a tall order. Okay. Just all the, like, high progressive. Why are you coming into my chat and demanding these unrealistic beauty standards of women? You just know that most women cannot compete with Charlie Kirk's, facial feature to rest of face ratio.
Think these conspiracies have gone?
Yes.
That's how mainstream they become. Okay.
Egyptian planes.
You want to talk about Egyptian planes?
Okay. I was pregnant for 90% of those trips. Mind you, I've never, all those places they said I've traveled, I've never been. I mean, I've been, but I'm not within those dates that they've.
But you even said you need to.
No, but this is, yeah, but I do on that one. Only because, from a humor standpoint, I intentionally, when I was pregnant, hid. Not because I was embarrassed, not because I.
From the standpoint of humor.
This is, yeah, but I do on that one. Only because, from a humor standpoint.
Humor standpoint.
I intentionally, when I was pregnant, hid. Not because I was embarrassed, not because I didn't want anyone. Yes, we did keep it very private, but it's because it was a moment very sacred. I was growing a human inside of me, my baby. The world that Charlie and I live in is very toxic at times.
Yeah.
And when you are growing a beautiful child in you, I don't want to be around it.
Yeah, from the perspective of joking around.
I want to enjoy eating my In-N-Out burger and my hot fudge sundae. That's what I want to do. I'm pregnant and I have 9 months to own it. You really think I'm going to be on an Egyptian plane while I am wanting to be with my In-N-Out burger and my...
Okay, so from the standpoint of humor, her decision to not be public when she was pregnant with their child was because she wanted to like gain baby weight in peace or something?
Chocolate milkshake? No, I'm not. So if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You say I was here on this date. I have a photo in my phone to prove that I actually was in the hospital because I was having contractions. So game on.
That's the most shocking revelation of this all, is that given all the other nonsense that they peddled and pushed, that she did not have like a home birth.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Okay. The next question.
And we already went over, because they showed this. They released this as a teaser, just that clip of her saying, stop. And Candace Owens made yet another episode out of it.
Comes from a person who may be familiar to you, Erika, because Charlie interviewed him for his show last August. Rob Henderson, to you.
Thank you, Barry. And thank you, Erika. During that discussion with Charlie, neither of us knew that was going to be the last long-form interview he would ever conduct, because his life was cut short by the actions of a very disturbed young man. As someone who admired Charlie's ability to offer young people...
With your nursing background, how concerned are you about the home birth trend? Nursing background? I don't have a nursing background. I have an undergraduate degree in biology, and I have volunteered at a hospital, but I don't have a nursing background. But it is very disturbing, and it's not safe. There's actually a really good video, if you guys are interested. And if I look up, is it Rebecca Watson recently talking about, which one is it? Free birth influencers are killing babies. This video, 20 minutes, free birth influencers are killing babies, talks about these influencers that have no medical training, no licenses, nothing like, they're not even like doula certified, have podcasts and contents and channel that revolves around encouraging women to have like quote unquote natural births, to reject like Western medicine, to have their babies at home, and have like women have listened to their advice and lost children because they opted to have a home birth. Then complications arose and they didn't get to a hospital in time and they lost their babies, including one of the co-hosts themselves of this podcast. My understanding is that she had a home birth and then it ended poorly for her as well. And they still push that, and there are like no legal consequences for this. Or like, I guess, how can there be until you rule that as like encouraging people to have a home birth when you don't have any sort of medical training or degree or anything like that, to be criminally liable or something like that. But yeah, it is pretty disturbing, and it's not something that people should do.
A productive and optimistic path. I wanted to ask, how should the conservative movement think about cultivating leaders and role models for young men, and how can it continue offering them a constructive alternative to the toxic currents Charlie so astutely criticized?
It's a great question. First of all, your interview was amazing. It's one of my favorite ones to look back on. Charlie connected with you very well. And I can always tell when he does on his show. I've always watched his show. And I could always tell because his questions and his engagement would shift. And he always loved that conversation with you. As the CEO of Turning Point USA, it is my responsibility to make sure that our youth is in good hands. Our chapter leaders are amazing. And there's some leaders within those groups you guys have not even seen or heard about yet, but you will one day, and you'll be blown away because they are amazing kids. We had 2 of them at our gala event this weekend, and they spoke in front of our donors. It was the first time I ever met them. Phenomenal kids. Not only are they smart, they have a heart. Not only do they have a heart, they can understand and see the Gen Z landscape in a way that we can't. And from a peer-to-peer communication level, they're phenomenal. So I personally, having a front row seat to the rising generation, the courageous generation, they're amazing. Yes, there are bad apples. Millennials, we got them too. So do the baby boomers. So does Gen X. No one's escaping the bad apples.
Everyone forgets Gen X.
It's just
Everyone older than a millennial, even including some millennials, are in fact boomers.
But it is our responsibility, my responsibility, our team's responsibility to make sure that our chapters are cultivating those leaders. So when they leave high school and they decide not to go to college, they're in the workforce being incredible people and incredible leaders. They might not be influencers. Not everyone's meant to. Everyone plays a very specific role.
Oh my God, she looked fucking freaky when she was saying that. Holy shit. Not everyone's meant to play that role.
Influencers. Not everyone's meant to. Everyone plays a very specific role. But there'll be someone in something very important, and they'll plant seeds. And that's all you have to do, is plant the seed. And then let truth grow from there. But thank you again for the time that you spent with my husband on that final conversation. It meant a lot to him. And it means a lot to me to be able to have that to show my babies one day.
Thanks, Rob. Coming up, should women focus on their careers or building their families? We'll ask Erika Kirk what she believes as a mom and now as a CEO.
What do you want to bet? It's that all of you women who are not me should do this thing that I'm not going to be doing and that I never did. But I'm not going to do it. I don't need to do it. I'm an exception to the rule. But not everybody can be me, just like not everybody can be an influencer. So do as I say, not as I do. Important data, importance of religion among Americans. 45% very. 28% not very. That's increasing. 26% fairly. This is a source from Gallup, May 1st, 2023 to December 1st. Through the 20th or something like that, 2023. Why we're showing this, there's literally no editorialization. I'm sure I don't know.
Welcome back. Erika, Charlie's last book.
Do you think it's self-aggrandizing for Barry to be doing this interview on the network she owns and not a professional host? That's like, that doesn't even begin to describe what this is. This choice that Barry Weiss made to try to legitimize herself as a serious journalist on this fucking news conglomerate that she treats like her little playground or pet project with a figure like Erika Kirk, of all people.
It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about policy. It was about the Jewish Sabbath, which he kept for 25 hours, starting sundown on Friday night through sundown on Saturday night. What made Charlie so passionate about this subject?
What made Charlie Kirk, an evangelical Christian, and you, a Catholic, observe the Jewish Sabbath?
He was on the verge of burnout, and he thought to himself, what can I be doing? And he always loved the 10 Commandments.
Money. Where's the fucking, literally, just like this gif. What made you guys do that? You could just show this every time and probably be correct. It'll probably make sense.
And then he saw it, honoring the Sabbath. And he realized that if you don't, this one commandment, this one, if you don't.
I'm mad at Candace today. She capitulated. Coral Pal, you had to know that at some point it would come to an end, right? She couldn't do streams on Charlie Kirk into perpetuity without making people feel like she should probably be yelling at traffic instead of going live every couple of days.
Honor it. You're the one who misses out on the gift, not God.
Are you keeping it?
I'm trying my best.
Is it helping?
It is. I feel close to him. I break it apart, though. So instead of a full 24 straight, I'll break it apart only because my mom's sick and I need to be available because I'm her medical power of attorney, so I need to be available if something happens. And so I make it what works for me. But that's what was so beautiful about that. Charlie wasn't legalistic about it. He's like, make it your own.
Erika, you have made a lot of comments that a lot of people have noticed about women, suggesting, you know this, right? Suggesting that women should get married young.
God damn, her fucking veneers.
Women, suggesting.
Why, if you were going to get veneers, why the fuck would you get this shade? Why would you not go with something more natural? It doesn't even look good. It looks so fucking off-putting. It's uncanny valley shit. And of course, that's like fits perfectly with what I know about this woman and how off-putting and weird she is. But if you just like, just to make it that much more, like, emphasize that she looks like, again, she does not It's not like us, man.
You know this, right? Suggesting that women should get married young, that they should have children young, that they should prioritize family over their careers. And at the same time, you are now doing both. You now have 2 young children, I think both under the age of 3. And you're the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Square that for us. Some people look at you and say, you know, she's trying to make it a binary choice. You can be the trad wife or the girl boss, but look at her. She's having both. What do you say to them?
Right. Well, I didn't ask for this. Obviously, it's a blessing.
Heavy as the head. It's not like you and Charlie Kirk had discussions before he even died. Who was going to assume the role of CEO? Should he die before you or anything like that? There was literally a discussion that they had. I'm not saying she wanted him to die. What I'm saying very precisely is that if it were something she really did not want to take on, it would have been decided that any number of people that were already working at TPUSA alongside Charlie Kirk could have been the person to step up and become the CEO of the organization. And she just sat on the board. It's not something, she's not doing something like that's necessarily like expected or normal of her.
I view it as a blessing. It's a duty to my husband. But I was very happy being a stay-at-home mom. There's nothing wrong with being a mother. There's actually more beautiful and emotional and powerful job title, if you will, being a mother. And for me, I experienced what it was like living in New York, living that boss babe culture. But when I met Charlie, and
it's girl boss, not boss babe.
Our babies, I was in it. That was all hands on deck. I would take that world in a heartbeat, always. But you know what? There was never any daylight between Charlie and I, and his mission was my mission. So stepping into this role is not so much a job title. This is not a 9-to-5 for me. This is something that I'm very passionate about because it's still a remaining breathing version of my husband, this Turning Point USA. So this organization is not just a company to me. And the staff and employees are not staff and employees, they're family. And so for me, it's a lot different and a lot deeper than a career. This is very personal.
Are you a Democrat? No, I'm an up-and-coming conservative streamer.
But
I'm critiquing
yes,
Erika Kirk from the right.
Hard. But at the same day, it takes a village, and I have one heck of a village.
We have a woman here that has a question perfectly calibrated to this part of our conversation. I want to hand it over to Isabella Reggi.
Thank you. And Erika, you and your family are in my prayers.
Thank you.
I'm a 26-year-old Christian woman living in New York City. I would like to stay here long term, but I wonder whether it's sustainable. Do you believe there's a place for women like myself in modern cities who care about having a career, but also marrying a like-minded Christian conservative man?
Well, yeah.
Okay, this person just like screams money. The fact that you can, what it sounds like, just kind of like, I don't want to say on a whim, but like, oh, I'm just going to live in New York City to see if that works out for me as a young Christian woman. And you're at the Erika Kirk town hall. Just a simple working class gal trying to make it in the big old city, the Big Apple that is New York.
So it just depends on where you're looking. You know, if you're on the apps, I don't know if you're on the apps. I don't know I'm not going to ask you your personal journey. But what I will say is when I lived out here, I was here for 5 years. I never dated here because I saw vicariously through my roommate how terrible it was. Somehow getting drinks was the replacement of having coffee and breakfast. I personally would rather have coffee or brunch with someone than go, I don't drink. I find it unproductive.
How about Subway subs?
Because I'm holier than whatever. I just don't operate that way. But I always thought it was very strange how she would go to drinks with one guy and then go to dinner with another. So it goes twofold here. So if you're expecting to marry someone that I was blessed with, like a Charlie, you have to be the type of woman that will attract a Charlie. Are you going to church? Are you going to Bible study? Did you tell your pastor that you are ready for the Lord to bring into your life the man that you've been praying for? You yourself need to be prepared for that man, and only you will know how to do that. Does that mean staying out and going out with the girls? I'm not saying you sit on your couch and all of a sudden he's going to knock on your door and be like, honey, let's rendezvous. Like, that's not how it happens. It's not. Granted, my situation was a little different. I wouldn't do it. You went to a...
Am I crazy for thinking that I thought this town hall would at least primarily be, like, almost exclusively be, I shouldn't just say primarily, like, almost exclusively be about Charlie Kirk and his supposed legacy and impact? How did this turn into, like, Erika Kirk giving dating advice?
a job interview. Literally. So this is how good the Lord is. He knew that because I was not dating in New York City, he knew that in order for me to know that that was my man, he had to blanket Charlie as a job interview. Because if that went in, no joke, if he came to me and said, hey, let's go on a date to Bill's Burgers, I'd be like, I am so sorry. Thank you, but no, we're not doing this. That was my mindset. I was not in that headspace. I just wasn't. But God will work in incredible ways when you surrender the pen for him to write your love story. And when you know that, look, if I remain in the jet stream of God's will, he will provide for me in ways I cannot even imagine. And that is my prayer for you. My prayer for you is to remain open and to remain prayerful and to let people around you know.
What if I hit on women, on the women I interview, it's harassment. Unfortunate world. So hypocritical, this world.
Old school style. I'm ready, and
But when Charlie Kirk does it, he bags a woman like this. Aren't you jealous?
Looking to get married and having a family. You can always have your career. Being able to have a family truly is a very limited, short window. You can start your career. If you have people and it's amazing business, have other people run it. You can still manage it. You can still pour into it, but you have your babies. And then once your babies are grown and the nest is empty, go back to your career. There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't have a career, you have your...
Charlie Kirk explicitly said that's not what women ought to be doing. And he said multiple times, there's a clip of him saying that she's more conservative than him. Hold on. Conservative. Let's see. This.
My wife joins us, Erika Kirk,
Hi,
the beautiful,
everyone.
legendary Erika.
I love you so much.
I love you.
You're my best friend.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have asked the audience for questions. You pick one.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erika.
Yes.
By far. Not even close. I am a moderate compared to Erika.
Andrew always jokes that once you got married to me, you got more based.
That's true. That is true. No, Erika is very conservative. Do you think having kids made you more conservative?
100%. Which I didn't think was possible. But 100%. Absolutely.
And do you
and
think...
a better wife.
Mm-hmm. My wife joins us, Erika Kirk.
Hi,
the beautiful.
There are more conservative religious sects in this world, and even less what is it? Are they First Day Adventists or whatever? What are they called? I have the thing wrong. I'm trying to think of the women that they wear little bonnets, but they're not even they're not Amish. Is it Seventh? Is that what I'm thinking of? There you go. And Pentecostal, yeah, but it might not be these. I can't remember. Is it? There's one that starts with an M. Hold on. Conservative Christian sect starts with an M. I don't know how else. Mennonite. That's what it is. Yeah, the Mennonite. When he says she's more conservative than me, I'm picturing this. This is the type of fit you're rocking. This is the type of vibe you're going for. You know? As far as the instructions that you have for how women ought to live their life. There's me. And then there's women like this, right? I'm expecting Erika Kirk to say something that's a lot closer to this than to this, okay? And for Charlie Kirk to even say, oh, she's more conservative than me. Why are you, why are you even on the show? But I'll even grant, okay, fine, your husband allows you to be on this show. But if you're more conservative, I would not think that a really conservative, somebody who's to the right of Charlie Kirk would be saying you can have your career and then have your babies and then go back to that career.
Short window. You can start your career. If you have people and it's amazing business, have other people run it. You can still manage it. You can still pour into it, but you have your babies. And then once you're...
And she's like presupposing that like, if you're a woman that's going to work, you're not just going to work, you're going to like own. You're going to own capital. You're going to own a business.
Your babies are growing and the nest is empty. Go back to your career. There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't have a career, you have your babies, the Lord's going to inspire something inside of you that you're like, you know what? There's a problem. I have a solution. How many...
Like somebody who is, again, preaching to be like the right of Charlie Kirk and like this Christian and this conservative, this would be a lot closer to the family dynamic and situation that you're encouraging young women and girls to take up. The other thing is that it sounds like Charlie Kirk, hold on, if I put majority report, I know I've watched this before, Charlie Kirk, like women's conference. Here was his advice. Charlie Kirk tells conservative women leaders to get married and have kids if they want happiness. He doesn't do any of these, like you can have your career and then and then you can stop and have your babies and then come back to it. He just straight up says like your place is in the home, barefoot and pregnant for the most part.
Is the Turning Points USA Young Women's Leadership Summit.
Turning Points USA? Wow. Deduction already from Sam's commentary. This is a faux pas that is equivalent to saying Barnes and Nobles when it's Barnes and Noble. Okay. To say Turning Points? Wow.
Now this is important because they're basically being told, and it wasn't just Charlie Kirk, but he was representative. They're basically being told, like, do you really
Emma's got the Mennonite fit on.
Want to be a leader, or do you want to be a leader in the family? Of course,
the children.
And by of the children, and not of the. I mean, of course, you have a boss.
You can be a leader of the laundry.
Assistant leader. How about that? Here we go.
Every single one of you.
Sam consistently says Lynn Cheney instead of Liz. Aren't there two? Like, aren't there? They have two daughters, and there's Lynn Cheney and Liz Cheney. No, or like, do you mean that he confuses them for one another?
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Let's try this again.
Oh, Lynn's a mom. That's what it is.
Or
refresh it.
He also calls the guy who funded Tenet Media something Depardieu, who's like a French actor or something like that. He's talking about like, he always confuses Gregorian with that guy.
It's not you. It's the player.
Understand, again, there are multiple, apparently, speakers they've had that did this, that basically said, leadership,
yeah, Gerard Depardieu, he always confuses that.
Mothership? Here we go.
Oh, wait, the Depardieu thing is a joke? Okay, I didn't know about that. I came into it late then.
Every single one of you in this room have what it takes to be a talented person in office or in corporate life. Most importantly, please become a wife and start a family. That is the most important thing. If you so feel called and want to be happy, I really encourage you to do that. But that shouldn't be the only thing you do. If you so choose, you have the agency to do that. But
Whoa.
You could run for office. And by the way, you said the most important thing. Other people already see it in you. So if other people already see that you could run for office, then you need to just agree with other people and go do it.
All right, pause. Let's go back at the beginning. I mean, it is literally the leadership conference, and he can't even say that you can be leaders.
I mean,
you guys,
you can be followers.
Could be excellent number, maybe 3 and 4 in there, or he says talented. You can be talented.
How is he failing to turn out the youth vote in states like Arizona with this?
It's got to be secondary to
there's a lot of women there. I mean, it sounds like like a fun conclavette or whatever it is, but it is just amazing to me that
again, like based off of that, who is more conservative here? Charlie Kirk or Erika Kirk, the woman who's saying you can have it all. The modern Christian woman who loves MAGA and follows the teachings of Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk can have it all. You can have it. You can start your business and then have your babies, and then you can, go back to work after the babies are raised. Also, I'm more conservative than Charlie Kirk, by the way, who says that, yeah, women's roles are in the home and they should be followers, not leaders.
Many baby companies have been born out of moms, like the little carrier seat or a stroller or
we live for that carrier seat.
Right, 100%. I'm not trying to plug them for something, so I'm just trying not to even say the name, but you understand my sentiment is that there's something.
And it goes unaddressed that she is literally sitting across from a woman whose lifestyle choices, that's how she would say it, she doesn't agree with or even think should be legal. Barry Weiss is a lesbian. Barry Weiss is married to a woman. Barry Weiss or her partner, I think it's her, have undergone fertility treatments so that they can have a baby if they haven't already. You think Erika Kirk is on board with that? We know Charlie Kirk wasn't.
So I'm just trying not to even say the name, but you understand my sentiment is that there's something really special and beautiful about making sure that you are the woman that your future husband deserves and vice versa. Do not settle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Isabella. Up next, the emotional moment
Don't settle, ladies. If he wanted to, he would. He should be 10 times more in love with you than you are with him. You're the fucking prize. He's nothing. He ain't shit. Like, what is this girl boss, like, dating advice? This is some, like, she may as well be saying level up queens and, what is it? Like, tell them to head to r/female dating strategy.
Erika Kirk forgave
the boss babe strategy. You're right, my bad.
Her husband's alleged murderer. Stay with us.
I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do.
Erika, that moment that we just watched was unforgettable. I was one of millions of people across the world that watched you get up on that stage and forgive the man who murdered your husband. And I think a lot of people looked at it and thought, this is incomprehensible. It's almost baffling. And I want you to speak to those who are unable to understand, really, that act of grace. How is it possible that you can forgive the person that murdered your husband?
I'm not forgetting what he did.
Money. Again, where's the gif? Where's the SpongeBob gif of Mr. Krabs saying money into the mic? That's how you're able to do it, because you thought that would manufacture clicks and praise and applause from people for you just being so Christ-like and empathetic or whatever, and make you out to be a human to people briefly and score you PR points. And very good. Well done. Because even Mehdi Hassan was complimenting you for that shit. Okay.
I'm not condoning what he did. What he did is sick and evil. So sick and evil. What I am doing is releasing myself from the enemy's hands, where he could have a foothold in me. And he could be able to just, like I said earlier, you have a choice. Am I going to take that moment? And I will never say anything I don't mean. I really prayed on that moment. That was a game time decision. I'll never say what I don't mean. But am I going to take that moment to say, rally the troops, burn the city down, march in the streets? Or am I going to take that moment and unleash something like we talked about, even greater, more powerful, and say, it's a revival? And let that unleash and let the Lord use it in ways that no one else could have ever imagined.
If you were to meet the man, I won't name him again, accused of murdering your husband,
I don't know what the journalistic protocol is if you have somebody who's saying that, who's already stated that they don't believe that the shooter should be given any more attention. Like, should you respect that in the context of the interview? Or is there some other superseding journalistic rule or principle that obviously you're not legally bound to, but as some sort of like industry standard that you're supposed to do it anyway if it's more informative to the audience?
You know what you would say to him?
Nothing.
You would say nothing?
I have nothing to say to you. Nothing.
Is there a difference, Erika, between forgiving someone in a religious and
She sounds fine, but Barry Weiss, I can't believe I'm saying this, sounds too quiet, and I can't hear her very well.
Spiritual sense, but also wanting justice for them here on earth?
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just.
This was so weird.
Let the Lord.
This was so weird. Okay, we're doing this one more time, but like not even at the slightly sped up one. This is such a fucking weird interaction.
Is there a difference, Erika, between forgiving someone in a religious and spiritual sense, but also wanting justice for them here on earth?
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
She is a freaky woman, man. I don't know what else to say. What else is there to say? She is weird, man. Like, it's like the fake acting. Like, all of her answers seem so stilted and planned. And even with that planning, it's like inauthentic. I don't even know. I can't. It's just uncanny valley. I don't know that I could put my finger on it more satisfying than that. It just gives me the ick.
In
It's
our
unnerving.
final
It
audience
is.
question for tonight, I want to turn it over to Joe Lavoie.
Hi, thank you. Your faith in this process has been inspiring, and that inspires this question. How are you able to trust God amidst unfair and immense suffering?
One of my favorite books in the Bible is the book of Job. And what's so powerful about that book is that you read it and you go along and you say, how could bad things happen to good people? But what happens at the end of that book? God does restore. He does. Even more so than Job had prior. But when did that happen? It happened when Job prayed for his friends.
I'm like 10 years old for laughing at Twitch chatter putting free hand Jobs.
Even though they were against him, even though there was all this drama, he prayed for his friends. You can call them enemies. That's not saying, oh, Lord, my enemies, like, no. There's boldness in being able to say, Lord, do what only you can do. And the Lord restored.
Oh my God, that book is abused so often. I'm sure you're talking about this specific area of the Bible, but that statement also applies just to the Bible in general.
What Job had lost. That's how.
We'll be right back. I want to thank Erika Kirk so much for joining me tonight. And I also want to thank our audience for participating in this town hall. CBS News is going to have many more conversations like this in the weeks and months ahead. So stay tuned. More town halls, more debates, more talking about the things that matter. I'm Barry Weiss here in New York. Good night.
Okay, this is the end, but it's extended. What comes after this? That is a threat.
We just finished our broadcast town hall with Erika Kirk, and she has graciously given us a little bit more time to take a few more audience questions. Erika, thank you so, so much. I want to start with Alex Paul Volpe. Alex, take it away.
Hi, Barry. Hey, Erika.
Volpe.
My question is from someone coming back to, their faith after what happened, especially to Charlie. So,
oh my God, is this person real? Charlie, like, if this person's real, doing anything other than blasting the "We Are Charlie Kirk" anthem while he says all of this is disrespectful, honestly.
I was raised Christian, and then in my young adult life, say high school, college, I kind of fell off in terms of, practicing. Never stopped believing.
Literally, my mom and my stepdad. It's so embarrassing. Oh no.
But someone.
I think that rivals being like, that's pretty close to your parents like becoming QAnoners. I'm not gonna lie, being so moved by the death of Charlie Kirk that you rediscover your faith.
Who just kind of stopped going to church and whatnot after the horrible events of what happened to Charlie. That was kind of the moment for me that really sparked my faith to kind of start up again. And since then, I've been attending church almost every Sunday and have started to read the Bible again. As part of that, I just wanted to ask you.
Is this a question or a fucking monologue? He's finally going to get to it.
Do you have any advice for someone who's, reconnecting with God, reconnecting with their faith as to how to...
If you are somebody who, again, rediscovers their faith and relationship with Jesus Christ after seeing Charlie Kirk murdered, you probably should be kept away from Erika Kirk. I'll be real. For her own safety and for everybody else's. Am I the only one that thinks that that's probably not a sign of somebody who's like mentally hygienic?
Deepen that relationship and kind of strengthen that as along their journey.
Of course. Is this Did you recently just buy a Bible? I'm just curious because I've known a lot of people who just bought their Bible.
Did you just buy a Bible? Okay, while you're at it, while you're buying books, have you bought Charlie Kirk's book? You should read Charlie Kirk's book.
For the first time, or bought a new one?
I did.
Curious.
I did, yes.
Is it your first one?
It is.
I love it. I'm very proud of you.
To be clear, the issue is that Job was not just punished and endured. His family was killed, all his cattle, lost all his money, all his friends, said he deserved it. And then he asked God, why'd you do this to me? Mind you, God did this for a bet with the devil, then got lectured by God for him asking. Then he didn't even get his story back, but a new one. It's not a good story, LOL. Can somebody else confirm, any other Bible enjoyers? Confirm to me if that's correct.
God is proud of you. I want to encourage you to take a minute, whether that's at morning or night.
It's true. That's true. Correct. I confirm it. Well, if my chat says something's true, obviously it is.
Morning person. Charlie was a night person for this. So there's no right answer. There's some people who just do it during the middle of the day to read scripture, or you can do it all day. But make sure you carve out alone time with the Lord, to journal. I personally write to God after I read scripture. You can have a devotional and your Bible alongside it, but don't use a devotional to replace your Bible. They should complement each other. But take some time to dig a little bit deeper. When you're reading, if you find
whatever. She's Catholic. I was going to say, what part of the Christian faith allows women to be like spiritual leaders? But I say that, and I guess that's like a low-hanging fruit on my part, because I had CCD teachers, which is like type of Catholic school if you're growing up. And I had female instructors, so.
Something that catches your interest, pause. You don't force yourself to read a full chapter. If there's a word or something that triggers in your soul, stay on that. Meditate on it. God's trying to reach you in something. And even too, what's really cool, what I love, is to find a way, a commentary. Personally, I love Matthew Henry. If you can find a commentary that you love, dive deeper into the words, into further of what that meant in context form. Don't take it out of context, but just dig deeper. Charlie loved doing that at night. He had a long day, but then for him to wind his brain down at night, he opened up his Bible and he would just read and he would pray and meditate. And you know what?
What does Charlie Kirk have to wind his brain down from? What, after being overly exerted because he had to debate a bunch of fucking college students for 2 hours? That's a severe mental exertion for this guy.
He did before bed every single night is he would breathe. He didn't listen to music. He just laid there.
He would breathe every single night before going to bed. There are like so many jokes that I could make right now just on that, and I'm not going to do it.
With his eyes closed, and he really just did those deep, deep belly breaths and just breathed and just breathed. So whatever that alone time looks for you, make it personal because it's your time with the Lord.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Take our next question. Yeah. Can you introduce yourself?
Hello, Ms. Kirk. My name is Marco Buglione. I'm a student at Fordham University. Thank you for your...
Shouldn't he be asking his pastor? No, I think he should be asking Erika Kirk in front of Barry Weiss at this town hall.
Time.
For spiritual guidance.
As you take the helm of Turning Point USA, what is the single most important strategic change you plan to implement to engage young voters like myself on college campuses moving forward?
That's a great question. Before Charlie was murdered, he was very intentional about making sure that I'm going to go the Turning Point action route right now, saying that just in case anyone tries to conflate the two. Turning Point action side, Charlie from the start, when he started the organization, was clipboard and tennis shoes.
Why is this only in the extended version? I don't think she comes off particularly good in this section either, but certainly as compared to the other parts that got left in, she seems a lot more human, and they included things that were not relevant to Charlie Kirk's legacy, his work, or any of that in the main show that made it onto that is not the extended edition. So why leave this for the end or the extended edition?
He knew the importance of getting out there, knocking on doors, signing up people to vote, chasing ballots. He loved that work, and he wanted to inspire that to the students.
He even bussed people to January 6th. He really, really loved that work.
As well. Now, what we're doing, there's a lot of things. It's funny because some people think, oh, when a CEO comes in, things go crazy. They have to change. They don't have to change. If it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. Charlie intentionally picked phenomenal leaders in the organization, and we're in good hands. And everyone is very mission focused. And when
again, why not leave this in the main cut? This is the stuff that drives the fucking Candace Owens Simpson viewers insane. Where they're, even though, again, Candace Owens has said, like, has basically put a curse upon the entire TPUSA org at this point. She probably even commissioned the Etsy witch that, I can't remember what, but Jezebel also commissioned to put a curse or like a hex on Charlie Kirk before he was killed, okay? Candace has commissioned that same Etsy wish to put a curse upon TPUSA because they were besmirching Charlie Kirk's memory by not entertaining all of her fucking conspiracy nonsense. But here's Erika Kirk twisting the knife, reiterating and reminding people that all of the people at TPUSA, Charlie Kirk had a huge hand in making those personnel decisions.
Comes to the students and elections and getting ready to vote, we're still going to do what Charlie did. We're still going to be on campus. We're still going to be encouraging you guys. We're still going to be a resource for you. And so, yes, midterms, they might get a little messy, but we're ready for it.
Like, at what point was Charlie Kirk going to stop doing it? I mean, Steven Crowder was and still is doing the change my mind shit with college campus students. And he's in his, like, how old is Steven Crowder? 44? 38. He was 38 years old, hasn't shown any sign of stopping. Like, at what point is Charlie Kirk's shtick, does it just look really bad optically to do that? Ben Shapiro would also does this sort of shit. Matt Walsh also does this sort of shit. Like, are they going to be doing it into their, like, 60s, thinking that, oh, yeah, it looks really awesome that me, a visibly, like, 70-year-old guy, is able to dunk on, like, an 18-year-old freshman girl in college that doesn't have any media training?
And we're mission-driven for it. And I hope that you'll be a part of it with us.
Charlie expressed support for J.D. Vance in 2008 before he died.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about you?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm following in my husband's footsteps to a lot of extent. But again, I will express the sentiment very.
Be careful, Erika, about the comments you make surrounding fucking J.D. Vance and what you think of him.
Clearly, I watched my husband with his blood, sweat, and tears deliver that youth vote for President Trump.
To be fair, Steven Crowder got a lot of free time now that he's a divorcee. Oh, it's cute of you to think that Steven Crowder, even when he was married, was spending his free time with his wife and kids.
And I am just, let me please just bask in that and enjoy that before we start jumping to 28. I would really just like to enjoy.
Can she have one thing?
That hard work paid off.
Fair enough. Eric, can we have, oh, sorry. No, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, how are you?
Good to see you.
I wanted to ask, there's a lot of young people in the audience here, a lot of college students. And sometimes in college, it feels like the walls are caving in, whether that be with relationships, professors who give us a hard time, and anything else that college students experience. What guidance do you have for us when the walls start to feel like they're caving in and there's not a light at the end of the tunnel?
Don't view them as they're caving in. View them that, yes, they can fall this way, but they can actually fall this way.
Pressure. Hard work doing fascism on a podcast every day. Hey, that takes a lot of fucking energy.
It's good for you.
Try being an influencer.
Don't run from it. There's something that's really interesting in nature. Someone told me this a long time ago, years ago. I'm talking like 10 years ago. They told me this, but it stuck with me forever. They said that a male lion, when they're hunting, the male lion is not the hunter, it's the female. But what the male does is the male comes around this way and does a very loud roar, which scares the prey which direction.
She's so bad at this. I was just about to say, like, she really thinks she's cooking with this, for one, and for two, I don't know if this really is like a natural moment for her of like thinking back to this story and tying it into his answer or her answer for him, or if this is something that she also memorized so she could use, but it's like not landing in the way that she thinks it needs to. It's just not impactful or inspiring whatsoever.
the opposite direction. And who's on the opposite side? The female. But instead, if the prey knew that while that lion was roaring, to run towards that roar and they wouldn't be eaten because they wouldn't turn around the other way, they'd escape. So if there's any encouragement there, I would just run towards that roar.
And what was the moral, like, what's the moral of this or the takeaway from this? What am I supposed to be inspired about or what?
Know that the Lord's got your back.
Oh, okay.
Hope that helps.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Let's take our next question from Eric.
The great Eric Metaxas.
None of that is true about lions.
Eric, for people who don't know who you are, can you introduce yourself?
I believe my name is Eric Metaxas. I host something called Socrates in the City. I've written many books, but most importantly, identify as a follower of Jesus. And I loved Charlie so much.
Should we know this? You don't know who Eric Metaxas is?
Much.
I know. He loved you.
That just about every time I saw him, I'd say, I love you, Charlie. And I knew it would make him uncomfortable. And I loved that.
I know.
That he's like, I'm not gay.
I know.
Oh my God. I don't, this is like the highlight so far. I'm glad that we stayed on to watch this. I was just about to dip out and be like, do we really need to know this part or whatever? It's like, seems to be a bunch of like religious questions, but this is awesome. Charlie Kirk literally could not even handle like a friend of his saying like, I assume they were friends. It sounds like I love you, but it's also fucking weird that this guy was even saying that to Charlie Kirk in the first place.
About every time I saw him, I'd say, I love you, Charlie. And I knew it would make him uncomfortable. And I loved that.
I know.
That he's like, I'm not gay.
I know.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. But
oh, painful for Barry Weiss to try to like insert just a little bit of dignity there. Because reminder, I'm gay, guys. Reminder, you please try not to just, proudly and flagrantly display your contempt and hatred for queer people like myself. Okay, continue. Oof, painful.
I did. I really loved.
Barry is gay. Yep.
Loved Charlie. But I want to ask.
She is a token in her own special way.
You a question, Erika, since I'm here to ask you a question. When you said, and I was at the memorial service, that you forgave the man that murdered Charlie, I knew what you were saying.
Yes, you did.
But what you said...
And you weren't literally saying to forgive him, that you forgive him, of course, even though those words came out of your mouth. What you meant was blah, 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 blah.
I know is utterly...
I mean, I probably agree with him that, like, to the extent that she's saying, I forgive you or whatever, it is not in any sort of meaningful sense that means she believes that he shouldn't... face the death penalty, or that if he did, she would be like outspoken against it, or she's not going to intervene in that way. Just forgives him.
Utterly incomprehensible.
Like, what action is it that actually follows that she's expected to like follow through on? Now that she said that, no one expects anything from her.
The ball, and rightly so. To most people, they would say, "What in the world? What are you even saying? What does that mean?" And I think I would say. That's what separates the sheep from the goats, that to understand what that means. That
the alphas from the betas.
You have been forgiven, and because you've been forgiven, you can forgive. And what that means, that to me is just the most powerful evidence for Christian faith. And I said,
wow.
when you asked that, when you said that, I thought that's like dropping a hand grenade into the bowels of hell. It's
oh my God, that's like firing off a gun in the middle of a college campus. It's that impactful. That what you just said, Erika. Wow.
Powerful thing. Yes. It's evidence for God. It's incomprehensible. But I say all that just because I just want to ask you, I'm not familiar with your story. I came to Jesus in a dream around my 25th birthday. It was utterly miraculous. It wasn't
I came to Jesus in a dream, not Jesus came to me in a dream.
Intellectual journey for me. At what point did you come to the kind of a faith that makes it possible for you to say what you said?
No, it's a great question.
It's like so cute how naive this person is to think that her saying that at her husband's tacky, tasteless political rally, funeral, memorial thing is a function of her faith and not just of her desire to, again, manufacture public sentiment on her side.
Yeah.
Oh, a super chat. Thank you so much for the $5, Legan1212. Read this dude's book, Icon Martin Luther. He is a level 7 historian. I'd if he went to school on gang. I'm a little bit confused by your message, but I do appreciate the $5.
So I was raised Catholic. My mom was Catholic. I come from a very Catholic.
I see that you followed it up with, oh, that was sloppy. You're good.
Family, half a
If you retype it in YouTube chat, I'll reread it. Don't worry.
Just very Catholic. And yeah, there's an
wow, like 2 claps for the Catholics.
Christian,
they're so Christians. Yeah. Okay.
But you know what's so interesting about when I was growing up is that my mom actually, I didn't have a Bible growing up. It was my mom.
Yeah, you're Catholic. You would have a catechism because the Pope and other church leaders have already interpreted the word of the Lord for you.
That was praying. I
like
saw
even if you had a Bible, and the Catholic Church at this point does encourage parishioners to read the Bible, they would not encourage you to attempt to interpret it, though. They would say you should refer to the catechism to understand it.
Praying a lot.
Catechism is fake and gay.
And there was one...
No, wait, Candace wouldn't say that because she's Catholic herself. The catechism is real and not gay. It's straight.
Moment in my life, I must have been, I want to say I was probably 7. We had just moved to Arizona. It was just me and her. It was very little. And I saw her, she just started her company. And I was
because her mom and dad were CIA agents. The Apprentice 19 and Twitch chat, who were you talking about?
In the pew with her, and I saw her take out her checkbook. And I started watching her write a check. Mind you, at 7...
This entire story is like laden with subtext that like money and materialism is very, very important because there's this emphasis on like purchasing and owning a Bible. It's not the first answer where that was also underscored. The one of the guy who's like, I found Jesus because Charlie Kirk was killed. She said that she asked the same thing, like, when did you buy your first Bible? Now she's saying like a core memory was her mom whipping out the checkbook in Catholic church and mass for some reason.
And when you know this as a mom, they watch everything. Kids see everything. And they hear everything. They're sponges. So I knew how hard my mom worked for that dollar because I went to the Boys and Girls Club after school. I was the last one to be picked up every single day because she was at the office. I saw how hard she worked for that paycheck. So when I would see her write the amount that she wrote and put that in the offering bin as it came around, I grabbed her hand. She looked at me and she said, "Don't you dare." I said, "Mom, we can't afford that." She goes, "Baby, the Lord has blessed us in ways that..."
Oh my God. So she's telling this anecdote to encourage anybody whose pockets are fucking hurting to do what her mother allegedly did in this story, which is, despite being impoverished, still donate to the fucking Catholic Church. And if you, dear viewer, are watching and you are struggling financially, you still need to carve out money in the budget for Charlie Kirk's new book that I'm promoting and selling here. Even signing copies, okay, which will only add to the value of your Charlie Kirk book. You need to find it within yourself to, donate $21.99 plus tax to TPUSA and also become like a member or something like that and do a recurring payment. Our religion is made up, but can we admit that Mormonism is definitely 100% completely made up, right? Well, it's actually not Mormonism, it's Latter-day Saints now. They changed it a couple of years ago, for one, sweaty. And for two, no, Jesus was definitely in America. Jesus was in the U.S. Or is it John Smith? I can't keep it
The Lord
straight.
has blessed us in ways that you can't even imagine and that you can't even see.
Whoa, that sounded like a giggle from like the audience, but I think it was just the way her microphone picked it up. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs gifting to my community. Thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate it. People want to watch Erika Kirk and they don't want to have to be interrupted by ads. They want to see this train wreck in 4K uninterrupted. See the crocodile tears without having to, you know, look at a Chevy ad or whatever plays in between my content. Thank you so much.
Bless us in ways that you can't even imagine and that you can't even see. But this is the Lord's money. And he has blessed us to be a blessing. So you honor him. And as I grew up,
I have my healthcare payment tomorrow, but Erika said to give, so. She said, the Lord has blessed you with so much. The least you can do is give subs to Straighterade.
You know, I eventually got that Bible and full on display. I mean, yeah, I competed in a pageant. I honestly did not like the pageant world.
I thought you were saying that you, Aaron, would be signing Charlie Kirk's book and I'd be down for that. I debated him, obviously. I could increase the value of your copy of Charlie Kirk's book.
I didn't like, I honestly, I mean.
Okay,
yeah.
Now she's going to claim she didn't even like being a pageant girl?
I competed in a pageant. I honestly did not like the pageant world. I didn't like the pride that came with that. That's why I never talked about it.
Is that why, or is it that your husband's public political stances, as well as the organization that he founded, didn't need you to be drawing attention to the fact that you were a participant in this sort of activity, which is not modest in the least? Like Erika Kirk, what, pageants? Like, if you didn't like doing it, why did you do it into adulthood? And dude, she has lipo belly so bad. It's like so obvious. Like your belly button does not look like that unless you have had fat hoovered out of your body. I promise you. Like, if you're doing it by this age, you can't say that you didn't like it. That doesn't make any sense. This was a choice that you were making. You don't have like a stage mom forcing you to do it. If you really, really hated it, you wouldn't have been doing it by this age. Let me see. If I put like liposuction before and after. I think I can show this, right? Or is this like too much? Is it too much? I don't know if I can show this because it's like people showing a lot of skin. Even if they're not showing anything explicit. I'll keep looking. A very important observation to make, obviously.
And during that season of my life, I got
And Taylor_M9, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. I really, really appreciate it.
a Bible. I found the Bible.
This is the catty content I came here for.
My coach gave me when I left to go to college. And I read it, and it was beautiful. And from there, I had a pastor's wife who was precious from a non-denominational church pour into me, and it changed my life. And I got to tell you, when you surrender to the Lord and you literally strip your clothes metaphorically, not to be clipped out of context, metaphorically, you tear that sackcloth and you say,
not to be clipped out of context, but I thought you don't, care about social media and you don't even have it on your phone.
Lord, use me.
So what do you have to worry about?
Take the pride, take anything, take all of this trash out of my heart. I don't want it.
Okay, yeah, I found something. Look at this. That is what becomes of your navel after you get fat removed in this particular way. Tell me that her belly button doesn't look like that. Also, you can find me a photo of her when she was younger and it always looked like that. The first thing I thought was liposuction belly. Even though she's already very thin, but I mean, you would be surprised people that are like already skinny will get it just to be that much more thin. You can even see this on like Victoria's Secret angels, like Adriana Lima. She had some sort of work done to her stomach that when she became pregnant, you could basically see like the ab lines that she had like mechanically contoured onto her body because of how they like, you know, removed fat from her abdomen showing through even as she was pregnant. Just make the rest of the stream plastic surgeries before and after. It's like, it's crazy to me that like anybody thinks anything else. It looks very obvious to me. And like, again, this is also the context is pageantry. Pageant women are known for fucking like all sorts of plastic surgery. She has veneers. She obviously has shown a propensity for wanting to get elective procedures to improve her appearance. It's not crazy to me to think that she would get lipo. It's crazy to me to think that she would get, what is crazy is that she would get the lipo veneers, but not like jaw shaving and like shaving the bone on her chin, to be honest. But that's about it.
I want you. And when you do that, the Lord will put people in your life that will pour into you and that will mentor to you. And that's what happened to me. So I had the background of being Catholic. And I had the new experience of being a non-denominational Christian. Blended those together, and here I am.
Thanks, Eric.
God bless you. We love you, Eric. You're a tremendous blessing. We love you.
And our last question, please.
Oh my God, the plastic surgery content we need. Kyle posted this. I'm not going to undo it because I don't know what music it could be. But yeah, past a certain point, they call it Mar-a-Lago face, obviously, and this does take on a particular phenotype if you get this particular type of plastic surgery. But no matter what, the common thread is that you will look like a bog twin. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, hold on. Plastic surgery. Oh my God, that was dude. How did I not recognize Kristi Noem at first? Holy shit. She actually does look older here. She looks better, but she looks older. But that, because her haircut's so unflattering. What is a bog? Stop playing Lana Del Rey. These guys, you will like, this is what you trend towards when you get too much plastic surgery. They died of COVID, both of them. And if you get this, here, wait, we can make Erika Kirk go away. If you get too much plastic surgery, you will always end up looking like that. Oh my God. She didn't even really have like a good before. Gavin Newsom was married to her. Oh my God. Dude, she was like a natural beauty before and like completely botched after. It's like it's actually terrifying to me. Don't do my girl dirty like this. Okay, leave her alone. She's like a star on like Bravo. She was in a movie. She was in Fight Club, I think. Hold on. Jeff Bezos. Yeah, Lauren Bezos was... She had like a brief acting career, and I swear to God, I rewatched Fight Club a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, that is... Yeah. I was like, that is her. And I noticed her without even like knowing that she had been in it until I checked her Wikipedia page. But I mean, tell me that her final form isn't bog twin. Especially like this one. The only difference is that his is a little bit more intense, but you take on this like the pillow face kind of like cat-like look because all of the filler starts to like crowd your eyes, make them look smaller. Your cheeks look overinflated. The lips look like fish lips. It's just crazy that people choose to do this. That they pay people money to do this. The other thing that's terrifying is cosmetic surgeons and doctors that work in fields that have, elective procedures. They're more likely than other types of medical professionals and physicians to have body dysmorphia themselves. So you basically have the blind leading the blind. as far as being able to identify when a patient has gone too far, it needs to be advised to not overdo it as far as the cosmetic changes that they're making permanently to their face as they go under the knife, because you're speaking to people that are making diagnoses that don't even have the ability to properly assess how they look because they suffer from dysmorphia. And they're telling you how to look, or they're helping you find the best look for yourself.
Hello, thank you so much for the time today. I wanted to ask about something that is of great interest to me, which is the vibe shift. This has been talked about for a couple years.
Yes. Okay. Well, again, these should have been included.
Now,
the vibe shift.
You said what?
The vibe shift.
Vibe?
Yes.
Vibe. Okay.
Especially given.
Okay. If you know, Jew hate is brain rot. You quoted your husband saying that, but you don't know what she's referring to when she says the vibe shift.
The re-entrance of faith into the public square.
Oh my God, that is not the vibe shift. Oh, girl, what?
I think has never been on display more than at your husband's memorial. I would love to get your take on what it feels like, what it's like to watch Christianity and politics come together, especially through something that happened to your family.
Can I just ask your name?
Yes, my name is Virginia Abram.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you. It's interesting because...
do we want to define the vibe shift?
Yeah.
Do you want to put a little meat
She literally just said it's the spiritual resurgence or whatever in American life.
on that?
Sure.
What do you mean by it?
Yeah, so what I mean by the vibe shift is that over the past probably 2 years, in response to the wokeism of the Biden administration and even just the last 10 years.
This is insanely boring. Yeah, because it's coming at the end. And we've we want to get to Candace Owens, but these are the best answers that they should have included. Her interacting with the general public, that's fucking insane.
There's been a shift back towards populism with Trump, and then also a return of religion, which we've seen lots of articles about the return of young men to church, and Charlie Kirk is often said in...
Actually, now that they've mentioned Joe Biden, you guys not realizing that certain people have had plastic surgery, or that you were surprised about the lipo thing. While we're on that, Joe Biden clearly had a facelift, and it was always so funny to me that a lot of people didn't seem to realize this. He so obviously had a facelift. There is no way you can become older and simultaneously get your skin to look like that, your face to look that snatched again. Which is why at different times it looked like Joe Biden had a hard time blinking and closing his eyes, because honestly, I mean, he would always say he was not the wealthiest senator. It shows, because he clearly cut corners on whoever he paid to do his facelift, because it looks, you can tell it looks like really pulled back. And he had hair plugs, yeah. And I mean, this does look better than all this. This will contribute significantly to aging. Looking older, but he's also had his teeth done, I'm pretty sure. But I'd need more photos. Oh wait, no. His teeth are always kind of white, I guess. I swear I saw photos where his teeth were, they looked like they had been capped. Actually, no, look at this. Actually maybe he did get his teeth done. That has to be veneers. There's no way your teeth look like that. Even this. Hold on. No, show me this. Show me this. The glow up. And it gave him this sort of what's the name of the guy who has the little doll that he ventriloquizes? I can't think of his name. Fuck. I'm totally spacing right now. Is it Jeff Dunny? But what's the name of the thing? This guy. Okay, the name of this character, Walter. Okay, I always thought Biden low-key looking like this when you would see his face being straight. Because of the cosmetic work that he had done. That was not very good. Am I crazy? You guys see it, right? No, I'm not crazy. Candace Owens is crazy. And that's what this is all about. This is about Candace Owens. It's not about Erika Kirk's liposuction belly. We're moving on to the important stuff. which is, okay, I'm cutting you off, cutting you 2 minutes short. Off to Candyland. Candace Owens responded. Oh, but before this, damn, it's gonna be really way too loud. Didn't even talk about the fact that there was like a ceasefire. Wait. Let's do a little PBD.
We have 2
excursion. Give me a second. Because Candace and Erika Kirk meeting. I exclusively want to get my tea on this
Who is Candace
from
Owens
them. I'm not going to do the whole segment. I just need the TLDR from them. And we'll do 1.25.
and Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk tweets out.
What about the vibe shift? The vibe has been shifted. And it wasn't as fun because Erika Kirk like didn't know what was going on. If she knew it, she was referring to and like took it seriously, like, oh yeah, so the vibe shift, blah blah blah, that would have been hilarious. But she's like clueless, and so it just came off as awkward and bumbling.
Yesterday, that Rob, if you want to pull that up, she tweets yesterday that the two are having a meeting together. I believe Rob, you said is today the 15th? Yep. Okay, so Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person.
Biden post facelift looks like he's constantly fighting strong winds. With critics like this, who even needs Fox News?
Discussion on Monday, December 15th. Candace and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. So can you pull this tweet up? I want to know what the comment section says, because I retweeted it and I said the following. I said, if you just go to my account, and then we'll read the tweet that hers.
Look at this PBD Christmas merch in the back. Anybody else having FOMO and regret that they didn't get their PBD Christmas merch in time? It's already the 16th. I mean, maybe if you ordered tonight, you can get in before the 25th, but let's be real. That would be cutting it really, really close.
I said, this is the right move, but long overdue. Respect to both women for agreeing to meet, hoping this visit leads to a real solution that protects Charlie's decade plus of hard work influencing and shaping America's youth. Can we see how the market is reacting to that comment? Can you click on it? Go a little bit lower. Okay, what does Candace deserve any respect? Who is that?
Dave Rubin.
Who's Dave Rubin? I'm giving him a hard time. Of course, I know who Dave Rubin is. All right, next, Aaron Wexler. Respect to both women, who is a horrible take. You and I both spoke for 20 minutes at Charlie's Turning Point. Adam, is that your friend, Aaron Wexler? You are smart and opinionated man. Not kind of like Candace for torturing Erica's and spreading this. Okay, so got it. So that's where she's at with it. Bad take. Never wrestle with pigs. You both get dirty, and the pig likes it. George Bernard Shaw was a massive socialist, but go a little bit lower.
Thanks for the George Bernard Shaw snark, PBD. Okay, thanks.
When you realize the media tour didn't go as planned and you set up a sit down, okay, so the position there is on the other side. Erika currently represents what people want Charlie to be, which led to his death. Candace represents who Charlie was when he was alive. There is room for both, but I get the sense that would have Erika continue to look more inauthentic. Candace needs to protect Charlie's light. She's the only one keeping it alive. Okay, so we know that's good. So far it's fair. 50-50 comments on both sides. Classy move by Erika. That being said, I'll never watch Candace again. So disrespectful. I don't care what the world thinks about a grieving widow. Until you experience the loss of someone to you in a horrific manner such as this, you'll never understand. Agree and saying they hadn't already been communicating. Erika has clearly taken very bad advice. She is torching her organizational legacy. How about we stop pretending they are searching for truth and what happened to Charlie is equal destroying his legacy, because it's not. Okay, so can you go to Erika's tweet by herself, not mine. Just go to hers by herself. Let's go a little bit lower. Can you go a little bit lower? Can't y'all just call each other? Why does it have to be such a big deal?
Oh my God, get to the fucking commentary. Why are they just scrolling through fucking Twitter?
Keep going. And any of the way, if Candace, what do you think are the chances that this is being recorded by both sides?
Very good question.
What do you think?
Very high.
Let's put it this way. When they come to the meeting, do you think it is agreed on who'll be in the room and that everybody is frisked and go into a room that they feel comfortable knowing nothing is being recorded?
You would hope so. If it's not, if it is getting recorded, that's one thing. If not, yes.
Okay. Who chose the room?
Erika.
If Erika chose the room, Candace can say the room is being recorded because somebody put something in there.
Yep.
Right? So let's just kind of put it on there. But Tom, if you're going into this, are you automatically assuming that the opposing side is recording the conversation?
100%.
This is the priority for them to game plan out, okay? Let's speculate about how paranoid these women are, and who do we think is more likely to bug the room? Let's just take for granted that the room's going to be bugged. Tom, how are you handling it? Go.
And then I'm going to take out a phone and I'll put it there, and I'm saying, just to make sure that we keep each other,
Tomcat, any Tomcats in chat? Any Tom heads, any fans of, PBD's like accountant friend with no charisma or particularly good insight into literally anything, as far as I can tell, who's brought on to give this show like an air of authority. He's like the old geezer that's there to assist PBD with his commentary. And what he would do is he would simply walk into the room and put his phone on the desk and start recording and say, I'm just recording, don't mind me.
Our memories For the sake of both memories being good, I'm going to record as well. May I?
For the sake of both memories being good.
So would you say it publicly? So it's a known thing, or would you record and not tell?
I would say it publicly. You know, if you're going to have, I mean, let's just look at media. If you have a media interview, they're recording it nowadays. They all record it. And I would just say, would you mind if I recorded this so that we both of our memories can be, if we have any confusion, we can go back? And they'll probably say yes. And I hit record and I say, thank you for allowing me to record. We're sitting here on Wednesday the 15th at 9 o'clock. So I put the date right on it. That's very normal if you're having a media interview and you think maybe there could be an edge to it. So I'm about 100% that they would both be recording and made each other aware.
Okay, so now let's go through the next part. How do you think this meeting's going to go? Do you think the meeting's going to go and afterwards?
Do we think that either of them are going to try to poison the other with a cyanide capsule? Let's just take that for granted. Let's just assume that's be true. Vinny, what are you doing? How would you handle eating food around Erika Kirk if you're under the belief that she has slipped a cyanide capsule into your meal?
Words. All the accusations from both sides are gone. Do you think it stops? Do you think it settles? Do you think it continues?
I'm very, very interested and curious. I think I'm interested to see, is Candace gonna like reveal stuff to Erika that she doesn't think that she knows yet? Like if Candace has some stuff that she hasn't revealed yet, and maybe she's like, hey, listen, just to let you know.
If Candace has some lies that she hasn't pulled out of her ass yet, we're gonna know about it.
This person that's in the organization, XYZ. All right, because I think Erika's angles.
Neither of them should want the other to record them. Let's be real.
Be like, hey, listen, this is hurting. You're not helping. She's gonna extend the olive branch, but as we know, guys, Candace's show has to keep going. It has to continue. The drama can't stop. You know
okay, but it's lies, Vinny. So she could literally just keep telling lies.
If here's my question.
If she moves on from this, guess what? She can go right back to the posting about the fucking Macrons. She'll be fine.
Do you think there's gonna be
Which is why I think she was always going to be willing to end it at some point.
Where they can't speak about anything that happened in the meeting? Do you think Erika is going to say, listen, Candace, we know you have your show.
Vinny's face is almost a normal color here. He almost like Vinny not looking beet red actually contributes to him looking like pale and unwell. At this point, I equate like the same way, you know, a baby is healthy once it's born is like if it's red and pink and like screaming. Vinny's a lot the same way. If he's not like red and just yelling, how do I even know that there's air in his lungs? How do I know that he's not on death's door?
Show, vice versa. None of us can bring out XYZ. You can't bring up this, and this.
Where is the premise that commitment will be kept?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you don't think it's going to happen.
And not only do I not think that premise will be.
Legan 1212, thank you so much for another $5. My bad for spelling like ass. Shout out to the homeschool recovery Reddit. Big ups. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5.
Kept. I don't think Candace would agree to that standard.
I agree.
I think she's going to go to George. George's going to say, hell no. Mm-hmm. No way we would agree to that on what can be. Because, no. So, to me, who is taking a bigger risk in a meeting and who is being the leader and taking calling for the meeting?
Erika's taking a bigger risk.
Eric's taking a bigger risk and being the leader taking a meeting?
Erika
is.
Yeah, because, I mean, what does Candace have to lose?
Okay.
Candace is going to still talk about it on her show.
Okay. So can you go to the Barry Weiss, because you just had that clip up.
Adam's going to have a facelift like Biden one of these days. Adam's facelift will probably put Biden's to shame because he is in Miami Beach. And Adam's the wealthiest he's ever been. Even forcing his mom to go out of retirement and get back to work so that she can live a long time and be able to support herself so he doesn't have to. So, I mean, what's a man to do with all that extra change, that rainy day fund, if not buy yourself a nice facelift quality from the best surgeon in Fort Lauderdale?
Rob, which one is this, Rob?
This is her during the town hall. Barry Weiss asked Erika Kirk about the conspiracy theories regarding Charlie Kirk's death, and she addresses
okay, go for it.
Let's see how they react to this shit.
There are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot, that are spreading right now online.
I just want to see the PBD crew roast Erika Kirk. Come on, do it.
About the actual story behind the reality.
But I don't know that they will because
people say that Tyler Robinson was actually
likes Charlie Kirk. PBD literally cried
some people say
when he heard that Charlie Kirk had died and Tom took a knee. So I don't think they're going to say a bad word about her, no matter how off-putting she is.
A number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon T-shirts, and this signifies that his killing was an elite airborne operation, whatever that means. They say that the rings on your fingers, which are
my kids' initials, my wedding band.
Took a knee. Yeah, I'll try to find it. I have to mute it though because they were like playing a song that I remember being like copyright.
Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also a new theory that Egyptian aircraft have been tracking
don't forget about the Egyptian
you.
planes.
What is going on? Why are there so many conspiracies spreading about what seems to be a pretty open and shut case.
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips. Something so evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around this.
How many got
Egyptian planes?
Do you, let's just no, but
Egyptian planes.
Do you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband?
Yes, I do.
Why do you?
Sorry, lost track. Okay, it's somewhere in here where like he gets up. Tom gets up here and he like takes a knee. Okay, here it is. I can't play the audio though. PBD was like fighting back tears. He was genuinely sad over this. Hug from Tom. Try not to cry. Touch the chair. Cut the music. Take the knee. Take both knees on stage at the Valuetainment studio. It's like, again, why is he taking two knees? Not even just taking a knee, taking two knees. Wait, let's see. Fuck it. Okay, I'm gonna unmute it. I'll unmute it, and then I can just edit it out after my VOD processes. Because he, like, gives a prayer here.
We on? Father God, we come to you at this hour, and we ask for peace, and we ask for your comfort, especially for the Charlie Kirk's family, his team at Turning Point USA. He speaks the truth, and he speaks the truth on the foundation of your scripture.
And he, in this context, is Charlie Kirk, not Jesus Christ.
That he's been taken from us. But you are in control. You were in control yesterday. You're in control today. And Lord God, you are in control tomorrow. We don't understand the senseless violence when it happens, but we do know this. We must respond with peace and power. Let vengeance in the day of vengeance and consequence be yours, but it doesn't mean that we sit idle. And we just ask that you give us peace in this moment of grief, strength in the moment of response, and temperance in how we respond without diluting the power of the message and the freedoms that we want to protect and hold dear. We thank you for all that are here. We thank you for Charlie and the voice that he gave us. And the voice he gave us are words that we must remember and that will inspire us. Thank you for how he went into the battleground of the college campus where liberalism is poured out in indoctrination.
Oh my God, I didn't remember it being this good.
And sought to debate peacefully to bring sense.
My man's was just peacefully debating. He was just trying, his last words were counting or not counting gang violence, and they took him out.
And solution and understanding.
God,
let us be that voice. Let us continue to carry it. I thank you, O Lord, for the love you put upon us. I thank you, O Lord, for being there. Again. You are our God today, tomorrow, and forever, and we thank you. We ask that you give us all peace at this moment and in our moment of grief. We ask you to give us strength for tomorrow and great strength.
Can you believe this is all improv from Tom? This is like, he's not stuttering, not missing a beat. He's just going.
To rise up. This is not a time to step back, but a time to step forward. For what we are doing is too important to stop. And we praise you for all that have come here. We ask for safety for all that are here. We ask for safety that are all speaking in your name and in the name of conservative values across this land, across this earth, because we are not backing down, and we thank you. And right now we remember Charlie as we just sit for a moment. Oh, Father God, you tell us in Psalms 23 that as we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil because you are with us, and that your rod
finest hour
and your staff will comfort us. We ask for that comfort now, and we put it all before you in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, as we say, amen.
Amen, amen.
As we say amen here in the Valuetainment studio, in the Value Entertainment Movement studio. Gets up. Oh, he wasn't patting the chair, he was putting his phone on it.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. You're a real one, Tom. Don't like how that Fiji water bottle is like laid horizontally on this fucking podium.
Life is weird, man. I mean, it's like this event's been
Life is weird, and he's not referring to Tom taking 2 knees in the middle of this fucking stage to do an homage to Charlie Kirk and riff. He's talking about other things, apparently.
Example of being inside a tornado and chaos, and you're witnessing it. Like, for the rest of your life, you're going to say, I remember an event I went to back in 2000. If I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Weirdest event I ever went to. But I think...
Okay, so being in the presence of Patrick Bet-David at one of his events where he gives a motivational speech, I don't even know what the hell is going on, is apparently more surreal than if you were actually present at the campus while they had the shooting and were there. This is a weirder event, apparently.
I think this event's gonna bring all of us closer, and we will remember this together for decades and decades and decades to come.
Wow. If only We Are Charlie Kirk had been released by this point.
I think it is so hard for so many people to believe that reality.
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not. I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen our case pulled together.
Can I say one thing? And this is
just yapping over her.
And here's my thing. Of God, like, I pray for her. We pray for their kids. No joke. I pray for them all the time. And there's one thing, because she's getting a lot of flack. By the way, they're doing town halls on CBS, which, by the way, Rob, the guy that was asking Charlie the question before Charlie got shot, right when he got shot, that guy went up there, and what a crappy hit piece that he did. Did you see what this guy did?
No, what happened?
You know, the guy my God, they're still finding something to complain about with Staxium's going up there, disavowing anybody who spoke ill of Charlie Kirk or made fun of him after his death, going up there and asking her to, with a pre-screened question, selected by Barry Weiss and Erika Kirk. Probably Erika Kirk. I have to assume she had a hand in it, but I won't even take it that far. At the very least, Barry Weiss. Pre-screened. Will you disavow Donald Trump reposting Hang Them? What a hit piece.
That was asking Charlie a question about the shooting and the mass shooting and whatever. Why would CBS, because by the way, I heard, allegedly, they all knew all the questions, they knew what they were going to ask. This guy is a complete liberal lefty. Look at what he goes up and asks widow of the guy that you were asking a question when her husband was shot. Go ahead.
Hi there. Erika.
There's something about the way Vinny said it that almost insinuates like, yeah, buddy, what were you doing when Charlie Kirk was shot? Yeah, well, I think you said it. He was talking to him, right? He was debating that thing. All of you guys like to pretend that Charlie Kirk really, really cared about doing free exchange of open ideas or whatever the fuck. Why did he say it in such a way that almost sounds sinister? Like he had something to do with it or it's his fault?
I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity. And I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence.
Ready?
But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames.
Shifting.
When they do it, the flames can become an inferno.
He's going to Trump.
And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth, who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out.
I think Barry has
Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message: hang them.
I
think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that Turning Point has been asking Democrats.
So you can stop it out, and then he goes on, Pat, to add, condemn. The conversation is about this, about conspiracies and all that stuff, and you're going to bring the guy that was asking her husband a question to try to condemn Trump. They can't help themselves to make it about Trump. But the people that are like, leave Erika alone, and I just want to say something. When you're in front of a camera all the time, you have to know, if you don't want the heat, stay out of the kitchen. This is 2025. People are going to judge. Look at us. I work for Mossad. Tom's Qatar. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. But
who says Vinny works for Mossad? They say that about Adam.
Some point, it's like people are analyzing this, and it's the talking, the looking up to heaven. It's like, and by the way, if you're going to cry all the time, with all due respect, take your makeup off. Take your makeup off. And it's like, if you don't want it, stay away from the camera. Okay? And I get it. You went from the wife, now you're the CEO in the chair. Like, that's a huge jump. And
he really said that makeup when you're trying to mourn, honey. I don't think so. Take it off.
Just have one question, Tom. Real talk, Pat. And you guys are bosses. You guys know what the hell. Can someone's wife just out of nowhere just become a CEO and know how to run a company of this magnitude? This is, by the way,
you guys are men. What does this woman think she's doing? Assuming the role of the CEO of a company. Am I right, guys? Like, who the hell does she think she is? Like, she has rights or something.
This isn't a rinky-dink mom and pop shop. This is Turning Point.
They voted for her, buddy.
They voted for her.
Yeah.
What does she know about being a CEO of a company?
Well,
I'm just asking.
Oh my God. She knows far more than Charlie Kirk. The difference is that Erika Kirk practically has a fucking master's degree from like last I checked. She actually has higher education. She actually has experience running a nonprofit, and she actually has like business acumen. Okay. To think that if you think that they were like a duo and like running that company together as it is, you're so off base. It's clear that she was already intimately involved with the day-to-day operations with Turning Point USA, as far as I can tell. Because her stepping into this role, as much as she wants to try to be like, oh, this was like, I never could have, you know, foreseen that this was going to happen. I mean, it seems like everybody already like knew that was going to be the case. People are familiar with Erika Kirk. She's been on camera. Like, she's probably involved in the operations already.
I don't know.
The board of directors be able to make that decision?
Adam, I have no idea. All I'm saying is the wife. That's like Michelle Obama. Like everybody's like, Michelle's the best. She was the wife of the president. She didn't do anything. She didn't accomplish anything. He's the president. He was the president.
I think we're.
And she's older than him, for what that's worth. She's like 5 or 6 years older than Charlie Kirk. She's 36. I put 37. Charlie Kirk was 31. Like, she could run that.
Body Shabbat Shalom.
Wait. Oh my God. Wrong thing. Hold on, Candace.
Losing sight of this conversation. So Candace Owens is meeting with Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk is meeting with Candace. Why? Why are they meeting? What does Erika owe Candace? What does Candace owe Erika? That's the question I have. Mm-hmm. The reason they're meeting is because Erika wants to go confront Candace and be like, you're freaking lying about everything. And you've said publicly.
She has an undergrad from Arizona State. That's one undergrad that Charlie Kirk doesn't and never had.
Miss Owens, that if I wanted you to stop, you would stop. But you didn't stop. You kept going. You kept pushing. So she's being labeled as fake, as a paid actor. How many of you people out there have had your significant other murdered in front of you, in front of everybody, and you've had to deal with the public discourse and condemnation and judgment, and you had to show up on screen, look your best, act your best, defend your husband, defend your company, and you had to keep it together? What have you done with your life?
The white knighting from Adam, this is a terrible look. Poor form. He was already looking passive-aggressive by being to Vinny, like, oh, so you're doubting the board of directors that worked for TPUSA. You're doubting their business acumen and their decisions, their judgment. Wow. What do you know about it? And now it's getting into like this defense of Erika Kirk in a way that's like, nah, not the move, dude. She is off-putting to everyone. This is a nonpartisan issue.
So all the people that are condemning Erika Kirk, F you. At the very least, she is the wife of a murdered man. And now the fatherless wife of 2 kids. So I have a special rule when it comes to people who have been murdered or killed.
She's a multi-millionaire. She's not destitute because of that. She's not stepping up to do this because her husband was killed and she has no choice but to work. She was already working.
Don't make an enemy of their wife or significant other. That's pretty basic. That's just sort of basic stuff. Don't start attacking the widow. In fact, and I very rarely quote the Torah, but my friend Rabbi Bunny sent me this. He said, you should know this. The Torah says this. You shall not afflict any widow or orphan child.
Adam always gets it wrong. I mean, like, his inability to read the room is always stunning. This is not him trying to be, like, contrarian at all. It's not that.
If you afflict them in any way, and they cry to me, I will surely hear their cry. And my anger shall burn hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children orphans. Is Candace really helping Charlie's legacy? Is she really there to console and comfort and support Erika, or is she burning this bitch down? Because that, to me, is what this is. I've said the whole thing all along. Candace Owens is a bad friend. She's a smart person. She's sharp. She's intuitive.
Yes, a fatherless wife. You heard that correct. Problem?
She's the gaslighter in chief of the world right now. And apparently she's an incredible detective. But she's a bad friend.
Because yes, I need the side-by-side of the Torah and Adam. Please, give it to me.
Charlie was looking down. Whose side do you think Charlie would be on? His wife? His children? His organization? His closest friends? Or to his friend, Candace Owens. To me, it's absolute BS what she's done, and she will be able to pay the price at some point.
Tom.
I don't quite understand why they're getting together. I mean, that's just it's like, if both sides...
I'm confused, I'll be honest. I'm just kind of lost here.
If Erika and Turning Point want everything to calm down, don't you just kind of let it roll? I mean, how many critics have I sat in offices, Pat, that criticize you for various things? Like anybody trying to build a company, you weren't special in that moment. Every business leader's got their enemies from competitors, enemies from people that come work for you and it doesn't work out. They're all there. And you either give them, you know what you do? You can make a crisis bigger by treating it like a crisis, Vinny.
Does Erika not have a father? Yeah, she's an orphan at age 30, 38 or whatever. No, I think he meant to say that, like, her kids are now fatherless and now she's a widow.
Yep. You can make something too big by treating it too big. And Pat used to say, listen, I've got no quarrel with them. I got a business to run. I got things to do. Let's move on and let it go. Now, if they stole from us, there are procedures and stuff that we can go take care of it. But if it's just going around and round, you can make the merry-go-round stop.
If somebody embezzled funds or stole from you, you'd sit down with them? What?
Not spinning it. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know.
He just told on himself so hard by saying that like, okay, so you have literally never been included in any serious business discussion that PBD has ever had. Thank you, Tom, for outing that, because if that were the case, you literally never would have said something as silly as that. It's not how that would be resolved.
What Turning Point's, motivation is here to, say, attention, please, attention, please. It's like bringing more attention to it. We will not be tweeting for 2 days. We will be meeting together at an undisclosed location. Now that Cheney's gone, we can use it, or something. I'm being a little ridiculous, but I don't understand.
But Tommy, this stops. Rob, wasn't today supposed to be the live stream of Turning Point USA? So Pat, maybe they were like, somebody needs to talk to her because she was going to reveal something. I mean,
Vinny,
how do we know?
Anytime, any place, anywhere, except not anytime, any place, anywhere.
Oh my God, they asked her at midnight and they asked her over Twitter for the first time. She offered to cancel it and then they said the offer was revoked.
It was the anytime, any place, anywhere.
Of course.
This is what Turning Point USA offered, was December.
Like TPUSA could have offered like, okay, let's meet up at 4 a.m. in 2 days. And Adam would have been like, she said anytime, any place. If she doesn't accept that, she's fucking bad faith, bro. She never cared. And I guess I'd agree that she doesn't actually give a fuck, but like, you're taking it too literally to say like anytime, any place means literally anytime, any place that the other person's choosing, and you don't get to like question or negotiate with that.
For 15th, a live stream in Phoenix. So what's changed on Candace's end between then and today? Where she wasn't available, it conflicted with her schedule, and now she is.
Dude, she's a YouTuber. She's a podcaster. This is her job. She has nothing else going on. She's very good at it. This is her job. Hey, I'm able to make it. Why? Because I have to do my show. I mean, the show that you talk about this nonstop. None of this makes sense. And Candace is just sitting there being like, all eyes on me. She's like Tupac out here.
What do you think, Pat?
With what?
The meeting, what's going to come out of this?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of people that are saying, why the meeting? This is a waste of time. Erika doesn't need to sit down with her, all this stuff. Diplomacy is nasty sometimes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have to sit down with somebody that, they hate you or they're making life a living hell, and you have to find a way.
I love how I said this is only going to be a few minutes, and I can't help but go through this like entire segment because it's just, you can't look away.
Talk to one another. Lincoln used to say, I beat an enemy by turning them into a friend. Now, here's the problem. Is that possible with Candace? I don't know. Is that going to work with Candace? Is Candace going to be able to get the next story to go on for 3 months that she can really drive attention to? She'll find something to go after. Would she be willing to do that? I don't know. All I'm saying is I'm glad they're having a meeting, and let's see where it goes. Because quite frankly, what matters to me is the following, okay? Let me kind of go through priorities.
PBD loves playing peacemaker with these people for some reason.
Should be the priority of everybody watching this. What matters the most to you? To me, God, this is who I fear the most. Family, who my job, God chose me as their father, and God chose me as their husband to lead. Number 3, country, where I choose to raise my family in. America is the greatest country in the world. I'm here because the values and principles this country was founded on, and I like to keep it that way. And then the state you choose to live in, which we chose to live in Florida, we like the values of this state, and we're going to fight to make sure
we like the values of Ron DeSantis.
Way. And then the industry you're going through. And to me, in that order, if you go through family, kids, values, principles, there was a man named Charlie Kirk who was the example for young men. Tell me anybody outside of Charlie
It's so weird how like PBD's values, like Jesus Christ, family, Ron DeSantis. Jesus Christ, family, The government of Florida.
10 years, that if you have a 12-year-old son, you would say, listen to that guy outside of God, outside of Bible, outside of Jesus, outside of yourself as a father, send the example. Tell me who else you could say, if my son followed that guy, I'm okay with. Give me somebody above Charlie. Last 10 years. Go ahead.
I literally can't.
Rob, give me somebody above Charlie last 10 years. Actually think about some good names. There are names out there. Who do you say above Charlie?
He was the guy.
By the way,
he was the guy.
And by the way, when I say the guy, family, faith, country.
Oh, man.
Give me a name above him.
Ron DeSantis.
You can't. So now he's no longer here. Do you realize how important that is to me with a guy that's got 2 sons?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was the best of us.
Well, we would go to
he was the guy. You can't question that.
Because like we're supposed to be in Amphis this week. Not this week, whatever this is coming up, right? And we'd go because Charlie would text, hey, Pat, boom, boom, boom.
He'd have us backstage.
Yeah, he'd have us backstage and we do the podcast. We would go and we would do the podcast. You guys had a podcast with them.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys do Unusual with them, Rob, if I'm not mistaken? And the year before we did PBD podcast.
Yep.
And we go there. And you know how many times, do you know how many times we brought Charlie to speak out?
Do you know that now that he's dead, we're not even going to be able to do the PBD podcast at America Fest, hosted by TPUSA, which is run by Charlie Kirk? Can anybody think about the real victims? Can they have one thing? The real casualty is the PBD episode that we would have gotten.
Vince, do you know how many times? Every one of I think we brought probably 5 times. I think George's brought him, Gaitan's brought him, we brought him. I don't know how many times we brought Charlie. Charlie would text me, hey, I'm in Florida. Can we do a podcast? Of course. Yeah. Hey, Pat, while you're at Amphis, can you do a podcast with me? I'm like, of course. What was the schedule with me being on Charlie's show? Was it every 3 to 6 months, Rob, we'd be on the show?
Yeah, pretty regularly.
I don't know what it was. But to me, Charlie gave me comfort. You know why he gave me comfort? Because he was going to be around for 60 more years.
Yeah.
Charlie gave you comfort. Could you imagine him saying, based off what that guy said in the town hall, if he said that to his face, you'd be like, oh, that's gay.
Strong, thought out thinker that's reasonable, that can reason. So to me, I don't have a relationship with Erika. I don't know Erika. But if somebody is your wife, I protect because it's your wife. Does that make sense to me? That's my way of doing things. That's his wife. That's his wife. Candace, some of the things that she's done the last 30 months, it is what it is. I've expressed my opinion on what direction she's going, and we've had conversations together, and that's between her and I. We had a 30-minute conversation together. Wasn't a friendliest conversation, but we did have the conversation with her.
Oh my God, the things I would have done to get that conversation. Forget about the recording between her and Erika Kirk. Boring, lame, snooze fest, pathetic. I would have done anything to get my hands on the 30-minute call between PBD and Candace Owens over this shit.
Priority of this thing getting done is to make sure the attention goes to Charlie. The attention goes to Charlie.
These gusanos, they're not Cuban, you guys. PBD is Iranian.
And what he did to the youth.
And he was an Iranian refugee, so he wasn't even fleeing as part of the aristocracy of Cuba or anything like that.
America was lacking. What he did to last year's election. Because, by the way, last year's election without Charlie, Kamala's your president.
Correct.
FYI, take TPUSA and Charlie Kirk out. Kamala's your president. Today.
I thought they were Italian. Many such cases. I thought they were Israeli.
Let me say this one more time. And by the way, take Charlie out of 2016. Hillary's your president. Take Charlie out of 2024. Kamala or Biden's your president. What does America look like? What does America look like? Top 3 of the people that helped the election turn, in my opinion, are Elon Musk, Bobby Kennedy, and Charlie Kirk. In whatever order you want to put him in. In whatever order. Of course, number 1 above it all is Trump, and it's not even close because he was the one that's willing to take the shots, literal shots fired at him, and the character assassination that took place. Every form of assassination they tried on the president. He's still here.
Wow. Trump's still standing. So true king. Okay. Now the magnum opus, Candace Owens. Let's see. Let's hear it. Spill that fucking tea. Erika and I sat down. Here's what happened. Candace, episode 230. This was streamed 5 hours ago and has 2.1 million fucking views. There were 300,000 people watching this live. Let's get into it.
Okay, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest...
Again, she looks fucking green because of the way they do the color grading for the show.
Friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
Dude.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's
what
doing—
What the fuck is this opening? Have you forgotten that Candace Owens is a massive anti-Semite?
Something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erika said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West.
Oh my
God. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh. Yes, Kanye, that I get this. Okay?
Yes, schizophrenic
Nobody
solidarity.
is changing their mind, anything.
Or is this BPD?
Well, how ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erika Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated.
Why didn't they do this publicly?
And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously.
Oh my God.
Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erika. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this.
Y'all know
person
Mia,
doing
right?
here. And
we all know Candace Owens'
she's like always just
cousin
listening
Mia.
to Cardi B music. But she's
Who
my
always-
cousin. and
Who
I
always listens to Cardi B.
have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left.
Isn't that just a LARP again? If you really think that you're going to be fucking assassinated by these people, why are you only bringing your cousin who listens to Cardi B?
And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erika's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too.
You guys were telling me to be dehydrated. I listened.
A lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erika was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a God-forsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated and
a little heated.
I don't know. I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them
Candace is being really vulnerable right now with us by sharing that as her inner demon.
I really felt like I was under attack.
The paranoia is so funny. I mean, like this like basically transcends politics at this point, as far as like how she comes off. This is like, she just comes off like a targeted individual. Like, I'm being, tracked by the government and the CIA and the Mossad, man. And Erika Kirk herself is hiding under my bed.
For telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing, like what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview. It's like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, the first bit of mud that was slung. Which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erika give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie? It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erika did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating. And no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall,
Off on a good start, okay. Taking accountability for the lies on Twitter or something. I've like kind of lost the thread of like what they're owning up to or what was said about Catholicism not being involved or being involved.
Erika sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before.
I thought this was in a dream shit. I thought this was like he told me that in a dream that he felt targeted. I didn't realize she made the claim as bold as like, oh yeah, he texted somebody that he was also scared of dying or whatever.
And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore show, and I clarified.
Ooh, what? Wait, really, really quick. We're not going to watch it. I just want to like put it into the watch later and see what that's about. How is Jimmy Dore bagging Candace Owens? What the fuck? Oh my God. Jimmy sits down with Candace Owens to talk Charlie Kirk investigation, TPUSA lies, APAC, and more. Like, I know he still gets like, views and shit, but like, 70K, 80K. I guess who else is she going to talk to? She can't go on Tim Pool because she's a degenerate cunt, according to Tim Pool.
I said, Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained, Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before. And Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before. And I said, no. If somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me.
You wait till you're getting her next. Well, Anna Kasparian has said that she watches Candace Owens, so don't lose hope.
Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said
okay, but do you trust them?
Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Bari Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Bari Weiss is always worth laughing at. But
I was sort of kind of cooking. I can't. If there's Bari Weiss slander, okay. In this, I am going to have to probably be permissive of that commentary.
Like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Bari Weiss was trying to create a moment, obviously.
Erika Kirk was learning things from you, Candace. I mean, she was learning the depths of how insanely brain broken you are. Other than that, I don't know what particular insights you might be referencing, but sure.
It's who Bari Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Bari Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Bari Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what
and
they were
apparently
going.
This has been confirmed by Staxiums, who again asked Erika Kirk if she will disavow Trump's hang them truth, social retruth.
To get. It was all very much planned by Bari, but Erika said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster Candace Owens question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times. And
awesome, cool pic of a cool ass dude. Thank you.
Felt good to have that direct communication.
Great selfie. Up angle, overexposed, sunglasses, hair looking partially bald and hairline fucked up because of how the sun is hitting him. Just amazing male selfie.
How Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And I obviously...
Okay, but why trust their... You don't have any, like, they wouldn't let you take screenshots. They wouldn't really let you see the phone. Like, they showed you the phone. Like, why not believe that? Why not think it's doctored? Why not think all of this is like a setup? Obviously, if you go see them on your turf and your only backup is your cousin Mia, who enjoys Cardi B, what is the rationale for trusting some info over the other info?
Do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer.
Powerful family. Okay, she does this. Anybody who's in TPUSA that is in any way connected to the military or has like a veteran in their family, she loops into the conspiracy and thinks that they're in on it in some way as part of some massive inside job that connects back to like different like air bases in the United States and globally. Even though you would expect, one, it's not hard to find anybody who has like veterans in their family. Two, you would expect a conservative organization like TPUSA to have probably a higher than average number of veteran employees or people that have served.
Lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's
I love that. I look at him, he's fucking gross. He's disgusting. That's why I don't trust him.
Bad person, and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this is kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still
reference?
don't understand it, and the magic.
One Piece would be an apt reference because doesn't One Piece have like 700 episodes? And I mean, Candace could carry this into perpetuity. She's already on episode 280. Probably 40 of these are about Charlie Kirk. Why can't it be a 600-part series on Charlie Kirk's assassination and the global conspiracy to take him down for whatever reason?
Bullet.
One Piece has thousands of episodes. Candace will get there. Just give it time, okay? Do not underestimate the amount of lies this woman can manufacture per minute.
Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet. And he said he wanted to address all of the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize. It's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon.
You can write a damn long... It's like a shonen anime. She's training.
And the bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle.
Probably another miracle. Someone linked it to me. I think it was Mr. Miser 123. You linked a thing that I do want to take a look at some point of somebody who's debunking like the exit wound myth or whatever, unless you're propagating that conspiracy, but like why it is possible that there was no exit wound or something like that. Look carefully at the trajectory of the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk. It came from the right side, not the front. The wound on the left is an exit wound. If it was a .3006, the damage would have been horrific. Well, actually, this seems pretty short. This post was made by a man whose profile says former CIA officer. From what I was able to find, this appears to be valid. In my mind, this makes the claims he is making even more troubling. Unfortunately, this was just one of the countless posts I've found making similar claims. Why the claim is seductive? Let's admit it. The claim has rhetorical punch. This is definitely AI. This is definitely AI. Okay? I thought this was going to be better than this, but let's see how they debunk it. Okay? This is definitely AI. A .3006 is a big, powerful round. Movies and TV show dramatic exit wounds. Massive exit wound feels intuitive. More power, more hole, more proof. So when someone says there's no exit wound, therefore it wasn't a 3006, it feels like logic. But it's not logic. It's lazy thinking. It's ignoring every variable that trauma surgeons, forensic pathologists, and real ballistics experts wrestle with every single day. More power, more hole. Pure poetry. Ballistics 101, the reality nobody wants to hear. Here's the truth. Bullets do not behave like they do in Hollywood. The path a bullet takes and whether it exits depends on dozens of variables. Let's break down the biggest ones. 1, bullet design matters more than caliber. A full metal jacket .3006 may pass through cleanly with a small entry and small exit. A soft point hunting round may expand violently and leave a massive wound. A hollow point bullet may fragment and lodge internally, leaving no exit wound at all. Same caliber, different outcomes. 2, bone changes everything. Hit soft tissue, higher chance of exit. Hit dense bone like the collarbone, clavicle, shoulder blade, scapula. I can talk. Bullet can fragment, tumble, or stop entirely. Fragmentation often leaves multiple projectiles inside the body. 3, angle of impact. Short shot versus oblique angle equals totally different outcomes. A bullet striking ribs at an angle can ricochet, change trajectory, and stop short. 4, distance and velocity. A .3006 is high velocity, yes, but velocity drops with distance. Energy dissipates differently depending on range, angle, and tissue encountered. Case studies that kill the myth. This isn't theory. We have documented cases, real medical and forensic reports that prove no exit wound happens even with high-powered rifles. Uganda, AK-47, rifle round, 27-year-old woman. This is funny because this is what Candace Owens says she would need to see to be able to like move off of this particular talking point, which is like examples of these types of bullets like getting lodged in people not having an exit wound or not exploding or something like that. bullets are funky thing. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like every single bullet wound is going to be different. And it makes sense to me that AI, because again, this is AI, we're definitely just reading an AI summary that this person copy pasted into their fucking Substack and seems to charge people for. It's a very, very dangerous medical situation because it's entirely unpredictable. Shot in the face, bullet lodged in the neck. CT confirmed no exit wounds. Pediatric case in the U.S. A 13-year-old girl, rifle cartridge lodged in abdomen, retained until surgery, no exit wound. So if you think 30 equals always exit, you're ignoring documented medical reality. The exit wound fallacy exposed. The conspiracy peddlers make 3 big mistakes. They assume caliber dictates outcomes. It doesn't. They assume all shots hit soft tissue. They don't. They ignore medical literature, which shows countless rifle wounds with no exit. This is like saying every car crash at 70 miles per hour kills the driver. No, it depends on angle, seatbelt, airbags, body mass, impact surface. It depends on contact. Same with bullets. Interesting.
Charlie saved lives, even in death. And
I'll try for higher quality next time. I know this had sources. My bad. I'll work on it. No, you're good.
And the internet.
I mean, like, honestly, the way that you counter conspiracy theories, you may as well be. You don't need to be like busting out the evidence is not how you're going to do it. A more compelling narrative is how you fucking do it. And keeping it short and simple and giving your own just so story. So even if I granted, let's say that there's inaccuracies in that, which it's AI, I wouldn't be surprised. Like AI could have hallucinated the examples that it's citing for all we know. But giving your own just so story in response to that will give them something to think about so they move off of the point, or at least have doubt introduced into holding on to that claim, which is how you actually move people off of like conspiratorial thinking or false claims.
That clocked it. This miracle, the healthy bone, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like,
like, it's so funny that like the TPUSA people stupidly contributed to this conspiracy, like this conspiracism surrounding the circumstances of the shooting by posting stupid shit like the surgeon said it was a miracle that blah, 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 blah. Why are you saying stuff like that? Even if the surgeon said that, the surgeon is not a ballistics specialist or expert. There are, again, like lots of instances where there's not exit wounds from bullets like this.
That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF. Right?
And like to the extent that, you know, trauma surgeons or even interacting with patients that have gunshot wounds, you would actually expect them to be short range. You would expect them to be not all the way from a fucking rooftop to Charlie Kirk. Like that is a unique set of circumstances as it is. When people get injured with, it's typically, again, with like handguns, not rifles. And it's probably in the context of like domestic disputes, whether it be interpersonal ones between partners or it be some brawl or power struggle between two individuals.
I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colbert replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon.
Only doctors are obligated, are bound by HIPAA. Anybody who's not a medical professional is not bound by any HIPAA.
And they confirmed that Andrew...
It's unethical, but like, I'm pretty sure like if a journalist comes into information that was HIPAA protected, the only person that would be held liable is the medical professional that shared it with them when they weren't supposed to, but the journalist would not be for publishing it.
Spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So like it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like he was just flying dark on them. And I was like, that seems very strange to me because why would a surgeon do that? Like the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just...
I mean, when he said he spoke to the surgeon, I wasn't under the impression that they were having like a one-on-one phone call. It sounds like he went to the hospital where Charlie was being treated. And Erika Kirk granted some permission to some people to be listening to what the doctors had to say about Charlie's condition.
That just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him, just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this. Or
didn't he die before he got to the hospital? Almost certainly, but you're not actually dead until somebody says that a medical professional says that you're dead and declares you dead. And he was not declared dead at the scene, so
that they take my strong advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because...
This is why people are saying Candace Owens sold out, or that Mossad got to her or whatever, is because now she's affirming this. I mean, I think the reason why she's incentivized to just say that Tyler Robinson is the shooter is because there's going to be a trial about this kid. That's probably, a lot of it's going to be, not all of it, but like significant portions of it will be public, maybe even televised. I know that the judge in the last week was deciding like which areas were going to be like redacted and private and which ones were going to be for public consumption. But if her only commentary to add is like, this is a kangaroo court, this is false or whatever, like that's not going to look good for her, right? Unless you really, really, really want to try to do this. I mean, I think her audience would go along with it, but it would be a harder pitch to get off the ground as it's happening. It's so easy to paint the narratives when like they don't have like a conviction, when they don't have a trial going like live. But once all of that stuff's happening, it becomes a lot harder to like narrativize and editorialize around something being a complete and total farce as it plays out before your eyes. And they're going to present evidence.
There's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking,
but you're liable to say whatever it is that you fucking want to say. You've leaked private correspondence to be able to get attention and views. Even if you signed an NDA, you and your husband are so fucking wealthy that any suit that they want to bring forth for violation of said NDA would be a cost that you're more than willing to eat. So they're just not gonna say it if they don't trust you with the info.
A shot. I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact.
I wonder if they threatened to sue her. If that was the case, there's a lot of people involved that I wouldn't be like in this meeting, from what it sounds like, that I'd be surprised if it doesn't leak at some point that was what happened. But
it's contrary. This guy,
I feel like she would love to go on the air and say that like they're threatening to sue me for telling the truth, just like the Macrons. Like I feel like even with every single PR misstep that they've made, they at least know best than to fucking do that.
I effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing like but the affidavit. Okay, so what you have, what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi. That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erika. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay. They have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to.
I was waiting when she said the thing, you guys, fake and gay.
Say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly. I've said that. I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have. Okay. There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erika has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. It
is so funny though, that they've worked themselves into a position with creators like Candace Owens, where they have to actually pay their lawyer to take time out of their day to go explain to this insane conspiracy theorist woman who is racking up millions upon millions of views about the details of the case to get her off their back.
And they get to present the evidence why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but
wow, she's so benevolent and generous to share sound legal advice with us lowly proles.
Here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony.
You guys remember the guy from the TikTok video that I spoke to? And that got like a little kid.
Would be devastating to your prosecution. He did not, he saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He saw, he said what he saw.
This is not a random person. This is a random person who knows guns. And we definitely don't live in a country that has more guns than people, where everybody acts like they're a fucking weapons expert if they've ever gone to a shooting range, okay? Okay, Sweaty?
Was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back, well, maybe
Can you believe that Kash Patel's FBI has not reached out to this crackpot? I'm actually surprised, but not for the reason that Candace Owens is.
Haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare?
No.
I don't know, to question him something. I don't like if this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. I spoke both of the people who filmed videos that day.
I mean, she certainly has been speaking to people.
Told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence.
We know,
I guess,
Candace.
is the best way.
We know you don't understand. I don't understand what's going on or what's happening. A feeling that Candace Owens probably encounters frequently, but her ego and misplaced confidence allows her to kind of conceal most of the time, but love that.
Way to say this. I told him I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his real name. They thought it was his middle name, actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name. And it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. That Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory.
Dude, I wish, in some ways, I wish that I was more tuned into this fucking conspiracy theory so I could keep the whole fucking cast of characters that she's referencing, straight in my head. But it is funny to encounter her and just kind of try to jump into the middle. It's like the equivalent of starting Breaking Bad on season 4, episode 9, instead of at the very beginning, and listen to her try to get her, cobble her way through a coherent narrative that makes assumptions that you've kind of been following this to the extent that she's been lying about it. And even if you have, a lot of this still sounds shady as fucking confusing. And it's hard to tell, her reasons for why she trusts certain people and not others is obviously convincing to the type of person that would enjoy this sort of content, because it's just literally a gossip rag and rumoring. But it's just vibes.
Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what...
Do you ever consider the possibility that Charlie Kirk's assassination was the work of a conspiracy, or do you just know that it isn't one? I mean, I consider it in the sense that there's a non-zero chance that that could be the case, but it's highly improbable, and the people that are proponents of this conspiracy theory have not provided any sort of substantial or solid evidence or reason that you should believe it's anybody other than Tyler Robinson as the main suspect, or how other parties are looped into it. Nobody else has been charged. the claims like aren't just relegated to like domestic affairs. It like includes Egyptian planes and the government of France. There's a French connection, and and Tucson's in on it, and also Pam Bondi flew on one of these flights and landed in Tampa, Florida. Like, so could it be a conspiracy theory? Yes, but even if it were, it would definitely not be the conspiracy theory that Candace Owens or anybody online has been promoting.
What I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erika. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erika. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom.
I just checked, and Candace Owens dropped out of college her junior year. None of these right-wing hosts have a college degree. Yeah, there's no surprise. I actually thought that she did have an undergrad, because I do remember her talking about going into like student loan debt or something, but I guess she did that only to not actually complete the degree.
Mom, just to say, Mom,
Shapiro was the only one. Shapiro is the only one, and Shapiro literally said that college is an ideology factory. I just went there to get the credentials, and I ignored the liberal brainwashing indoctrination that they tried to subject me to, and it gives me credibility because I have the degree.
A shooting, you're going to see it on the news.
Like that, what I just said is a pretty close paraphrase to what Ben Shapiro has literally said about his intentions with respect to his higher ed.
I'm okay, pray for me, I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological...
The audacity of this woman to be doubting anybody else's memory, recollection, or their storytelling when she literally says that her dreams are indicative of something significant. But I guess is humble enough to say, I'm just telling you what happened. You don't have to believe it. I'm just saying that Charlie came to me in a dream and told me this, that Candace, you're correct. And you profiting off of my murder and my untimely death, I would be totally okay with. I would want you to be doing this.
Response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. They're literally your body, when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most...
Oh yeah, she also won that hate crime lawsuit because she was getting harassed by rich white kids in high school, including our former governor's son. Yeah, and that she wanted to create like a doxing website as in response to it to like stop bullying or something like that.
About these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erika, right? He called Erika. We were told this by many people also that he trained like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like 1, 2, 3 go, and like fast 1, 2, 3 go. That's why he walked away. 1, 2, 3 go, and just told him this is what the first thing you do.
Wait, trained what?
Is
like how to escape if there's a shooter?
Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife.
I wonder if there's any points in the story where she starts to like, if it genuinely starts off as like a good faith effort to, to the best of her ability, recollect what transpired during the meeting, and like anytime she's like, oh, I don't know what quite happened here, she just fills in the gaps with whatever she wants to say.
10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he 3-wayed Erika 3 minutes after the shot went off.
Why would she say that? She knows what she's doing by saying she threw it, Erika.
And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways
his father now too? Jesus.
Person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. I
think she genuinely believes the stuff she says now. What's funny is that, like, I have that intuition as well, but it has far more to do with the fact that she's actually married to a guy who's like, he's like the manager head of like Turning Point UK. And I don't think that if that were her, I guess, like MO prerogative to just like grift and grift and grift, it would necessarily entail marrying another right-wing figure like that.
I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this, because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother, Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erika to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering and he's like, I got to call Erika. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay, Mikey called Erika after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops.
But where did they get these call logs again?
Erika from the phone call 2 minutes later. And then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife. Okay. And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call.
Not to say she's cynically motivated by money for a lot of her decisions, but she really does seem like she's drank the Kool-Aid at this point. Oh, for sure. This is basically my read on Candace Owens. And I do think that it's, people being disingenuous has never, ever stopped them from like attracting an audience. See Tim Pool. See Benny Johnson, see Ben Shapiro, see Charlie Kirk, see any number of right-wing grifters that are completely inauthentic, disingenuous, except in one thing, which is like their fealty or commitment to like the GOP or Donald Trump, etc. So in that sense, they're staying consistent with what's always motivating them, but they're willing to lie in between in service of that goal. But Candace Owens seems like, yeah, she definitely seems like she drank the Kool-Aid. You're supposed to be like peddling to rubes for money.
With his father, he does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, not a character in the story, rather.
And I think it also has the effect of like, you're getting all of these views. This is like an unprecedented amount of like live viewers and engagement, even for Candace Owens. He just like, again, 321,000 people watching you do this shit live. How could you not feel like you're pursuing the righteous path by continuing to make a spectacle out of this Charlie Kirk conspiracy, out of your late friend's murder, before everybody else, even including and up to antagonizing his wife, who you said that you respected and you'd stop, supposedly? Like, that's where you would draw the line. How could you not feel like, I can't be wrong? 321,000 people think I'm right. How could I be wrong?
And then he ends the phone call
from last week. She's so stupid to stop. I mean, maybe the twist here is that she's like under duress or something like that, and that's going to be outed soon.
With his
tune in next week.
Wife, and a minute later, his brother calls.
Like, it seems so weird. It sounds like she wasn't even really able to ask questions in this sit down because, again, this is all in the context of her recounting what happened in her sit down with Erika Kirk, and it sounds like she was talked at, but she didn't really get to ask that many questions, and that it was tightly controlled. Or she just didn't have this information on hand, which is like, why didn't you have it committed to memory? Like, why can't you cross-examine their claims and see what they say and then come back and tell your audience that?
Him back, and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, like, the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of, I think it's very close that she's close with Erika. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies.
I'm not crazy thinking that she was Charlie's side chick, right? Okay, they have access to Charlie's phone. And even though it would be very, very embarrassing for Charlie Kirk, like for Erika Kirk to discover that her husband was cheating on her with not only another person, but another woman, but a black woman, because Erika Kirk is incredibly racist, I'm sure, much like Charlie Kirk, and another very, very public figure at that I think if Candace Owens was carrying on an affair with him, that would have come to light, that would have been leaked in some way, shape, or form. On top of the fact that Erika would have said the reason why she's conspiracy baiting over this is because she's like the other woman and she's scorned that he never chose her, blah, blah, blah. And that probably would put a lot of this to rest, to be honest. But since that hasn't happened, the most you can say is like they had some sort of unrequited love, but I think it was just platonic.
Lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event. Now, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up.
Erika would never say anything because it could taint his reputation. I don't know. I guess that's also true, right? Like, she would have to weigh, is it like, because she's probably pissed seeing this lady get all these fucking views off of this bullshit, right? And like dragging her name through the mud. It's about whether or not Erika Kirk thinks it's a good idea to sully a little bit of Charlie Kirk's legacy and reputation by outing that he had an affair with Candace Owens in return try to be able to more easily curry public favor because her socks are obviously in the toilet since she's not a very let's just say she's not exactly the most charismatic person, right?
The hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something.
I mean, like, I think it was platonic, but I don't think you're crazy for thinking that there was something there.
Against Bibi Netanyahu, it did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened. And yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level.
Did you ask about that?
Erika said she was not aware of that happening.
She did, yeah.
It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source. I
got it from Max Blumenthal of the Gray Zone, notoriously reliable reporter there. Nice source you got, Candace.
Be offered to fund Turning.
And it's so funny thinking back to like how her take ended, which was over the discussion of this story. And at one point they used Candace Owens. They tried to use Candace Owens, they being like Lindy Lee, Amy Dangerfield, and I can't remember if Anna Kasparian co-signed it. I think she did kind of co-sign it, that like Candace Owens corroborated some of the things that were being reported in the Gray Zone. And now Candace Owens, who is a primary source apparently, or somebody who could corroborate this information, is admitting herself, oh, I wasn't there, so I don't actually know any of this. So why she was being cited by the fucking Her Take ladies, it becomes even more absurd.
Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. You know, I told them, Andrew Kovac was my source. Andrew Kovac told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said, there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms.
Are you care to share any of them, Candace?
Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me.
Many.
Because I know Marissa, and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes,
maybe that's not why they're calling you a conspiracy theorist, Candace.
They were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer, and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's
the thing that can put to rest this whole idea that he wasn't he wasn't always pro-Israel up until the day he fucking died was, for one, not long before he died, he sent a letter, he being Charlie Kirk, to Bibi Netanyahu reaffirming his support for Israel and how unyielding it was. The fact that, look, his last book is titled Stop in the Name of God or whatever, fucking terrible title, where he talks about observing the Jewish Sabbath. Erika Kirk has spoken out of both sides of her mouth saying it's beautiful and they like the tradition on the one hand, and then she said to Glenn Beck it's convenient for them because he has too many things to do on Sunday night for him to properly observe it. How he says Shabbat Shalom. And then he was going to debate Hassan not long before he was killed, and Hassan said that the debate topic was going to be Israel-Palestine. What position do you think Charlie Kirk was going to take and defend there? She never brings up that he wrote that letter to Bibi Netanyahu not long before he died.
That's a hefty offer, and it leads to a lot of questions.
There's no evidence that he was about to be more critical of Israel, or to the extent that he was going to be, it was still in service of Zionist propaganda and promoting a pro-Israel agenda. He just realized that with the rise of Nick Fuentes and with the increasing distrust and disdain for Israel, as well as America First isolationism, crazy that these people, these dum-dums that you propagandize to, take you at your word and literally interpret America First as America First and an isolationist anti-war or no war agenda, as Trump puts it. So the way that he did that was trying to find different ways to be, modestly critical of Israel, gain some credibility, piss off Ben Shapiro here and there. But that was ultimately in the service of still helping Israel. There's no evidence otherwise.
There was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people online were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear.
If anything, it was just getting inconvenient for him. He's always been a right-wing mouthpiece. Yeah, exactly. That was his frustration, was having to deal with he didn't have any horror or shock at the images that he was seeing coming out of Gaza or anything like that. He was making jokes about the destruction in Gaza not long before he died. The extent to which he cared about that situation was how it was impacting him personally, and it was making him harder. It was making it harder for him to seamlessly shill for Israel.
Discuss the Egyptian planes, and
because as far receiving pro-Israel money from these donors that were willing to give him hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially even millions in some instances. And in return, what he needed to do was promote a pro-Israel agenda. That used to be unquestioned orthodoxy and bipartisan consensus, not only in the political establishment, but among constituents, especially on the right, that has more fervently pro-Israel voters. But that's increasingly hard, especially when you run a youth org like Turning Point USA, which does have college chapters and does have a significant amount of young people, which is to say under the age of 30, that are becoming increasingly critical of Israel. So it went from being basically probably what felt blank checks that he could just write a big old number on and sign and receive all this money, and in return he just had to do something that was never questioned. Suddenly became a headache. He suddenly had to actually come up with excuses and ways to advance an argument that didn't just rely on talking points from the Heritage Foundation.
We have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erika had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I am certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA, Faith, broader events. Of course, Erika was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is...
What the fuck is the whole thing about these planes? What's the allegation being made here? The allegation is that there are these Egyptian planes that are linked to Israel, as she just said, that followed Charlie Kirk around for a significant period of time, as well as Erika Kirk, and they never disclosed this and they don't deny it, and that they were flying or they were in Utah the day that he was shot, and that some of them have been linked to a law firm that's affiliated with the law firm that the Macrons are using to sue her. That's like the French Connection thing. And then other planes, like one of these planes that either has Egyptian or Israeli ties, Pam Bondi flew on to Tampa, Florida a couple of months ago. So it's like also like a government plane or something like that.
Now it makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Now we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get
so convoluted. Yep. And it literally doesn't matter because I invited on a very lovely Candace Owens viewer. And even though he had said he could watch literally every single episode of Candace Owens's show on this and only took an interest in Charlie Kirk after, he could not substantiate anything with respect to how the conspiracy worked, any of the details. Like, even if I granted it what the reason would be, I was like, even if this were true, like, why is there a global conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk? What is the purpose of that? He said he didn't know the purpose and that maybe it would be revealed if, like, he kept listening to Candace, from what I can recall. Like, they get this is like the hook, and for some reason this is what's interesting to people, but they retain almost none of it as they passively listen to it. And of course, what they end up retaining is all of the garbage, other far-right politics that she inserts into this, like, you know, you got to be critical of identity politics and be anti-BLM. You got to leave the plantation of the Democratic Party like I did. You have to be a free thinker and reject getting the Fauci-ouchie vaccine. You need to be on board with, like, significant aspects of the MAGA agenda, the America First agenda, which Donald Trump doesn't get to define. You know, at best she's doing that, or at worst, she's doing that. At best, she's making them disaffected because the caller that I spoke to was like, I don't care about politics anymore. They're all corrupt on both sides. And I mean, Candace Owens is even saying, I don't even care about the midterms. So if she's disengaging right-wing voters, that's good.
Talk censored.
That's like the one, that is the fucking one silver lining to that.
I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changed.
I really enjoyed your conversation with that dude. It was a good conversation. And I saw your comment. If you thought Twitch chat was being racist, you should go look at the live chat replay for YouTube. YouTube chat was also being racist to that guy.
Apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes because that's how I am. Okay. You keep pushing me and keep pushing me. I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing into some of our sponsors. All right, you guys.
After an ad read, thank you so much. The preborn shit, this is where you can pay $28 and it goes to a company that, like, helps facilitate women that are considering getting an abortion being forced to get a fucking ultrasound or something, which reduces the likelihood that you get an abortion.
The app and join us there. I'll see you there. Okay, so a couple of things I want to say. First and foremost, I just got a live update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy. We want to be accurate. In my head, I may have done that. Okay, another thing. You guys may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things.
What are you doing? You're writing Charlie Kirk fan fiction.
And a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical. Like, I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay? Like, inside Candace Owens' sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies.
By Megan Palin. I wonder if that, I mean, there are more Palins in this world than just Sarah Palin and her family, but what do you want to bet that a conservative writer for the New York Post with the name Megan Palin is in some way connected to the Palin family?
This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think
she have like 9 kids, Sarah Palin, or like her kids, or what?
Hasn't ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend.
No, she's Australian.
And I just kept down on the Egyptian planes because it's completely crazy.
Oh,
and when you see a media storm like this,
oh my God, that's who wrote this article. This woman with this like ridiculously face-tuned fucking profile picture. That's not a joke. Oy. So what's this article say? Inside Candace Owens is sadistic and dangerous world monetizing baseless conspiracies. She attacks on Erika Kirk are fueled by her own jealousy and bitterness of being pushed out of TPUSA, sources claim to the Post. What do you want to bet the sources are from TPUSA? The independent broadcaster 30, like, who is this helping? Why did they write this? This literally just supercharges it. The independent broadcaster 36, described as sadistic and dangerous by insiders, didn't hold back from spreading baseless conspiracy theories about the grieving widow and her husband, activist Charlie Kirk, after he was assassinated on September 10th. For those who have crossed her path, Owens' disregard for the truth, pursuit of attention, and reckless behavior are all calculated. Those who spoke to the Post claim Owens was loathed by staff when she worked at the Daily Wire. Guests on her podcast doubt she believes her own lies, and her pattern of okay, but like, what is a citation for this? Like, I want to talk to people who doubt it, and like, why do you doubt that she believes this shit? And or like, I just want to see testimony or like watch somebody who has talked about their experience going on the show and what makes them doubt that she actually believes in this shit. Her pattern of inflammatory behavior can be traced all the way back to high school. Everything she's doing right now is because she wants to destroy Charlie's legacy and the organization he built because he threw her out of TPUSA, alleged one insider. Damn, Candace has also had work done because she looks a lot different here. I mean, I don't see this as the motivation. I think that based off of the, images and videos that she showed, I got the sense that they actually did have a true friendship. It actually did humanize Charlie Kirk to me. Actually showed he was a real human being and capable of a normal relationship and friendship with somebody. And I think she wants to destroy the org, not to spite him posthumously, but probably because she's annoyed that she didn't get to be part of TPUSA or whatever. But I mean, the same way with MAGA dick writers always find some other way to scapegoat or blame Trump's failures on somebody within the admin, even if Trump handpicked that person that led to the failure. Candace Owens she probably plays the same mentality of everything good that happened at TPUSA you can attribute to Charlie. Charlie was literally a god or a king or whatever. Kings aren't made. That's what she said in her first episode talking about this after he was killed. And everything bad that happens at TPUSA, it's the fault of other people. Doesn't matter that Charlie Kirk personally vetted and handpicked those employees that made a mistake. That doesn't reflect on Charlie Kirk whatsoever. That has everything to do with other people's failures. Owens worked for TPUSA as a comms director between 2017 and 2019. Charlie pushed her out because she was going a little bit nuts, a source close to TPUSA brass claimed to the Post, but noted he would still text her to keep the friendship going. I could also see Charlie Kirk thinking this, but nonetheless still personally liking her, but being like, yeah, she's a brand risk. This horrible photo of them, horrible photo of her. After Charlie started dating Erika in 2018, the source added Owens was feeling usurped. Who is this interloper who knew nothing, taking over, the source claims? Oh my God. Scorned woman. She wasn't invited to Charlie's 2021 wedding. That was really telling. I mean, they also, like, Erika and Charlie seem like the type where it's like the Mike Pence shit of like, you can't have another female friend or whatever. Or like, if we're in the presence of like the opposite sex, we can't be alone. It has to be like with their partner present or their knowledge or whatever. Wow, you sound like you're saying Charlie brought the assassination on himself. Manna reports you're a first-time chatter. Are you having a stroke? Are you okay? Are you having like a break from reality? Because what did I say that entails that? Awaiting your response, but go for it. Conspiracies that Owens has spread about Charlie's murder include the involvement of Israeli Mossad agents, the U.S. military, Egyptian planes, and the French government. Despite it having occurred in public and been captured on video, the alleged assassin is in custody awaiting trial. Comedian and commentator Ami Kozak, who appeared twice on Owens' podcast last year discussing the Israel-Hamas war, said he believes her conduct follows a similar pattern. She goes against the grain for going against the grain's sake, he told the Post. It's insane. At least this guy was willing to go on record and talk shit about her. It's sensationalism in pursuit of audience and self-aggrandizement, not a pursuit of truth. Stop Anti-Semitism named Owens Anti-Semite of the Year in 2024, citing her statement that Judaism is a, quote, pedophile-centric religion and that believes in demons and child sacrifice, and spreading untrue conspiracies such as Israel was involved in 9/11 and a secret group of Jews in Hollywood was involved in the death of Michael Jackson. Blood libel conspiracy. Kozak pointed out that many of Owens' claims collapsed under basic scrutiny, which, again, these people were more than happy, more than willing to to go on her show, entertain it, but like the second she like stepped out of line in some way or whatever, suddenly, hey, this woman is like crazy. That's what Tim Pool's doing. Which it's like, yeah, that's true. But didn't you know that the whole time? You were more than happy to go on her show and benefit from her platform. While she was saying other crazy shit. Now you just feel compelled to speak out for this one for whatever reason. And in this case, I wouldn't be surprised if Kozak draws the line at like the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism. What drives her is power and influence in the culture, but the house of cards is crumbling as more of her claims are unsubstantiated, he added. She's literally bigger than ever. So the opposite is happening, but okay. A spokesperson for Owens responded to the Post request for comment, saying the allegations against her are baseless but very funny. Owens is also facing a huge reckoning in court when Brigitte Macron's defamation lawsuit against her comes to trial, expected next year. Macron filed a 220-page lawsuit in July 2025 alleging 22 counts of defamation and a campaign of global humiliation for financial gain against her. The lawsuit claims Owens continued to repeat false allegations that the French First Lady was born a man even after her attorneys were provided with extensive documentation, including birth records, childhood photos, and pregnancy records from her 3 children, all demonstrating Macron was born female. So that's funny. So it seems like they gave her the opportunity to retract her claims and back out of promulgating these falsehoods related to Brigitte so they didn't have to sue her for defamation. And she said no. Debate Manar, he would challenge you on secularism. Oh, wait, it's you. First time chatter. Dude, you probably, if he's live right now, you should probably stop chatting in my chat for the first time. You do know you're not supposed to be brigading on Twitch, right? Go away. For your own sake, you should not come from his chat to mine and tell me to debate your streamer daddy. The Macrons can argue Owens was in possession of the facts but chose to ignore them to prove their case, legal sources told the Post. She's about to be in serious financial difficulty if the Macrons succeed in their lawsuit, a source claimed to the Post. She really is on the line for a huge sum of money. I think she probably realizes that now. Look at her. Sources also alleged Owens' anti-Semitic behavior strained ties with their own extended family. Why do they have this tea? Her British father-in-law, Lord Michael Farmer, issued a statement after Owens repeated various comments about Jewish people. Am I really saying that the Macrons couldn't falsify documents? Very true. In view of public comments from a high-profile member of my family, I want to put my own views on anti-Semitism on public record, he wrote, explaining how he had known many Jewish people in his private and professional life and serves as the Christian deputy chair for the Council of Christians and Jews, a group founded as a bulwark against anti-Semitism. Dude, on this connection alone, Candace Owens should be fucking investigating herself. Based off of the tenuous connection she draws from people having, people that have served in their family tree. Sources said if Lord Farmer cuts off his son, George Farmer, and Owens, they would face further financial complications. Aw, look at the gang. Benny Boy, Candace, and our boy, Chuck. Look at it, so Chadley looking, am I right? A source who knows the family said George has never had a real job and is mostly known for his lackluster attempt to launch a right-wing Twitter alternative called Parler. Oh, I didn't realize that that's what he had done. I mean, we all know what Parler is, right? I just didn't realize that he was the co-founder of that or whatever. Which is still active but has a dwindling number of users. Owens and her husband now live in Nashville, where she broadcasts her show, which is very lucrative. According to Fortune magazine, which estimated this month her company generates up to $10 million a year. That's a large turnaround from her more humble beginnings in Connecticut. There in 2017, she owed 6 months in back rent on her $35,000 a month 2-bedroom luxury apartment in Stamford. There's something about Connecticut, and obviously it's probably not fucking true. These are literally just my own assumptions for whatever reason. I assume that I'm not allowed to ask you for a discussion or you'll ban me. No, that's not what I said. You're not listening to what I said. I said that if you are live currently, you should probably discourage your chatters from coming into my stream and asking me to debate you, their streamer daddy, because you could get your channel jeopardized or their accounts banned, because that can be brigading. I'm not going to ban you for brigading. I'm not going to report you. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to do that. I'm saying don't do it. Or you should actively discourage them from doing it if you're worried about that. But I mean, just to be on the safe side, I will, none of my business what they do. What the fuck? None of my business what they do. I didn't send them. That's brigading. Okay. See ya. Anyway. That's what I was saying about Connecticut. I feel like there's no homelessness in Connecticut. When I picture Connecticut, it's there's a median income of $120,000 a year, and it's just very, very wealthy and comfortable wealthy. That obviously isn't the case, but it's the impression that I have. So I feel like most people that come from Connecticut, they tend to have a middle to upper middle class upbringing or background. Faced with eviction, she filed a lawsuit against her landlord, 3 Harbor Point Square, claiming the apartment had mold and seeking $15,000 in damage for systemic yeast infections, impacted cerumen or earwax in the left ear, and emotional distress. She lost the case and instead had to pay the landlord $20,000 in damages and legal expenses. Even further back in 2008, Owens, then a recent high school grad, and her father, Robert, were awarded a $37,500 settlement from the Stanford Board of Education after they sued the school district in federal court for knowingly failing and refusing to protect Owens after she received racially and sexually threatening voicemails from a group of fellow students. There's definitely areas of rich and poor been there. Interesting. They always have boats. After leaving TPUSA, Owens moved on to... No wonder she said this was a hit piece, because it goes through a lot of shit that happened in the past. And this is the way that you really undercut her credibility, is stop trying to debunk all of the individual claims related to the conspiracy theory. That's not how people are understanding this or why they're willing to accept it. You're never going to be able to. They will always back up. They won't accept any evidence. They'll always back up and just make up another lie to move it forward. Just bring up stuff in the past that undercuts her credibility to make her seem like a fucking schizo, which should not be hard to do with Candace Owens, yet these people always forget that's what you should be doing. After leaving TPUSA, Owens moved on to the Daily Wire, and insiders claimed she graded with other people who worked there from the start. One source said that in her first week, she threw her car keys at a producer and expected them to park her car. She is also said to have expected others to conduct her research, demanded a huge studio to film in, and attempted to use the company's publicity arm to push herself, questioning why she hadn't been placed on the cover of People magazine. This literally sounds like a symptom that you would check on a psych intake form, to test your sanity. Have you seen yourself on the cover of many magazines lately? And if you're saying you'll check no, obviously, but Candace would be the type to be have I? She's one of the worst people I've ever worked with, said one source. Other sources say Daily Wire co-founder Ben Shapiro never wanted her there, but investors insisted she would be a good fit. Her tumultuous tenure at the Daily Wire ended last year after Shapiro publicly condemned her disgraceful anti-Semitic rhetoric. Daily Wire and Candace Owens have ended their relationship, CEO Jeremy Boring said in a statement. Owens confirmed the news in her own post, writing, "The rumors are true. I am finally free." She rules. Without the constraints of a corporate framework around her, Owens may be making more money than ever, but whether her arguments that she is just exercising her right to free speech remain to be seen in court. Oh my god, that Minar dude is like, now he is in he's in YouTube chat talking about himself in the third person. Radical Coder, I was gonna fucking raid you after. You're supposed to still be live. It's only 12:30, right? Are you really not live anymore? Sheesh. Okay, I guess Riverboat Jack is where you guys will be headed after we finish this up. But let me see. What does she have to say about this? That's why she doesn't get into the details of this.
Only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack, because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay, one way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever...
Oh, wait, how did I miss? I skipped over like the most important part that she thought to like highlight, where she like threw the cars at the producer, or the car keys at a producer.
Drive my car to work. Okay. I just didn't, they had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove the Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I conducted, demanded others do my research. Could not be further.
That producer, fake and gay.
From the truth, I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script.
Like, she's talking about having a driver when she definitely didn't need to be having a driver. And then people wonder, like, how is it that the Daily Wire like is failing? The failing Daily Wire.
I riff when like
my that's
show.
That's where they put fucking money.
I think that's pretty obvious that I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation about People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that like my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are.
It's so funny that like, and again, it's genius what she does to just go to one part of the article that she takes issue with, not refute any of it, but it poisons the well. And then nobody will trust anything else from that article.
Dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing.
Connecticut has the fourth most wealth inequality of the entire country, entire U.S., including territories. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Maybe that's why I had this impression, because the only ones that managed to escape Connecticut are the wealthy ones.
On the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that they, you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out. This is a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here? And I think that one of the things that Erika was like, well, I'm not like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist, to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family. Okay. I got people in my family, like we all do, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And
except for Candace Owens, who's, again, perfectly mentally hygienic.
Yeah. So I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed.
Okay. Oh my God. Damn. Dude, she's fucking. Why you got to hit him with that? Jesus. All right. That's so funny. All right. I'm sending you guys to Ruzzy, but if you enjoy watching me subject myself to the trials and tribulations of Candace Owens battling mental illness very, very publicly, please go ahead and follow me on Twitch if you aren't doing so already. Like the stream on YouTube, it pushes it out to other people. Subscribe to me, hit the bell, that way you can know when I go live. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. If you want to sub to me on Twitch, you can do so. Very cheap. I don't know how much it is per month, but it's cheap, probably, right? Give subs throughout the chat. Give other people the lovely experience of no ads, as well as cute emotes. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything, and I will be back tomorrow finishing this. If it's any good, I'll probably we'll see. We'll do a few more minutes of this, and then maybe some actual news and not just slop. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.